Well, hello everybody. How you doing today? You having a good time? Or are you having a fun time? Perhaps a good, fun time will be had. Gladly Ghosty, hello, how are you doing? I see Poo Pants Man is here yet again. I'm surprised you're keeping up with it. You know, that's the weirdest thing about your chosen, like, two emojis is for the longest time I assumed you, like, disliked me. Like, maybe you were just hate watching me or something. But your commitment to the bit makes me think that, like, maybe there's something else going on. I have no idea. It's really weird because, like, I think if you went up to someone and you were like, hey, did you poo your pants? Or just said poop pants, they would assume you were trying to, like, insult them or something. But maybe it's like a funny joke or some kind of reference. They've stuck around, they have. I am back. I have learned English much better. Ooh, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, I remember. You were the one, you were going to start your VTubing career, I believe. And you donated and you were like, we should collaborate sometime. And I think I said I gave you the same response that I give to everyone, including, like, friends of mine, which is, start your career first, go for 6 months, and then if you want to collab, I'll collab. Well, you've got to not only show that you're willing to stick with it, even when you're not getting a whole lot of feedback, but also you need time to develop your, like, personality and style. I am sorry for seeming rude. You didn't seem rude. You're just a new creator trying to get your foot in the door. That's understandable. And I mean, you donated money, so I mean that's nice of you. I think any mild annoyance that I might have gotten from, like, talking to someone who is unrelated to the stream is, like, compensated by, like, $1. Any tips for which non-Goaty extra deck monsters I should use in my Goaty deck? I mean, I don't know what build you've got, and I don't know what you've already got in there. But I haven't played Goaty in more than a year, so my ideas are probably outdated. Because, like, a lot of stuff, it depends, like, what version you're playing specifically. Because if you're playing, like, Runic Goaty, that gives you a lot more options to make, like, 6s and 4s. Because you can summon the Runic fusions and then use them as material. And if you're playing something like Hop-Eared Squadron, that gives you a lot more ability to make 10s. So then you can make the Ice Jade, Synchro, or, like, Chen Ying. I like the hoodie. Well, thank you. Which I guess, by the way, you know, if you didn't know... Actually, I should probably check this real quick before, because we put this out last year, and then I completely forgot to, not forgot, I just haven't, like, checked in on it. But I made this whole, like, I got the logo redesigned, and I made the hoodie and everything, and I think I sold, like, 10 of them. There weren't that many. There weren't that many. Oh, I've opened my own stream. There weren't that many. Oh, I've opened my own stream. And now we've got that lag, which means I can... Row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Merrily, 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 merrily. We doing rounds, we going around, baby. Okay, yeah, it looks like the merch tab is still working. So yeah, if you want this, this is what we call the Simple and Clean Hardleg hoodie. Which just has a little classy, like, monogram, not monogrammed. I forget what the word is for this. A monogram is like, it, you know, it's mono for one and gram for letter. One, this is 2 letters. But this is a patch. There we go. Embroidered. Yes, thank you. But yeah, this just has an like a little embroidered HL with the top hat. And then we've also got the, let's see if I can show this real quick. Ha. Yeah, we've also got the Rainbow Leaf hoodie. Which, if you can't tell, it's got like the floral pattern, very similar to the floral shirts that I wear, but there's little top hats tucked in there. Rainbow, like the logo itself. I think this looks really good. I liked the way this turned out. There were a lot of people who were like, I live in a red state, and if I wore something that had a rainbow on it, people would kick my ass. It was like, sad, unfortunate. Or some people who were just like, I am a shy person, I am not wearing something that loud. And some people didn't like that there was a big Hardleg logo on the back. I think that brings everything together. When are top hats coming? Top hats are like a custom-made thing, and they cost like $100. We do have regular hats. And yeah, the simple ones come in 4 different colors. You can get like a pink, you can get the white like this. You can get like a dark navy blue if you want the logo to be barely visible. We've got hats. If you just want a hoodie with like the logo on the front and has the, like, we still have the old logo shirts. We never sold enough of these other things to make them. Maybe I should go back and make like new socks or like the mug, but or the tumbler with the new logo. It looks too much like a weed hoodie. Yeah, I guess from afar. But just reminding people, you know, as it gets cold, as we approach the holiday seasons, if you want any of these, link it down in the description. We do this through Streamlabs, and how they do it is whenever you make a piece of merch, it's like, okay, here's how much it cost us to make it and ship it, plus our cut. If you want to charge exactly that much, you'll make nothing. Or you can make, like, for every dollar you put it over that much, you'll make that much money. And so with all of these, I think I make like $5. I think I make $5 on the shirts or on the hoodies and like $2 on the hat or something. Do you have Hardleg card sleeves? Yeah. Kinda. Give me one moment. Yeah, so all that is to say, I'm not sure, I don't buy a whole lot of hoodies or whatever, so I'm not sure if like, is this a decent price? But this is about as low as I could make it, while still like getting a little bit. Because I know a lot of people, they buy the merch, they're like, I considered having the merch be the minimum price where I just didn't make any money off of it. And people were like, well, I want to buy the merch to support you. So it's like, okay, well, you'll give me $5 if you buy these. But I'm not making a whole bunch on it. And then there's, what is it? yourplaymat.com. And I believe, yeah, I still have the grab a snack and lean back hoodie. That'd be a good idea. What would it just say that? I'd probably have to like a picture, like a cartoon picture of myself, like leaning back with the arms crossed and smiling or something. The website is not loading for some reason. Google cannot handle vibes of this magnitude. Maybe if I add Hardleg in there. Yeah, the whole website's not loading, but I do have a sponsorship with yourplaymat.com. I did it a few years ago, but I believe my code still works. But it's the code Hardleg Gaming 10 YP. Why they had to add that stuff at the end, I don't know. But if you use that, you'll get 10% off. And then I think I get like 10% of whatever you buy. And they sell all sorts of stuff, playmats and sleeves and everything. They do still have up the specific ones. Where are those? 1 second. Nope, I don't know. I put them away because I haven't used them. I used to have that What a Deck show where I'd make like custom sleeves every month. And so the sleeves were like integral to what I did. And they had a thing. They have a thing where you can order custom sleeves. If you give them any image, they'll print it on the sleeves. So my whole thing was like, yeah, I got people asking like, oh, I would like to get real sleeves made with those. And so it's like, oh, I got a sponsorship with Your Playmat. If you want to take any of my sleeve designs, which they're all available on the Patreon. I think I have an Imgur with all of them now too. But you can take those and then have them print them on actual sleeves. And then there's also a playmat, and there's also like actual sleeves. We did the logo on a brick wall. So it looked like it was kind of like spray painted on a brick wall, so you had brick sleeves. What are we up to today? Playing more Mitsurugi, although we'll decide what happens as we get a little more into it. First, before we go any farther, we should look at notifications. I've used my Hardleg mat for years. That's good to know. It's one of those things when you get like a new sponsorship deal, like they sent me a playmat and like it looks solid, it has nice build construction, but I don't know if it'll stand up to like daily play or whatever. You know, it's impossible to know without being like, yeah, you know, I'll get back to you in 4 or 5 years once I'm sure that your mats can hold up that long. So hearing that they last forever, or not forever, but they've lasted this whole time is nice. Also, Duckman 1847, thank you for the 3 months. Okay, regarding the handling of alternate art card Appaloosa, during the bonus period for card dismantling due to limit regulation for customers who dismantled the alt art Appaloosa, we plan to implement a feature that will allow them to use the same UR craft points to exchange for an exchange ticket. Further details. Okay, so they're just letting you know the exchange ticket isn't there yet. They do plan to have an exchange ticket thing, where if you have the alt art for Appaloosa, you can break it down and get a ticket that lets you buy another alt art. They don't have it yet, though. Good to know they're planning things way in advance. There's a Yu-Gi-Oh! Format called AE, Asian English. Huh. The triangle format is here. Ooh, an imperm. That's a sleeve that might actually be worth going for. Yeah, triangle format. It's Fusion, Ixie, or Link, so you pick one, and you can only play that type of extra deck. And there's a survey for 10 Arby's gift cards. Are you enjoying dueling? No. The dual controls, they're fine. What do you think about dueling? Ban, max, C. And you know what, we'll real quick, we'll highlight this. Control C. What mode do you play the most? Solo. Or not solo. Ranked. Are you enjoying solo? No. Are you enjoying ranked? No. What do you think about each of the dual modes? What would you like to do? Ban max C. Are there any other kind of dual loads? Ban max C. Genesis. Or, a TCG ladder would also be good. Yeah, add Genesis. Do you like the deck editor? Yeah, it works. It's fine. It's fine. Notable, we like to ask about versions. New display, cross-out designator. At default for the card list. Keep search conditions. Auto-scroll. Collector's files. What do you think about the contents of the version update? Don't care. Collector files seem useless. Ban Maxi. Also add Genesis. Format support. Overall satisfaction, 0. There was a time when I was like, oh, we'll give them a little bit of the benefit doubt. No, I'm done fucking around. Put it at the very bottom, every time, all the time. I'm not satisfied. Ban fucking Max C. Expand the solo mode. Different kind of events. Other. Control V, hold down. Give me my tickets. You know, it's, you know, at the risk of outing myself, I do occasionally search through Reddit or search through Discords to see if anyone has, like, mentioned me or the channel. Just to see if I can get a vibe on, like, if I have any kind of reputation. And it's weird that, like, one, a lot of people still mostly know me as the Max C guy. I guess entirely because, again, I've talked about this before, but it's like, my Max C video got, like, less than 100,000 views. So it's weird that I'm known as the Max C guy. But I guess the Farfa video where he reacted to it got, like, 100,000 views. But even if you add that and my video together, it's like, I've still got other videos, like, you know, the Yugi Poops got more views than that. And so did the April Fool's Day. And so did the, like, the Earth Machine Ladder Climb. So I feel like I should be known as, like, you know, the Yugi Poop guy, or the Mind Games guy, or the Ladder Climb guy. There's also the Twitter Blue Sky campaign, yeah. I think the reason I'm not, though, is because those things aren't, like, controversial. The thing is, there's still people who defend Max C, and I live, like, rent-free in their head. Where it's like, 2 years after that, and a year after I quit Twitter, they're still like, I can't believe Hardleg said that Max C should be banned. What an idiot. But one of the weird arguments that they keep making, they're like, you know, he says this and then he tweets in English to Konami as if they're going to do anything. He's like, they need to, like, he needs to tweet in Japanese. They don't care about English players. He's like, well, one, I did tweet in Japanese. That was like the first month of the ban Max C thing. Or no, the first week was making the arguments in English, and the second week was making them in Japanese. Your mother loses to Max C. But then also, maybe I'm naive, maybe I don't understand, but it's like, I don't get why people get it in their head that they're like, oh, well, yeah, this Japanese company releases a game in America, has a huge American audience. You know, America is one of the biggest markets in the world, to the point that they have their own English language branch just to deal with it. And there are people who are like, oh, they're Japanese, they don't care what Americans think. It's like, what make, like... I was about to say, it's, what kind of business doesn't care about what their customers think? You know, that seems antithetical. But at the same time, I would say there are a lot of companies that are just so big, they're like too big to fail, and they really just do not care what their audience thinks, they just make whatever. But like, in that case, you would think that they don't care what anyone thinks. It's weird to me that there are people who are like, oh yeah, Konami of Japan is really, really interested in what the Japanese player base thinks. If they complained, then Max C would be banned like that. But it doesn't matter how many Americans say anything about it. They just will not read it. They will not look at it. I was like, I don't know. If there's just something about like the like Japanese culture that I'm not understanding, or are these people just really complete idiots? Duel Masters, yeah. You see the Kojima incident? I mean, I've heard a lot of things about Kojima and Konami. I'm not sure exactly which incident you're talking about. Remember that survey? Give Japanese players gems, but it only gave Western players Legacy Pack tickets? I did not hear about that. Although in that case, I could see that making sense if like a lot of their business came from like American microtransactions, that they would be like, no, we're not giving you gems. You have enough money to buy everything. They put Metal Gear Solid and Silent Hill on hiatuses rather than cater to fans. Yeah. Companies just look at the stats and make their decisions accordingly. Yeah, again, it's one of those things. I could see if they were making the argument that, like, why are you talking to Konami? They're a corporation. They don't care what their customers think. But it's weird to me to have them be like, they're a Japanese corporation, so they don't care what their American customers think. It's like, I'm pretty sure they're like, the customers are the customers. If you have 1 million players and you're making like tens of millions of dollars from this this branch of like this division, you probably care what those customers think. We're supposedly getting a free copy of the RDA deck tomorrow. Might just be the OCG though. I don't see the point of the Molt Charmies if Max C has stayed legal. Well, the Molt Charmies help you draw into Max C, is the thing. Okay. And I should do this real quick. Card advantage is everything, no? Yeah. It's very clear overseas consumers are secondhand citizens to them. Years of evidence. I'm curious what the, like, what's the evidence? Like, what's an example? Oh yeah, we should decraft. I guess I should do it on camera, you know. How are you, Joe? I'm doing all right. I'm sad we didn't get the Albaz white binder thing. Run it with a 19 card extra deck. It'll be fine. We can't run this if we run Fiendsmith, right? So we have to take that out. Play it like that, and we get the one Paradise. Take me down to the Paradise City. Take out the Lamias. Oh yeah. Oh, and sorry, we're closed. Yep, I think that'll have to do it. Rest in piss, Appaloosa. Okay, chat. Now that we've been here for like 30 minutes, we have almost 100 people. I mentioned in the post where I was talking about today that we would have an important decision to make. You forgot to take Appo out. I didn't. I said we were going to break it down once we're actually on camera. We're going to do it dramatically for the episode. Once I actually start. They banned Kojima from the Game Awards. They never relented. MGS fans. Yeah, but that doesn't seem like from what I understand, the higher ups at Konami, like some of the big executives, like fucking hate Kojima. And they're just like, no, we're not working with him. We're not doing things that we want to do with him. I don't think it matters how popular Kojima was in America or Japan. The executives were like, no, we ain't doing shit with him. Silent Hill, I mean, they just put out another Silent Hill game, eventually. Like, it doesn't strike me as they hate Western audiences or they don't care about Western audiences. It strikes me as they hate Kojima. Are the coupons out? The coupons are only for the alt art Appo, and I don't have one of those. Okay, but anyway. Oh, fuck. I messed up, didn't I? 1 second. Pure Mitsurugi. I thought I had one saved, and I forgot the one that I was playing was the Mega Mits. The Mega Mitsu. What are the coupons you speak of for alt arts? If you have the Appaloosa alt art, since it got banned, they're going to implement a thing where you can decraft it and get a ticket where instead of getting the UR dust, you can buy any alt art that's a UR that already exists instead. Oh yeah, Impulse. Someone's knocking on my door, but unfortunately I'm busy at the moment. Remove Appo. I've told you before. I ain't doing that. We're gonna do it on camera. Go back to, we had... There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna kill Appo on camera. Okay, chat. So here's the deal, right? We've been playing, and I get a phone call. Just spam. Rhapsody, we'll probably put it back in. Okay, so we've been playing Pure Mitsurugi, and it hasn't been working. We're still in, like, Diamond 3. It's been very slow. Oh, I guess I should put up the... They seem... At least I didn't start recording, you know. Rise Duel and Called By. Yeah, we'll get to that. In fact, yeah, you know what? Let's go ahead. I was like, if they really want it, I'll pick it up, and then they hung up after like less than a second. Okay, we'll go ahead and decraft Called By. Let's look at... I can't decraft those. Oh, and I guess we should... I missed my chance. It's fine. I only had one of these. This might come back. I can't decraft that. I missed my opportunity. This might come back. Can't dismantle. 1, 1, 1. Appo and Droll. Was there anything else? I thought someone just said Ryziel. I never had him. Anti-spell. Rest in piss. Malice. I never had a Chessy Cat. Just filtered a band? I do. It's banned and limited and semi-limited. Okay, I never had one of those. Yeah, and Droll. I think I'll keep 3 Droll just in case we get to, we get Genesis format. I'll need these. Okay. So as I was saying, we've been playing pure Mitsurugi. It's been working alright, but we're still stuck in Diamond 4. Or is it Diamond 4? We made it up until Diamond 3. But yeah, we've moved up 2 ranks. Pure Mitsurugi is not working super well. Mostly because almost everyone is playing a Mitsurugi package as part of a bigger deck. Playing pure doesn't offer a whole lot of advantages, but everyone's playing stuff like Bystials that stop the Mitsurugi package in other decks. Like, people are playing main decking cards to stop the Mitsurugi packages in other decks, and because we're pure Mitsurugi, it's hurting us more than them. I've already said that I don't want to play Ryziel Mitsurugi, because I feel like if you've watched this show or played in the meta, you have already seen Ryziel combos a million billion times, and you are probably fucking sick of them. No one wants to see Ryziel, and I don't want to have to craft a whole bunch of Ryziel, because I only have 1 UR dust and like 1,000 gems. Now that being said, I was thinking maybe we could mix it with something. We have to be tired of Ryziel by now. The thing is though, I want to play Mitsurugi, right? I don't just want to play like three Habakiri to get into the 1 Murakumo, and then play like 1/1/1, maybe 3 of this to bring the Murakumo back every time. You know, that's most decks where they're like, it's Orcust Mitsurugi. And what it is an Orcust deck that adds in 3 Habakiri, 3 prayers, 1 Murakumo, 1 ritual. I'd rather see something unique, yeah. And it's the same thing with like almost everything I looked up falls into one of 2 categories. Either an entirely different deck that is just playing this as an engine, or a big-ass, huge 60-card combo deck that's going to do like a 10-minute combo that ends on 7 negates if you don't get interrupted or hit by Maxi. That's the case with like Ogdoadic Mitsurugi. That's the case with Ragnarika Mitsurugi. It's like, okay, you can play 2 decks smashed together, and they do have a little bit of synergy. You know, they both have reptiles, but what it does is it increases the first turn ceiling if you don't get interrupted. But if you go second, you lose even harder, because your deck is now full of a whole bunch of bricks and garnets and things that don't do anything except to be parts of combo pieces. And you also have to remove a bunch of hand traps. I, 1, don't feel like that would work as well, and 2, I feel like it would be boring to watch. The one example I could find was Mega Mitsurugi, which, besides having a good name, is Megaliths with Mitsurugi. And basically the synergy here is we're playing 3 Megalith Unformed. This lets you ritual summon a Megalith by tributing monsters from your hand or field whose levels equal twice its level. So what this means is, as a quick effect, we can tribute off any of our low-level Mitsurugis and get Fool out of the deck, because double the levels is 4. Or we can tribute off any of the big Mitsurugis in order to get Ophiel, which searches Fool. No Block Dragon. I guess we could get Block Dragon in here. I get this. This is something I haven't seen anyone else playing this. No one could find me a list of this. It's just one of the things that I realized, like, yeah, the Mitsurugis like to be tributed, and there's a card that at quick effect speed lets us tribute a monster to get more interaction on the field. Like, during the opponent's turn, or even our first turn, if they try to, like, in-perm us, we can tribute off one of these, get this, end on Fool. Fool summons Bethor during the opponent's turn to pop a bunch of cards. Or you summon Hardleg. Hardleg says, all monsters you control gain 300 for every ritual in your graveyard. One second, chat. Hello, Joseph. Okay, chat. Goblin Joe in trouble. No, so the knocking and the phone call was from the water company. There is a water main break. And that's what the phone call where I was listening, it was like an automated thing. And they're like, there's been a water main break in your area. You may experience low water pressure. You're under a boil water notice. Is everything okay? Yeah. This stuff happens from time to time. The thing I didn't know is that the water main break was not like in my area. It was like on my street. It's like right down. And so, what was it? The knocking on my door, it was some neighborhood kids. And then I'm guessing, what was it? One of them had like a yellow vest, and they're like, we're deputized members of the American Water Team, and we're here letting everyone know that the water main is broken and the pipe. Like, clearly the people are down there fixing the water, and the kids stop by, and the grown-ups were like, "Oh, here, take one of these. Go tell all the neighbors or whatever to like what's happening." And they're like, "Yes, sir." And it's fun. There are the two kids. They look to be like 8 or 9 or whatever. And the one kid was like, "I'm Marcus, and this is my associate, Dr. Thurman." It's like the one kid got to keep his name. The other kid became a doctor, apparently. They're like, "Oh, well, thank you, Dr. Thurman. I appreciate you letting me know." They're pros, you know. So, and you know, they're just like, there's a water emergency. I wish I had a Halloween candy left over. But they already cleaned me out. I wouldn't question his authority. But yeah, so that's the phone call was to let me know, don't drink the water until later tonight. Boil your water or whatever, we'll let you know. And the same thing, the kids were just telling me the same thing. But anyway, so Megamitsu. This is like one of the only builds I've seen that actually has like synergy, right? Like Megalith Unformed not only helps me dodge out of removal, it helps me dodge some things, it lets me tribute off these if I don't get to or can't search like a prayers. Like if I open with Megalith Unformed and any Mitsurugi, that gets the Megalith engine on board. Because I can tribute them off in order to summon a Mitsurugi, and then the Mitsurugi package goes. And because these are rocks and these are reptiles, I can use King of the Feral Imps and Gallant Granite to get any 2 level 4s and put them together. Did the kids see the top? No, I took the top hat off before I answered the door. Now that being said, it is a 44 card deck that is probably slightly worse than the pure Mitsurugi deck, if we're being honest. But it is at least an interesting novel build. I haven't seen anyone else trying this, and I don't think it's too worse that, like, you know, the deck is going to suffer terribly. This does not lose every... Yeah, I'm still playing most of my hand traps. I'm still playing Super Poly. It's a cool experimentation. The other option is Mitsmith, which is Fiendsmith Mitsurugi. This is undoubtedly better than what I was playing. All it does is we've removed the Dominus Impulse, and we've replaced it with... I should put... I've come back to realizing that this is probably best at 3. Even though it can brick. So this is almost undoubtedly better, because, especially with Droll to 2, for the same reason it was good in oh, what else did I play that had this? I know, oh, why can't I remember? Mimighoul. Same reason it was good at Mimighoul. Same reason it was good in Gold Pride. Same reason it was good in half a dozen other decks. Is just like, you activate the Fiendsmith stuff, and they have to use their interaction to deal with it, and then once they do, you make the Mitsurugi stuff. If you open with the Mitsurugi stuff, and you start doing that, and they stop it halfway through, then you make Moon of the Closed Heavens, and you go through the Fiendsmith line. 16 card extra deck. We're going to be decrafting the Appaloosa on camera once we start, and then it'll be 15. Yeah, Appaloosa's banned. We'll get rid of it here in a moment. But yeah, so this is better, and I feel like, unlike Ryziel, people aren't necessarily sick of Fiendsmith, because Fiendsmith isn't super overpowering. It's like an engine. It's like seeing DPE or seeing the Adventure engine or whatever. You know, this is mostly a Mitsurugi deck. It just has like 6 Fiendsmith cards in here to make stuff. It's just there to help the deck push it a little bit further. But of course, you know, if you are tired of Fiendsmith, especially like if you're someone who's watched every episode of this series, you've seen me break this out, and like of the last 6 decks, half of them have had Fiendsmith variants. There's Mitsu Plant from the OCG. I mean, you could send me the list, but it's too late now. I've been asking, like, last week, and on Blue Sky I was asking people for variants. The closest, someone was like, I always wondered if Megalith would work. And I was like, do you have a list? And he's like, no, I just thought it'd be interesting. And I, like, looked into it, couldn't find anyone else who had a list. But then I was like, actually, and I tested it. I will say, I tried to play, let me see if I could find this real quick. I tried to play a little over the weekend. I was like, oh, I'll get some games in, you know, test out the Mitsurugi, see how this works. Where's the ladder climb? No, it's not that. Was it in Master Duel? Yeah. So over the weekend, I was like, okay, I'll sit down and I'll play some duels. The first duel I played, I went second against like a tier limit slop deck. It was like a 60 card, that grass, with a whole bunch of mill cards that had every engine known to man, and they ended on like 1,000,000 negates. And I was like, okay, that really like hurts my will to play, but it's fine, you know. Not every deck will be like that. And then I opened up my second match, and I lost the coin toss again, and this was my hand. And I was like, I'll wait. I'll at least see what I get for turn. You want to know what my draw for turn is, chat? Another Mitsurugi ritual. I went from a 3 of a kind to a full house. In Balatro, this solos. Ante-1 is defeated. But what sucks is that not only do I have this, but like, they made Wave High King Caesar. That alone stops both of the Mitsurugi rituals. I activate one, they negate it. I activate another one, they negate it. I activate Habakiri, they have the counter trap. And even if I had more, they've got the steal, they get to banish cards out of my graveyard if I activate a spell. They've got the Dingirsu in the graveyard. Did he won? No, I didn't win. I said, oh yeah. That's another thing, chat. I'm not sure if you could see it, yeah. So, you may notice over on the left side that Max C is highlighted. And that's because, in addition to drawing the full house and being up against a deck whose end board is specifically designed to beat me, they could have easily beaten me even if I didn't brick. They also activated Max C in the draw phase. Because, you know, how is my deck supposed to, how are they supposed to fight against my deck without the turn 2 Max C? So, needless to say, I said fuck this game, and I did not play it all for the rest of the weekend. Here's a Mitsurugi plant list. Yeah, and this is what I was talking about earlier. This is like Ragnarika, where it's like, okay, this is like the worst of both worlds, essentially. Because on the one hand, your Mitsurugi package is essentially just 3 Habakiri, 3 prayers, and then one Murakumo. I guess they do get a little bit extra more by playing Mir and Futsu. But like every main deck at 1, it's the minimal amount of Mitsurugi stuff you can play. It's a tiny engine, and it's outnumbered by the other stuff. This is why I didn't want to play something like Orcust Mitsurugi, because it's way more of an Orcust deck with just an Mitsurugi engine. But also, this is a 60 card pile with a shit ton of one-ofs that is going to lose almost every time going second, because all of these are just like, you know, you're playing a deck full of bricks and garnets that if you go first and you don't get hit by Maxi or the Charmies or a bunch of hand traps, then you can make a board that is just like unstoppable. But if you don't go first, or they hit you with any of the most popular hand traps in the game, you're just screwed. And it's the same thing. It's like the Ogdoadic Mitsurugi deck. It's the same way. You're playing like a 50 card deck with a bunch of one-of Ogdoadics and a bunch of starters, and if you go first, you could do this huge combo that ends on like 7 negates. Like you just win. It's just impossible for them to beat. But if they're playing any of the most popular cards in the game, or they have 2 hand traps, you end on nothing. And if you go second, you can't play into anything unless all you do is open your Mitsurugi starters, which you have less of because you're playing all these other cards. I appreciate the looking for other stuff. But again, it's just the big problem with a lot of these builds. It feels like they would do better in a best of 3 format or a format without Max C. But yeah, so very, oh yeah, there's also Vendread Mitsurugi. This was something, I was looking up Mitsurugi variants, and someone was like really excited about this. Because Dark Necromancer is a 1-card combo where like, if you do Dark Necromancer, you can get out Vendread Battlelord, and then declare monsters, and then your opponent can't activate monsters for the rest of the turn. So you're insulated against like Nibiru and Ash, and a bunch of other like hand traps. I think you do this without searching, so this is stops Droll too. And then if this ritual summon card is sent to the graveyard, add 1 ritual monster from your deck to your hand. Floodgates. This is only during your turn. So I wouldn't consider this like a floodgate because you're not summoning it during your opponent's turn. You're not locking them out of things. This is just saying your opponent can't activate hand traps. So you do this, and then they can't ash or whatever. And then you'll have this and something else on the graveyard. You link them off. And then because this lets you search any ritual monster, you can get Habakiri. And to be fair, if you open exactly Dark Necromancer, the 1-turn combo is like, not only do you end on the Vendread, or not only do you end on the Mitsurugi stuff, but you're also able to make like a Revendread Slayer that can quick effect banish. The problem is, if you don't open this, like exactly this, all the other Vendread's shit is useless. You're playing like, you have to play 2 Battle Lord, you have to play Origin, you have to play Slayer, you have to play Scar of the Vendread, you have to play Vendread Evolution. To be fair, this is like, if you go second, Battle Lord becomes better, because if you try to resolve it and you say like monsters or traps, they have to negate it. But again, you have to have like exactly stuff. You're also just playing Vendread at the end of the day. In this case, you aren't really. I mean, I guess it is kind of just down to the package. But at least, like, playing this gets you into the other one. And they're all dark, so you could still play Dominus Impulse. But this is something, like, I tested it out, and it's like, yeah, if you open exactly this, you're good. Any other combination of, hey, if you open this, you're screwed. If you open these 3, this, you're screwed. You can also play that new fairy monster. This is a Mitsurugi deck, but playing Vendread. Because there's not enough Vendread stuff. That's the problem, really. Is that, like, if you open the Vendread stuff, you can't do anything. But yeah, so it's basically between these 3, chat. So let me just narrow it down for those who just joined in. Option 1, continue to play pure Mitsurugi, because it's what the thing started out with. And also, I feel like a lot of the reason we've been not doing as well just has to do with execution. I feel like if I practice and I focus on learning the combos better, that pure Mitsurugi can make it at least to master. It just might be a little bit of a slog. But I also think the skill ceiling on Mitsurugi is higher than a lot of people give it credit for. I think if I really learn the deck and lock in, I might be able to do better. But you are also just seeing the same deck we've been seeing before. Option 2, Mega Mitsu. Go jank. It's not as good, it's not as effective, but just barely so. And in exchange, you get to see some funny mix-em-up combos that do something a little bit different. So slightly weaker, slightly more jank, but you get to see stuff you haven't seen before. Option number 3, Mitsmith. Mitsurugi with Fiendsmith. This is slightly better. This is obviously better than pure Mitsu or the Mega Mitsu. But it's something you've seen a million times. We've thrown the Fiendsmith engine into other decks before. We've had the Fiendsmith engine used against us. There's not a whole lot of synergy. It just baits out hand traps. And if we're left with 2 monsters, we can go closed moon, go into the Fiendsmith stuff. So, jank, more jank, less effective, more effective, less jank. Keep going what we're doing. Those are your options. Let's go ahead and put up a poll. What would you like to see? Question mark. We'll do Mega Mitsu. We'll do Mitsmith or keep pure Mitsu. You have 5 minutes to vote, chat. And keep in mind, if we try Mega Mitsu and it's terrible, we can do Fiendsmith or Pure later. If we try Pure and we're really getting hand-trapped, we could switch later. Chef Mitsu. Libro Mitsu. The big question with Mega Mitsu would be if we did Block Dragon. Where would this come in? Like, what would we... Rock monsters cannot be destroyed except by battle. Don't play Block Dragon. It has to go from the field to the graveyard. Yeah, I can't summon it most of the time. Yeah, the other neat thing I didn't mention about this, because this already seems to be having a huge advantage, with Hardleg, monsters you control gain 300 for every ritual in your graveyard. This is not just this monster, it's all monsters you control. So this does also kind of give us an out to the Lunalight deck. Because it allows our monsters to easily get above 4,000. Granted, we still have to play through the quick effect or whatever. Give me 1 second. I'm going to get my oven preheated for the dinner that I'm going to eat eventually. Yeah, I did that thing again, chat, where I bought something thinking that I could microwave it or air fry it, and it turns out there's only oven instructions. How are you all doing? And Hardleg Gaming bought myself Balatro yesterday because your Balatro stuff in general, and got my first win with the club picture deck. Nice. Yeah, the first, it's weird how like that game, I remember it being super hard when I first got it. And then the more I played it, you'd think it would just be random, but once you understand the synergies and how the decks work and how everything adds up, you can really get kind of skilled with it. Why not run a level 8 non-ritual to our Liger Dancer? The level 8 non-ritual... Oh, to Outliker. Oh, yeah. Good point. We'll get one of these. And since the megaliths are... Since they're all normal and rare... Let's just get them all shiny, shall we, chat? And 88 non-glossies. Meanwhile, Ophiel took 38. Yeah, Mega Mitsu wins with 66%. Pure has 20%. Mitsmith 14%. So that does seem like the least popular. So we'll save that for when we really need it. Yeah, and then with this, we're also playing Diviner of the Herald. as like an alternative normal summon. I guess, level 2 fairy. Because if we tribute this off... we need a tuner. Except Diviner of the Herald. I guess we just put in one of those. For some reason, I thought there would be a lot more level 2 tuners. You can use Trias. I mean, I could, but that's not really what I want to do. That would just add in another brick. I went there. Okay. High tide on Fire Island. Okay. We're gonna retry until we get a Megalith card or a way to get into the Megalith cards. Obviously, that hand still had everything going for it. We could have done the standard Mitsurugi combos. Okay, here we go. So, we unformed. We ritual summon. We want to get Ophiel by tributing this. Chain link 1, chain link 2. So this gets us... yeah, this guy. This gets us Fool. And if we didn't already have this, we grab the demon. We use this to ritual summon the demon, and then we make, we grab a Megalith unformed, so we have it during the opponent's turn. So, normal summon this. Grab ourselves a, yeah, we want to get Mitsurugi Ritual here. Then we overlay these two for King of the Feral Imps. Detach, grab ourselves Habakiri. Activate Habakiri. Yeah. Summon this guy. Tribute that guy. Grab a Murakumo. We're gonna grab this. Sending you and a snake. Ursarctic Mitsu is actually bonkers crazy. Wait, do the Ursarctics tribute? Oh. They do, right? We get this, right? Oh, we've already used... I forgot we already used the Futsu effect. Okay, that's fine. And then we just, like... I thought this was IP for some reason. Pretend that was an IP, chat. Yeah, and I really shouldn't make, okay. Mistakes were made. And this needs non-link monsters, so I can't... Okay, it's fine. Looks about the same as a pure Mitsu end board. Hold. Okay. So, during the opponent's turn. Oh, wait, no. Okay. Yeah, because I messed up slightly. It's fine, though. Does this deck work with Drytron? I don't know, maybe. Yeah, we're gonna let them play, chat, because we want them. See what's supposed to happen, right? Is that they if they special summon anything, Futsu gets back one of these level 4s. Yeah, I was really hoping they would do something. But what you can do is, once we get a level 4... Oh, I could do... Oh, okay. Even I didn't even realize this, but this is even better, chat. So... If you don't know, Unformed says, tribute double the amount of stars needed. So we have a level 4, we can get the Fool out of our hand. Oh no, we can't. It has to be in the deck. We shouldn't have searched that. Mistakes were made. But because we have 2 level 8s, 16 stars, we could tribute both of these. Summon Bethor. Chainlink 1 Bethor. Pop cards equal to the number of rituals in the graveyard. And then because these were tributed, they both come back. Let's grab this. But it came back. Drowning Mirror Force. It's a good thing I did that, chat. But yeah, normally what happens is they summon something, Futsu gets back Motoko, or Saji, I should say. Then we can use the Unformed to summon Fool, and Fool can quick effect Ritual during the opponent's turn. So without tributing all of our Mitsurugis, we can still get this out. Do I have a way to get to Fool? No, I don't think so. I mean, we still have game anyway. I didn't see we were in solo mode. Yeah. I mean, it don't matter. This is game anyway. Also, I thought I was up against the Fire King deck, not the Water deck. King Miner, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Code Igniter, it's already in the extra deck. I just didn't have a way to get 2 4s on the field. Yeah, so we'll go ahead, we'll do one more practice. Prayers, oh yeah. I keep forgetting Prayers is Monster Reborn. I need to remember that. Okay, so we do this. We get Habakiri. Habakiri effect. Summon Saji. Tribute Saji. Activate Saji. I already have prayers, so we get, I already have the other one, so we get prayers. Ritual. We get this using you and you. Chain link 1. Chain link 2. We get this back, then Gallant Granite. And then we get a rock monster. And we get Fool. Use this. We're going to grab this from the deck using you. Activate. We're going to grab... Yeah. Special summon Habakiri. Then, we're going to discard Hardleg, summon Fool by tributing Murakumo. Murakumo, Chainlink 1, Hardleg, Chainlink 2, we grab back the Hardleg. Murakumo gets us Futsu. Yeah. This allows us to get this. Oh, it has to be on the field. I thought I could use the Hardleg in my hand. I'm learning so much. It's fine, though. Both effects. Have I normal summoned? Yeah. So grab this for follow-up. Special summon this back. Dump Silverhound. Grab this. Special summon Futsu. Make actual IP this time. Alright. So this is the Megalith build? Yeah. Yeah, we want to negate that. Negate! Grab a prayers. Special summon. Destroy one fire monster in your hand, draw a card. Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll do this. The computer never decides to destroy a card, chat. They don't like discarding. Yep, that's fine. Futsu, bring back Saji. It is before the end of the main phase. Yeah. So now we can do this. Summon the Phaleg from our... Oh, wait, no. Yeah, we want to do this beforehand. Let's get the Bethor. Chain Link 1. Pop both of these. Chain Link 2. Do that. Chain Link 3. I guess this. I don't know if you want to pop, Kieran. Probably not. But that's why I made Underworld Goddess. So I could negate it in the graveyard at resolution. Maxi! Futsu effect. I will tribute myself to save. And this is This card is destroyed. Gotcha. No. No, do not. So then we can use this. Summon Hardleg by attributing the Murakumo. Nah, I don't want to blow up everything. Pants, not today. Do we have enough to beat over? How much attack does the new Lunalight have, chat? It's a bot, right? Yeah, 38. Okay, so we could crash. I mean, we could tribute it off with this. Tribute a monster? Yes. Oh, it has to be a reptile. There we go. Now I'm big enough to beat over everything. I did lock myself into reptiles with it. I mean, either way, we have like so much attack, unless they've got Storming Mirror Force or whatever. Special summon 3 fire monsters from the graveyard, but their effects are negated and destroy them in the end phase. Yep, they never discard. We just run it over. How you doing today? I'm doing all right. Yeah, so again, I explained at the beginning, you know, it's not the most, it's not the best version of the deck. And while that does show, like, yeah, our end board basically just gets one other piece of interaction. It's just like, in addition to everything else, we get the ability to Bethor during the opponent's turn, which is more destruction. The key thing is, because this is a quick effect that tributes, it adds more removal while giving us extension. It gives us more of a kind of starter. Results too inconclusive. Yeah, I could maybe add in another rank 8. Yeah, we are playing these 3. This searches a reptile, this searches a rock, and this lets you ritual summon from your hand by tributing monsters from your hand or field. We'll get rid of this, and we're going to put in Photon Lord. Yeah, we need rank 8s that let us detach. Unfortunately, we don't. The extra deck space is kind of tight. We don't have a whole lot of room. Anyway, give me a moment. I'm going to put in my food, and then we'll get the intro started. This should only take a minute, and then the food itself takes 20 minutes. By the way, chat, if you're curious what I'm trying for dinner, it's a brand new product. I don't think the product itself is new, but it's new to me. I haven't tried it before. Pepperoni loaded bread sticks with an X, so you know they're extreme. by Screamin' Sicilian. They look kind of like that stuff they would serve us at school. Yeah, do I... I got their calzone a while ago. Very tasty. Yeah, we'll see. You know, we're going to do it like this. Not sponsored. Yeah, definitely not sponsored. We will see if they're any good. I've never tried them before. I have no idea if they're any good, but we're going to find out together. All right, chat, let's get the intro recorded. You want to put some cats in the chat? Pardon me. Thank you, Lens Band and Frost Hollow. Also, thank you, Slash for the resubscribe. I saw it, and I'm not sure if I thanked you, but it never hurts to thank again. Okay. And welcome to the dawn of the third stream. A weekend has passed since you've seen me last. And while I've been hard at work... Okay. And welcome to the dawn of the third stream. A weekend has passed since you've seen me last. And while I tried to play a little over the weekend, just bad things happened, you know? It wasn't a good time. Should I get the... You know what, let me send this to Jules real quick. She's gonna be editing this month. Take this screenshot. You'll need it later in editing. Okay. And welcome back to the third... I put up 2 fingers, what the heck? And welcome back to stream number 3 of the Mitsurugi Ladder Climb. A weekend has passed since you've seen me last. And while I did try to play a few duels over the weekend, things did not turn out all that great. Fortunately, I wasn't completely idle. I spent a whole lot of time looking at different deck lists, different types of Mitsurugi deck, to see if I could find anything interesting. And while I did find a couple things, they were not as promising as I thought. You know, looking at the Mitsurugi, I was like, they have synergy with tributing, with rituals, with reptiles. There's got to be a whole bunch of stuff they synergize with. And the truth of it is that that's only kind of true. The thing is, you can slot a Mitsurugi deck into almost... The truth is, you can slot Mitsurugi into almost any kind of, Okay. The truth is, you can slot a Mitsurugi engine into almost anything, but it barely feels like you're playing a Mitsurugi deck. You know, it's kind of like Fiendsmith in that regard. I feel like we sat down to play pure Fiendsmith, and so sitting down to do Ryziel Mitsurugi, or Orcust Mitsurugi, or even Ogdoadic Mitsurugi, those all feel like... Okay, I gotta get those... Okay. Trying it again. We'll be here. And welcome back to stream number 3 of the Mitsurugi Ladder Climb. A weekend has passed since you've seen me last, and while I tried to play a few duels over the weekend, things weren't turning out in my favor. It was pretty unfortunate. So I didn't make any progress there, but I wasn't idle. I spent a lot of that time looking up different deck lists, different builds, other strategies, just practicing the deck in general, and seeing if I could find anything interesting and new to show you. And unfortunately, I don't have a whole lot. The thing about Mitsurugi is that it seems like it has a whole bunch of synergies. You know, it works with anything that tributes, it works with rituals, it works with reptile monsters, so it feels like it should slot in with a whole lot of other things. The problem is, in most of the decks I saw, Mitsurugi is just an engine that you play in something else. Like, Orcust Mitsurugi is mostly an Orcust deck. They're playing a majority of Orcust cards, most of their combos end on Orcust stuff, and then just, if you make your way to a Habakiri, you can throw on the Mitsurugi boss monster in addition to whatever else you're doing. And that really doesn't feel like the spirit of this. You know, if I played Ryziel Mitsurugi, it would feel like a Ryziel deck more than a Mitsurugi deck. Now, there were a few decks that didn't do that had their own unique things. And the problem with that is that they basically devolved into combo slot. Like, the Alien Mitsurugi, the Ogdoadic Mitsurugi deck, the, what was the other one? Someone was just showing me. Fuck. It was some other ritual deck, right? Ragnarika Mitsurugi. All of those are basically just big combo decks where you play 60 cards and you have like 5 to 10 garnets. And if you go first and you do the combo without messing up and you don't get hit by Ash Blossom and they don't max see you, then you can build an unstoppable board with like 8 negates where it's just impossible for your opponent to play. Or in the case of aliens, you end on a floodgate where your opponent just can't really do anything. And it feels like that's not a very fun playstyle for this type of video, because if I go second, I'm just losing. You know, I have a way worse matchup that if I get hit with any hand trap, I'm just losing. And if I go first, then we're playing a non-game of Yu-Gi-Oh! You know, I'm just making a big combo, it's the same one every time, and if I resolve it, nothing happens. I actually really like the playstyle of Mitsurugi. It's a very mid-range deck when played pure, where it's a lot of resources and everything. Unfortunately, everyone is currently, like, everyone is main decking cards specifically to oppose Mitsurugi, so playing it pure, not really going to work out. So I had 2 options today, which I presented to chat. I'm doing this live if you somehow didn't notice the chat up there. And I asked them, which would you rather see? Option number 1 was Mitsu-Smith. It's Mitsurugi with Fiendsmith added in. And the synergy here is the same synergy with everything. You know, Fiendsmith is essentially like the adventure engine or the DPE engine of old. It's something used to bait out It's essentially like the DPE engine or the adventure engine of old. You activate it, and if they have hand traps, they kinda have to use it on the Fiendsmith cards. And then if they do, that leaves you free to do your Mitsurugi cards. If they don't, then you get to add a Mitsurugi, If they don't, then you get to add a Mitsurugi disruption on top. If they don't, then you get to add a Fiendsmith disruption on top of your Mitsurugi combo. Alternatively, if you start with the Mitsurugi stuff and they happen to hand trap you there, any 2 cards can then be used to make Moon of the Closed Heavens, which gets you into the Fiendsmith half of your deck, which means you at least end on something. This is very powerful, undoubtedly better than the pure Mitsu variant, but it's also something we've seen a lot. A lot of decks that I've played this year have all used this same exact tactic, and I feel like people are kind of getting bored of it. We'll probably have to resort to this eventually. No matter what happens. But I want to try to forestall it for now. Instead, we're going to do something that I came up with. I haven't seen anyone else playing a list like this, and it has some actual synergies. This is Mega Mitsu, which is Mitsurugi with a Megalith engine. And basically this works around Megalith Unformed. This is a quick play that lets you ritual summon a Megalith from your deck by tributing twice the amount of levels from your hand or field. And what this does is gives us another engine that we can go into. You know, Megalith's not great, but if the Mitsurugi gets disrupted, we can end on this, and vice versa. But more importantly, because it tributes as a quick effect, it lets us dodge out of a whole lot of stuff. If we normal summon one of these Mitsurugis and they hit it with Imperm, then we can dodge out of it, get into Fool, start doing stuff from there. If one of our other cards gets disrupted, or we have to use something and it gets like ashed, we can't tribute off, we need to tribute one of our level 8s, we can use Unformed, tribute that, get into Ophiel, Ophiel searches Fool, and we can go from there. So it just gives us another engine that actually has a little bit of synergy because it's rituals that tribute, and we can do it at quick effect speed. Now, all that being said, this version is probably not better than Pure. It'll be hard to say exactly, because in addition to everything else that's happened today, now that being said, this is probably not stronger than the Pure version. This is probably a little cope, but I figured it was... Oh, damn it, okay. Now, that being said, this is probably not better than the Pure Mitsurugi deck. It's definitely not better than the Fiendsmith Mitsurugi, but again, left it to chat. I said, would you rather have me try something experimental and jank, see how it works, maybe have a little fun, or would you like me to go hard? And they said, we want to see the Mega Mitsu at work. So we're going to try this out, we're going to bring it on the ladder and see how it does, especially in this new format. You know, everything's kind of shaken up at the moment, because on top of all the stuff, all the experimentation and research I've been doing, we also had a big ban list take effect. Specifically, there's one big card that is no longer in the format, and I can't remember how to spell its name. Oh, I do know how to spell its name, but it's forbidden. I need to turn on the forbidden cards if I want to see. There we go. Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess, is finally banned. Rest in piss. And I wanted to take this moment right here to dismantle it in front of everyone, so we can all enjoy the catharsis of seeing it banished to the Shadow Realm. Rest in dust, you bear bitch. That's so mean. I mean, she is riding a bear, so I guess it kind of makes sense. The point is, Appaloosa's gone. In addition to that, Called by the Grave is at 1. Droll and Lockbird is at 2. Ryziel took a hit. But we did also get some new pack stuff, which I should also go over. This intro is going on way long, but you know what? It's fine. You gotta know what's going on. We've got a new pack, which contains the Utopic stuff, the Onomat stuff, which is good at making rank 4s, which is probably going to make the Mitsurugi deck stronger, even though it got hits. Eclipse Twins is now in the format, which is another like rank 4 that's going to make the Ryziel deck much stronger. And then we also got the new Lunalite stuff, which is a rogue deck that's been running through the TCG, which we may have to worry about, because we've got a 3,800 towers that can Raigeki at quick effect speed. Just very, very strong. Fortunately, not only do we have a built-in kaiju in the archetype that can deal with this, but also the Megaliths kind of help, because Phaleg can boost us to ridiculously high attack and help us actually run over this by battle, assuming we can dodge the Raigeki. And Sky Striker's here too. I'm not sure if they're going to be good. But yeah, lots of unknown factors that are going to be weighing in on this episode. Who knows how it'll turn out? But there's only one way to find out for sure. So let's take the Mega Mitsu onto the ladder and see if we can get it done. Okay. Stream 3. 157. Dawn of a new stream plus deck explanation. Do your best to cut this down to make it concise. Also, when I talk about my duels over the weekend and look to the side, insert that screen cap I gave you. Okay. Notes for the editor. How Striker has fallen. Alright, let me go see how well my breadsticks are going. Something smells burning. I'm wondering if they went off and I didn't hear the timer. No, I've got 4 minutes. And I don't want to jump in beforehand. So, you know, let's just do one more solo mode. While we wait, I'll get my food and then we'll jump into everything. Oh yeah, and today's weather for the people watching at home. I didn't mention it early. We're continuing our theme of, since the Mitsurugi have Japanese names, doing Japanese language songs. We did Baka Matai from the Yakuza OST, and Plastic Love by Maria Tekuchi. I'm probably not pronouncing that right. My apologies. Yeah, and this is just standard Mitsurugi stuff. We get this, and we get the Futsu. Yeah, I wonder, should I even practice this part of the combo? I feel like I have this down for the most part. Try rushing to the top? What do you mean? So we get this. We get these two. Ritual again. How do you get into the Megalith engine? I will show you. So in this case, yeah, we grab the only level 4 we haven't used because we didn't use our normal summon. Summon Futsu using Mewtwo. That being said, I don't think we can actually get in. Oh wait, yeah, we can. No, we can't actually. Maybe? No, we can't. We have to open with a Megalith card in order to get into the engine. It doesn't matter which one, but we have to open with one of them. Because we have 3 cards here. If we open with the Megaliths that let us ritual summon, we get Gallant Granite, and we grab Fool, and then we can use the Megalith to ritual summon. If we start with Fool, we can make Code Igniter, and that lets us tribute a Mitsurugi to summon the Fool from our hand. But we have to get at least one. Since we got none of them, we can't do anything. In this case, we just do the standard, like... It's a great card to Balatro too, yeah. Gallant gets a Megalith. Yeah, but we need a Megalith and we need a way to summon it. So, like, we could grab one of these, but none of them do anything on their own. Right, the Megaliths are all 2 cards, yeah. But that's why the Megalith is a small engine. Do I already have one? No, we grab another one. Yeah, so in this case, it's just the same old story, the same old song and dance, my friend. We do make this now, though. So we negate that. Futsu returns. Somehow, Futsu returned. Probably should have gotten Mirror now that I'm thinking about it. Discord in chat. Discord is not in chat. My Discord is for patrons only. Join the Patreon, you can get on the Discord. Which chord? Discord. Not dat chord. Dat chord is different. Snakes. No Kieran. Sure, just get another Hamakiri. Deck thinning, the movie, the game. The motion picture experience. The underwater adventure seeker. Snakes on a plane. I wish there was a good plane deck. You know, Mitsurugi Phantom Beast, Snakes on a Plane, writes itself. The prayers attack thing, is it just this turn? No, it just can never attack directly. Not ever? Not ever, ever? Yeah, I still haven't drawn a single Megalith card. Wait, is this already... This is already 91. What am I doing? Wait, if I can't search, I can't summon, right? What happens if I run out of cards to search? Easy peasy. Fortunately, they didn't draw a Maxi. They did make Dragon Rulers even scarier. Okay, I think my breadsticks with an X are done. Ooh, they do smell nice. Hardleg, burning food. It's more likely than you think. You can see. It's a little dark, you know. It's a... You know, if you compare it to the picture, it's maybe a little more brown, a little more dark orange. I don't think it's like burnt. That's a well done cook. You like hard ravioli? I like toasted ravioli. I like my pizza a little crunchy. Is that weird? No. Update available in the middle of the day? That's unusual, right? What you did to it's not a pizza, it's breadsticks. 3 megabytes. Did they ban Maxi? Could you imagine? Update. Maxi banned. Sure, why not? What did they do, chat? They updated, but there's no notification on why or what they did. Someone's being sneaky, chat, and I don't like it. Give me 1 moment. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then we'll begin the duels. This should only take a second. I'm a fast pisser. Chat, can you hear that from over there? See if I can... My toilet's making strange noises. For 1 second, I'm gonna see if I can get my... Oh, it stopped. I forgot that the water... I forgot the water main burst down the street. We had a whole phone call and everything. I got so, and I'm like, I'll just flush the toilet. And then it was like... Like, I apologize to the workers who the kids just told me. How could I forget Dr. Marcus's strongly worded warning? Oh. Ooh. Not sure if you could see that, chat. There's steam rising from it. You know, the inside still looks, nice and white. We saw the steam. Even burnt? That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Kale, thank you for the 44 months. The water main burst. It turned into a lingering floodgate on my toilet. Lose and I'll lose a rank! I haven't even dueled today. This is the first duel of the day. I told you over the weekend I played exactly 2 duels. And I lost both the coin tosses. The first one was against a big tier pile that just made so much disruption I couldn't do anything. And the second one I drew a full house. This hand is not looking good. Okay, but they're in almost as... Oh. I thought they were in as bad a position. They are not. I mean, we do have Super Poly. And Prayers does start assuming it resolves. We just have to see what we get. By the way, this is a breadstick. I held it up and I looked at the camera. I'm like, oh, it doesn't look like it. I did burn it. I burnt it a little bit. It's still not bad. That's what happens when you try to stream and do this at the same time. Okay, so we got Beansmith. The Greensmith. I honestly thought it was pizza. I mean, to be fair, it's a breadstick with cheese and pepperoni. So it's just a little bit of sauce away from being a pizza. If I had some marinara to dip it in, this would essentially be pizza, just in stick form. And if you couldn't tell, Jules, we're mostly just skipping over this. Whatever this pile ends on, we'll see. We're gonna have to start main decking something to take care of Wave High King Caesar. That starts Mitsurugi very hard. It's going to lose. This is a water, though. Is the problem. This needs same attribute, different types. This needs same type and attribute. So unless they end on another water fiend, I can't get rid of Wave High with Super Poly. Oh, I doubt they're gonna end on that. Oh. Oh, the turn changed. I thought they were still going. Okay. So it looks like we were up against Unchained. They ended on this. If this card is destroyed, you can banish this card, special summon one fiend, then destroy one card you control. Okay. The unfortunate thing is I think Wave High King Caesar kind of cooks us. I'm pretty sure because this does special summon, they can just Caesar this, and then we have nothing else. Because unfortunately we drew the Purification and we drew the Hardleg. I think we could take out this right now and that would help us. Yeah, if we had any other reptile. But unfortunately the Mitsurugis are not reptile, or the megaliths are not reptiles. Let's try it. Tribute a monster? No. They have allowed it to resolve. So we can add any Mitsurugi. And yeah, I think we add Murakumo here. No, we add Habakiri. Okay, so we get Habakiri. Droll. Yeah, we have to use this on that. So we hit the Droll, because otherwise then our play just stops. We don't get any advantage off the Wosu. So we get the Droll. It's unfortunate, this locks us into reptiles too. I wanted to show the megalith, and now we're like, okay, so this megalith's a brick here, and we're now locked out of even trying to activate it. But this is a very oddly specific hand. So this will activate, we get the search, but we can't do anything else. Theremin music. Spooky. Yeah, we can't play Super Poly either. Ash Blossom. That is unfortunate. And we know they have the... They have the one... And we know they have the Unchained Trap that lets them pop a card, so we can't even just, like, set Super Poly and hope. And what's this? This card is destroyed by battle. No, if a card is destroyed. Banish this. Okay, so I think I can crash this, right? And then they don't have a they don't have an Unchained on the field. Okay, they pop it now. And then they get to do something. I thought they would do it faster than this. They're making a lot of decisions. Continue your main phase. No. It's gonna go straight to battle. And again, we're gonna try to just crash into this. Just get the cards off their field. Now they do get to summon something back. Oh, and they get to set. Okay, I should not. Well, they could have activated that anyway with this. We're just gonna have to play the 50-50 shuffle, chat. Okay. 1, 2. If they don't hit the Super Poly, we might survive. End phase. They did not hit the Super Poly. We just might have what it takes to be a rock and roll band. This can also, I think, special summon back the Wosu for all the good it does us. Alright, let's see. They can bring back anything, plus they have this. Yep, they're doing Fiendsmith things. Let me look again. Same type and attribute. Same attribute, but different types. It's unfortunate because they're playing all Fiends, but they have different attributes. So I basically have to wait until they have exactly 2 Light Fiends or 2 Dark Fiends. Unfortunately, that does just give them the out to then use Unchained stuff, but I don't think Unchained can OTK from this position. At least that's my hope. Okay, so they just use this, they use that. Yeah, I think we do it here. We discard that, we make Garua. In defense mode. Now, of course, then they can bring back the Soul of Rage, and then they can link with us. We will get to draw a card, I believe. So there's that. We'll start next turn with 2 cards, if they can't OTK us. Okay, they set a card, they pop, they get another thing. What can you revive with the trap? Yeah. So if worst comes to worst, I can chump block. Buio, the Dawn of Light. Okay. The monsters in your left and rightmost zones can't be destroyed. And then they get Mutiny in the Sky, which lets them make horrible fusions. I might be in danger, chat. Okay, Yama number 2. Add an Unchained. Add a Mutiny in the Sky. Which lets them fusion summon by using cards. By using cards in the graveyard. So I assume they're just, like, going into Fiendsmith stuff regardless. So we might be dead. Alright, let's see what they're making. Luce, the dusk's dark. Monsters in the left and right can't be destroyed. Target one card your opponent controls. Send a fairy or fiend from the deck to the graveyard. If you do, destroy it. Gotcha. Okay, so I think I have to do this now because I have to tribute another monster. So we'll use this. We'll get Wosu. We summon this. We tribute off that. We get to draw one card. We do have one Nibiru in our deck, Chad. I think that might save us. I think everything else we're doomed. Yeah, we might be a little doomed. Depends if they can extend from here. They do also have 2 level 8, so I don't know, drag Lubion. Soul of Anguish. That lets them ritual with my dude. That's still 6,500. Ah! They don't need it, that's 85. I don't suppose there's anything that stops them from attacking? No? Alright, well, we start off the first duel of the day by ranking down into Diamond 4. And they're making a second wave high, you know, just insult to injury. Why not? Let's see, 2. Unchained. Wow. Oh. Give me a second, chat. I'm breaking out the heater. Like, it doesn't feel that cold, and I'm bundled up pretty well with the hoodie and everything. But my fingers are starting to hurt because they're so cold. I don't got thin gloves to wear. Okay. I would like to go first, please. Finally. I always hate that when you go up a rank, and then you get 3 duels before you D-rank, and all 3 duels you lose the coin toss. Interesting hand. Okay, so I don't think we play around... I think we play around Ash more than Droll. So we're going to start with this. See if they've got something for this. They've got Max C. Unfortunate. We don't have a way to play around that. Yeah, and it's really unfortunate because this is a hand where we could do like full Megalith combo plus full Mitsurugi combo. But here we just can't. Not without giving them so many cards it wouldn't do anything. So I think we just give them one and hope. We just make this using this. Hello, giant snakeman. And then this searches the trap. Yeah. And then we hope the maxi of our own does it. Yeah, I've said it before, it's like, this is a ritual deck. We cannot summon our monsters without special summoning. Lordly load, okay. Oh, they just going for drill beam now. Because they already have it. Yep, we just got a purification here. They could red reboot, but that wouldn't really help them much. And then we chain link 1, chain link 2. But if they have a Bestial or DD Crow or Called by the Grave, we're kind of doomed. Maxi. We discard our own Maxi, so if they have like a Called by to use here, it negates both of them. Granted, Called by is at 1 now. We just add... We add another Habakiri. Yeah, we might as well just make them discard for this. Why not? Chaos Hunter. What, do you think Malice is still a thing? Okay, so there's probably a Blue Eyes deck because they aren't searching... They don't have another Drill Beam. I feel like a pure Primite deck would play. Okay. Well, there's that. That's a pretty good one. Yeah, you know what? Let's hit them with something they probably don't expect. Activate Megalith Phaleg. They're like, what? You could discard this to ritual summon a Megalith from your hand. We will summon Ophiel by attributing... Makoto. Hello, Ophiel. We will chain link 1 Ophiel, chain link 2 Makoto. Interesting, they're just hitting this now. But what if I did not? We will summon back this. And then we will tribute our Murakumo. Let's go ahead and grab Saji. Let's go ahead and grab Haggith. And then because this was tributed, it comes back. Droll. Yeah, Droll does stop us. I wasn't expecting them to have both Drolls. Oh, was Droll the last time? It was the last time. Yeah, I think we still do this. We activate. We summon this by using you and you. We know one card in hand is Blue Eyes. So unless the other one is like exactly Droll, I think we're fine. Yeah, let's add back the Purification. We're gonna play slow control style. Snake. And then I think we just... Which one of these has the most? They all have exactly the same. Am I playing Zeus? Yeah, I do still have a Zeus. I think that's the best play here, is to make this and just go for Zeus. Grab a nib and then swing. We're under Droll, so we can't grab anything. I'm basically deciding which of these I want to give up. Hit this, hit that. Main phase 2. We Zeus it up. And then we set Purification. We're pretty good. We have the negate, and then we can use the graveyard effect to bring back this. Yeah, go ahead. We already know you're not playing 2 drill beams. And yeah, we just use this. Negate and destroy, and then they can't get on the link or anything like that. On the bright side, they can't maxi us a 3rd time. Just want prayers at this point. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, Typhon. Yep, Typhon does stop the Zeus, and it stops the Murakumo, because I've got over 30. Interesting, they hit the Ophio. Oh, I guess they can't run over everything else. Why didn't they bounce back the Zeus? Don't you want to bounce back the Zeus? Yeah, this is just game, right? Am I missing something? Oh, they summoned off of Lordly Load so they can't activate monster effects. Yep, there we go. Alright. Well, at least we got one win today. Blue eyes. He was daring, but he wasn't as strong as he thought. Yeah, I am thinking now, chat. It seems today, like all you see is violence in movies and sex on TV. But where are those good old-fashioned values on which we used to rely, chat? Luckily, there's a Family Guy. But, no, I was gonna say, it seems like the big two things we have to deal with now are Droll and Maxi, which both cook this deck alive. So I'm wondering if there's any engine we could put in that wouldn't, like, because we don't use our normal summon most of the time. If there's some kind of normal summon engine that would play around both of those. Do you plan on playing Vendread Mitsu? No. I looked at him, but I don't really say. Yeah, it's funny. They put Droll at 2, thinking like, oh, but now it seems like, well, if you have 2 extra slots, might as well put in Droll. Might as well put in Droll. Might as well put in Droll. Okay, this one didn't have Droll, but this is the big slop pile I was talking about. Yeah, putting Droll at 2 feels like it just increased it. Oh, snap, chat. Oh, snap. I don't want to worry everyone, but we're dealing with advanced anarchy. This isn't just the Joker, chat. This is Big Joker. Dun 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 dun. All right, we got Habakiri. We're hobbing our Kiri. We're Keyring our Hobbs. Maxi. We've seen it every game today. Fortunately, this time, we got the called bye. We're calling and we're saying bye. Bye-bye. Get out, everyone. Okay, so we hit that, which means we get to resolve the effect. Saji says hello. Saji instantly dies. Many such cases. Give me the ritual, please. The Mitsurugi ritual. What's the name of the Mitsurugi ritual card? Why, it's Mitsurugi ritual, of course. Let's do one of these. I will summon this by sending... do I want to send the snake here? No, actually. I'm going to send you and you. Hello there. So this grabs us a monster. This grabs us back the ritual. Which ritual? This ritual. Haha! And then we're gonna get Futsu. We're gonna summon the big pile of snakes. It's a big pile of snakes, chat. Hello there. It is me, a big pile of snakes. Kid, thank you for the gifted sub. And then we're going to use this to get... I think we start by getting Purification, just in case something happens. Oh wait, we were supposed to get Mirror. It's fine, you know what? We're perfectly fine, because we have Megalith Unformed. So we can use Megalith Unformed. And we can get Ophiel by tributing 8 stars. So we get this. We can go Chain Link 1, Chain Link 2. And you're like, oh, you can use this twice. The other effect is to gain a bunch of attack, which, I mean, sometimes works. Yep, let's get Fool. Let's grab Mirror this time. Special summon Murakumo. I mean, yeah, why not? Then we're going to use Ophiel. We're going to use it as the material to summon Fool. We're going to be a little foolish. Fool effect, get back the Ophiel. Either ritual summon 1 Megalith from your hand or deck by tributing monsters from your hand or field. Yeah, so then we can use Fool. We can summon Phaleg using the Futsu in our hand. This will tribute the Futsu, which will get us prayers. Then we can use Mirror to summon back the Futsu. I'm going to put this right here. And then we're going to get our 2 level 8s, and we're going to make Galaxy Photon Lord. Wait, actually, never mind. We've got Futsu. We want to make... We could make Photon Lord. I think IP is probably better. Plus, that gets it in the graveyard. So now we've got the prayers to use during their turn, so we can revive it back instantly. We've got Purification as a negate. And if nothing else, we can use Fool to tribute this to get another level 4 from our deck. The Synergy, chat. Use Fool, or we can use Unformed. Discard. They're getting Diabell What did they discard? The Fiendsmith in Paradise. Yeah, I don't think we want them to get that far. Because having them search a Sinful Spoils is going to make a huge deal. Yeah, I think we just negate it. Get that off the field and stop them from searching. And then, of course, the Futsu comes back, and we chain block with the mirror. We're gonna grab... Oops. Grab one of these for follow-up. Take control. Yeah, I think we use prayers here. They can't steal everything. Yeah, but if they take... I don't want them to take the Futsu. I think it's fine. We'll just see what they take. Show me what you got, big Joker. Okay, they take the Futsu. I can still pay 800 and summon the Murakumo back. And yeah. Let's go ahead and do that. Tribute a monster? No. Ash Blossom. Alright. Here's where we go big head mode. We activate this. We're going to summon Bethor by tributing the Wosu in our hand. So Bethor arrives. That gets negated. Does this misses the timing. Wait, no it doesn't. Okay, I was gonna say, what the hell? This gets to destroy cards up to the number of rituals I control. Did I control? Oh no, different names in your graveyard. And yeah, if this is tributed, I can get rid of the Ophiel and just add this back to my hand. Which I will do. Because we don't need the Ophiel anymore. And there's their entire deck. That's how you do it. See? Synergy! Synergistic management solutions! Okay, 3-0-0. Duel 43 versus Fiendsmith. Does this make us large Batman? I suppose so. You may be the big Joker, but I am the large Batman. Yeah, I will say, these breadsticks are good. Maybe, I'm not sure if it's because I overcooked them, but the cheese is just sliding off in one big chunk. That's the only downside. As far as actual quality, I'd say pretty darn good. Would recommend. I'll have to look up the actual price of this. But I think it's probably good, especially because I'm getting full after only eating half of it. Yeah, also this is a deck I like to call Whitesmith. And I dropped a piece of cheese on the ground. I'm gonna have to vacuum in here, chat. Because it's got white forest. Okay. Give me a second. I'm gonna put the rest of this in the fridge. An old bit of magical white snake. White snake. White snake. White. Here we go again. Ah, man. Just got hit with a wave of nostalgia. Remember when JonTron was funny, chat? Does he still do numbers? I'm curious. I unsubscribed a long time ago. Yeah, he made a video 10 months ago about the Animorphs TV show. $3 million views. I do like Animorphs. Yeah, he's been making videos continuously. What was the last one I watched? Simplifying corporate logos. 4 years ago. Since then, he's made 4, 8, 12, 15, 18 videos. Oh, pardon me. Mitsu Burger, I have not. I kept asking for people to send me lists and no one did. Oh, this is an interesting hand. We got the one of Nibiru going second. Sometimes the big-ass rock wins. What the fuck is this? The Monarch's Revolt! Ah, the new Monarch deck. Doesn't this need you to have nothing in the... Oh. Oh, no. Reveal 3 monsters. Your opponent chooses 1 to add to your hand. Send the rest to the graveyard. Yeah, you can have this one, I suppose. Sadly, I'm not on the Discord server. You could send it on Blue Sky. Hand rip for 3. Hello, Erebus. Do they get to snipe? No, it's a random. Shuffle one card at random. No, come on! You gotta be shitting me! Oh, the 1 in 5. Good eye, sniper. I shoot, you run. The words were written on the walls. The loss of friends you didn't have. I'll call you when the time is right. Are you in or you out? I like to know the end of a soul. Yep, and then they got Zaborg the Mega Monarch. Sending 3 Jirakastero and a Herald of the Arclight and a Garura. And Infernoid Evil. Ugh. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Run quick, they're behind you in an act that would've maybe get us too close from the thing. Whoa. Yep, and then they sent a bunch of our stuff, but not any of the stuff that does anything. Void Apocalypse. Why not just add, like, why play Illusion of Chaos? Why not just add Mitsurugi while you're at it? The Wicked Avatar! You know somebody, I'm just making up the words. Stunned with extra steps. Opponent cannot activate spell traps until the end of their second turn after this was normal summoned. Ironically, chat, if they don't have a whole bunch of disruption on top of this, the Megaliths might get me out of this. I can't activate spell traps for 2 turns, but the Megaliths don't have spell traps. Hold up. I mean, we'll have to see if they have Ash or something like that. Okay, so we Diviner of the Heralds. We activate. We send Herald of the Arclight. Herald activates. We get Megalith, Phaleg. They're like, you fucking what? Activate Phaleg. Ritual Summon Fool. Using Diviner? It's a 6. Yeah, we won't have the ability. Yeah, okay. Put this here. There's no active. Yeah, I didn't have one. Phaleg grabs back, or this grabs back Phaleg. It becomes level 8. Then we can activate Fool. And we can summon Oh, I won't have ones in different... I'll only have one, but I can at least pop the Wicked Avatar. Yeah. So we tribute off the Murakamo. Put this in defense. We do... Chain Link 1 search. Chain Link 2... Blow up this. What do we grab? We can't activate spells or traps. I think we just get this. Because we did normal summon this turn. Yeah. Yeah, I think we just get the... Oh, this locks us into reptiles, though. We just get this for later. Oh yeah, I was like, and then we make a rank 8 and go into Zeus, and I forgot they got rid of our only rank 8 and our Zeus. So we set this and we hope. Oh yeah! They can, I forgot they have 3 complete board wipes in the graveyard. Now we just gotta see if, after everything, they have enough to OTK me. Yeah, I think we give it to this, because they'll tribute someone and get it anyway. It has an effect in the graveyard, the other ones don't. The banish is mandatory, that too. Maybe they'll mess up. Okay, they get Ether. And then they get that back. And then they get to special summon again. Yeah, I think this might just be it. That's 76. Oh, if they can normal summon again for Caius. Yep, and that's exactly 8,000. If only we gave them Caius. It wouldn't matter, this came back either way. Yeah. I guess we need to ban the Wicked Avatar. The Mega Monarch goes crazy. Yeah, but I feel like that's, you know, you get to play the Mega Monarch for playing Monarchs, like Caius. Like, yeah, you get to play Mega Zabor. I feel like if you want to do that, you can. It's the being locked out of spell traps for 2 turns. Another lingering floodgate from early Yu-Gi-Oh! That, like, wasn't as powerful back then and is now broken. Start with this, and yeah, this is just standard Mitsurugi combos, nothing special here. I don't think we can get into the Megalith. Yeah, I talked about this when we were deck building earlier. Yeah, there we go. But in order to get into the Megaliths, everything in Megalith is a 2-card combo, so we have to open with 1 Megalith, and then we can grab the other piece. But we need to have at least 1 Megalith card to do anything. Man, I should have kept track of coin tosses this month, because it feels like we go second more than we go first. And we, you know, 2 Maxi, 3 Ash, 1 Nibiru. We've opened the 1 Nibiru more than we've opened anything. El guapo, el guapo, el guapo corazón. El gato, el gato, el gato es muerto. Mi nombre es Jose and mi gato está muerto. El guapo is bueno, el guapo is here. Rock time. Unfortunately, we will not, because now they have a monster negate. Yep, 15-minute FTK time. I call it Mega Mitsu. But yes. The old Shien? That's not weird. The thing about old Shien is if you make it with the Synchro 5, it basically says your opponent can only activate 1 spell trap per turn. And if it gets negated, then it's just negated. Lorette de Fleur. Yep. Another one. Yep, our win condition is timer. That or drawing the Kaiju Mitsu. Yeah, that would help. Are we getting FTK'd? I mean, I guess we'll find out. Come on, timer. You. Long chat. I am going to stop holding down the button, though. And that way, in between everything, it stops for a second. You were naive. I was a fool. I was a foolish fool. Let me look here real quick, chat. Let me just take a look. Let me take a look-see. 2 monsters with the same type and attributes. So these are both Dark Warriors. They'll still have a negate, and I can still only activate 1 spell trap, but that might help. The same attribute, but different types. These are all warriors. I only get 1 spell trap, so yeah, I gotta do this. We're discarding this. Ooh, Starving Venom. Yeah, these are both dark monsters. Okay. Actually, there's no point. Because I can't activate a spell anyway. I'm going to activate this. If they use Barone to negate, or yeah. If it's destroyed, they destroy all special summoned monsters. In perm. The question is, do I crash first? Or do I normal summon? Yeah, I think we crash first. Special summon a 6 samurai with 2,000 or less attack. Banish 1, then target 1 card on the field and destroy it. Wait, I thought I got rid of the spell trap one. Ah, I hit the wrong one. It doesn't matter if they could do that. They could do it there. I'm sorry, I thought I got rid of the monster negate one. Yeah, granted, what would I have done there? Yep. It really sucks. I'm like rejecting all these deck ideas because I'm like, yeah, a deck that goes first and has no game plan going second because it's just a big combo deck that takes 15 minutes is not viable, and then lose against a deck that does exactly that. Yeah, again, I think I've gone second like 60% of the duels tonight, maybe 70. Yeah, I think we just ash this. The one of... Yeah, and then they just hand loop us. Don't flush the toilet. I wasn't going to the toilet, I was just throwing away a box. I guess I should have mentioned that. Yeah, so what do we do, chat? Do we put in, like, Droll and the Charmies and Imperm and make this like a 50-card deck? So we have more going second tools. Well, they've already got 7 in their graveyard, chat. Oh, never mind, that's 6. Dragite. What do you think of Mermail? It's just a hand loop deck, right? It's not like we've been bricked on megaliths, chat. The one or two times we've opened them, it's always been good. Mind Games too, featuring Simo, yeah. Who makes video essays? Ah. I feel like I've probably seen some of those, but the name doesn't roll off the tongue. spin. Fish, lizard, fish, lizard, fish, lizard. Yeah, maybe the maybe the super poly isn't the way to go, chat. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. So, what do they have? A monster negate and a spell trap negate. Well, it's the 1K. Okay, so Megalith Full doesn't do anything here. Oh, and then they just get it back. Okay. Yeah, I think the board breaker tactics aren't working. I think we run 3 Nibiru because it feels like every deck we've been playing, they just play into Nibiru. They just play into Droll. Is that Charmy the fucking bee? Maybe need a Night Sword? We already have one. I don't suppose there are any rank 8 reptiles. Nope. A man can dream, though. A man can dream. Gaga Gigo, the Risen! I'm gonna barf, yeah. Coach Tranger Wolf Bark? Yeah, I could do. The problem with Hope Harbinger, chat, is that it doesn't discard to negate. So if I make it with like a Murakumo, then I have no way to get it into the graveyard. Granted, neither does Dingirsu, it just summons and does the thing. Now that I'm thinking about it. we can use Drag Luxion to get around it. I'm not sure if that's worth it. Especially since I don't have Drug Luxion. Exciton. Yeah, that's probably a good one. I should probably have a level 8 Synchro just in case. Like if let's say I use oh wait, no, we wouldn't have a level 8. Yeah, we either get 8 and 2 or we turn this into a 6 and then 6 and 4 does it. Dark is good. I guess we could play a 12. Okay. Alright, chat. So things haven't been going... I call them chat. Okay. Alright, so things haven't been going too well. Mostly because I think we've lost like 70 to 80% of our coin tosses. We've been mostly losing coin tosses, which wouldn't be as bad, because we have some hand traps, we have super poly and whatnot. But we've been fighting against the exact kind of decks that I'm like, oh, we shouldn't play, these aren't viable. Which are like these go-first combo decks that lose really hard to Nibiru and Droll and Maxi and Charmies, but are somehow getting away with it even though called by as it won. So I think the only way that we're going to be able to stop those, at least in the low diamonds where we're at, is to play Droll and Charmy and Nibiru. These turn-stopping hand traps that most really good decks wouldn't run into, but we're not facing really good decks. We're facing like 6 Samurais, we're facing like Mermail, these decks that are only good if no one's playing the good hand traps. As a result, this makes our deck 50 cards, but we still have a million starters, a million extenders. Hopefully the ratio should still be good. I'm sticking with the Mega Mitsu because the Megaliths haven't been bricky yet. I guess we'll see though. This is Megalith Mitsu. I'm sticking with the Megaliths because they haven't been bricky yet. We'll see how they go. I've been thinking about taking out Haggith, but so far I'm still really enjoying this combination of things. But I guess we'll see. Let's jump on in. 3.5. See how... Oh, damn it. Okay. I forgot to mention the suit. Okay, we'll take it from the top. Okay. Alright, so things haven't been going well, mostly because we've lost, I think, 80% of the coin tosses since we started tonight. We've just been going second a lot, which is not too bad, because we have going second tools, we have things like Super Poly and Wosu, and we're playing some hand traps. But unfortunately, we've been going up against a lot of the kinds of decks that at the beginning of this stream I said wouldn't be viable. decks that are only good going first, that like if they don't get hit by Nibiru or Maxi or a Charmy or Droll, can just make an overwhelming board that nothing can beat, but have no chance going second. I don't think those decks are good enough to reach Master, but obviously in low diamond they're very popular. So I think the only way we're going to be able to beat them is if we take out the Super Poly and put in 3 Nibiru, 3 Fuelos, 3 or as many Maxis and Drolls as we can play, and just hope that we open at least one of these like turn-ending, game-ending hand traps that'll stop these big, huge combo slop decks. And then hopefully we still have enough starters, like our ratio of starters to hand traps is still good enough that we can go off on our turn. I'm still sticking with the Megalith version of the deck. So far, those haven't been bricks or anything. Every time we've opened them, they've been kind of useful. I'm thinking maybe I might take out the Haggith, but that's been working really fine so far, and that would just be the one card. So let's try this. This is Mega Mitsu 3.5, jumping back in. Oh, pardon me. Avatar Monarch. I can't believe they sniped it. What the heck? Niji Saji. Is that the VTuber thing? Master Duel Festival. You just get a Red Eyes deck. Neat. Okay. Is that the thing they updated? We finally got a notification. During the campaign period, secret packs featuring the themes used by... Yeah, I guess they're streamers. Isn't this the... Oh, these will always be available in the shops, and you get one pack for free. Is that the one that got like a bunch of people just like left and got fired and shit? Wow, we got a whole bunch of one free pulls. Holy shit, pulls. That's V Shoujo. Oh yeah. Nothing. Oh, look, nothing. Digital style. Do a digital dancing. Boy, this is fun. Oh, look, a line graph. Digital style. Oh, hey. Royal Earphone. Cool. Cool. It's neat, I guess. I wonder if this will be... you know what? I got this song stuck in my head while we're just opening packs. We're going to try it, and, you know, if this part is muted or cut out of the stream, you'll know why. I'm going to play a little song, chat. Not in that tab. Let's get a better tab. Let's get a tab that doesn't have my insurance information in it. Did they reset? No, they're doing a festival with a bunch of streamers. The decks that they're playing are here. Also, how long has this been like that? And sure, you know what? Let's go ahead. Put this right up at the top here, chat. Oh, right here at the bottom. An absolute classic.
Oh, I guess it's my turn to choose a card. Let's see. What is the biggest thing in the world?
What's the biggest thing in the world, chat?
That's a tricky one.
A mountain? A sky? A windmill?
No.
If only there was a way to learn more about the world.
Yes, if only there was some way to learn more information about this.
I'm a computer weaker. Of buttons and wires. Inside my mind there is a digital mind. Gross. A very clever leaker. I'll do a 50 in the blink of my eye. Tell you the time. Yes, it's easy to be a clever, smart boy like me when you can do it all digitally. Barpa? Oh, hi. Hey. In that digital, everything made out of numbers and code. The computer. How can that be? Well, I'm inside the screen. You're your digital you. Virtually real, but controlled by real you. Then I'm not real too. And you're real you. It's inside your real you.
Just finished watching the Gem Knight climb. It's another back video. I'm the Panel experience.
There's over 3 things to do. Oh, the line graph digital stop. Digital style to digital dancing. Boy, this is fun. Digital style. Look, nothing. Nothing. Dancing. Digital dancing. Digital dancing. Thank you, Tom Ska. Is that what Tom Ska did? But yes, thank you, AMA Adam. Oh, pardon me. Throat got really dry and scratchy there for a second. But yeah, sorry I didn't respond immediately. I was vibing to a song. Just finished watching the Gem Knight climb. Yet another banger video. I have the Paleozoic experience set as my ringtone. Certified classic. Best Yugi-tuber. Keep up the awesome content. Well, thank you very much. I tip my hat in your direction. 652 is an interesting number. Any significance to that? Chimera Pack. Oh, look, nothing. And I do that. That always stuck with me as just like a great example of the potential of the internet and then what is actually on the internet. You know, on the internet, there's 3 things you can do. You can look up useful information, digital style, and you can fuck around with games. $10 of my money. Ah, I see. Australian conversion. Yeah, and so it's like, you know, the information is useful, but as they see after like 3, it's like, oh, look, a bar graph, digital style, digital dancing. Oh, look, a line graph. And then after like 3 times, it just runs out of information. It's like the vast majority of the internet is just digital style. But the digital style gets more and more horrific the longer you look. And more effort is just digital dancing. Digital dancing, chat. So much of what we do is just digital dancing. Welp, what Chimera? Porn is under digital style. Porn is under digital dancing. Obviously, dancing can be an art form. It can be a mode of self-expression. But at least in the way that they display it there, it's much more like, look, you can have mindless fun. You can just not think about anything and just, like, you know, have fun in the most, like, uninteresting way possible. It's like pornography's entertainment. It's like mindless entertainment. It don't teach you anything about the world. There's not really a lot of substance to it. And then the bird jump scared you. Well, yeah, that's to show that, like, the dark side of the... When I think digital style, I basically think of people on social media showing off, like, what food they ate, or what outfit they wear, or what place they're going to. And at first it's like, yeah, that's pretty good, but it quickly gets to, like, the point where you're ruining the places that you're visiting, or you're, like, renting cars and furniture to make your life look more opulent, or you're putting on a fake beauty standard so you can sell people diet pills or whatever. Are you saying the Macarena is not a high form of art? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. '652 was probably a good year. The Arab-Byzantine War happened. Every year is a good year for someone. Bible Black taught me a lot of things. How many of them have been useful in your life, though? Like, I certainly learned some things. I'm not sure if I've ever used that information in any meaningful way. What was the worst year in human history? The first one. Humanity was a mistake. Oh, probably sometime in the 1940s, right? Like, I'd have to look at it, but I'm pretty sure, like, it's funny because you think of, like, the end of World War II, it's like, well, the war ended. Like, yeah, but the end was when they did a lot of the worst atrocities at the concentration camps. The, like, rounding people up and trying to hide evidence of it by just, like, mass killing people or putting them on forced marches or putting them in trains and then driving the trains halfway to somewhere and then just abandoning the trains with people locked inside of them. You just open up the train and, like, corpses fall out. And then America nuked Japan, like, the same year that stuff was happening. In 2018, Medieval Scholar nominated 536 as the worst year to be alive because of a volcanic winter, causing average temperatures in Europe and China to decline, resulting in crop failures and famine for well over a year. Oh, yeah, that was probably pretty bad. I think that was around the destruction of Pompeii. What did I just join into? There's a, if you don't know me and my content, there's a running theme, like a running joke, where I'll see some random number, like an attack number, like after my attack stats will be halved and it'll be like 1950. And I'll be like, oh, 1950, a fine year. Be like, 1735, a fine year. And Mr. Metal has been joining into that joke where every time I mention a year, he finds a picture or a painting that came from that year and then posts it up and, like, photoshops my face, like, smiling on it. It's like, 1350, a fine year. There's, like, a picture of, like, a market from, like, 1350s Azerbaijan, and I'm just in the bottom corner, like, thumbs up. If you don't know my content, founder's badge. And so we were trying to figure out, is there any year that wasn't a fine year? What was the worst year in human history? And so I was thinking, probably 1945. Because, again, just a bunch of bad stuff. Like, the Holocaust was the worst it ever was, and Japan got nuked. It's like, yeah, we won the war, but the cost of that was things got worse before they got better. And then someone else was like, 536, there was, like, worldwide famine. Holocaust versus plague versus volcanoes. Well, I'm trying to think, like, worldwide, right? Like, I think in 1945 specifically, like, I'm trying to think, like, was there a place on Earth where it was, like, good to live? Because obviously, if you were, like, even if you were in America, America didn't get attacked during the war, but you're still living under wartime rations, limited freedoms. Your fathers and son, like, if you were an able-bodied guy, you were sent off to war. If you were a woman, your son or husband was probably off to war. South America. Maybe. Oh yeah, that was way. Yeah, maybe South America was good. They sent soldiers, but they didn't send, like, as many. Probably the dictatorship years. Actually, I think they were fine at that point. South America really didn't get affected by the big bad dictators until, like, the 60s and 70s. Like, South American governments toppling and getting overthrown by authoritarians was like, it was a Cold War thing. Where, like, the CIA specifically backed a whole bunch of insurgents and gave money to, like, any dictator who would do, like, good stuff for America or be anti-communist. The CIA backed authoritarians, yeah. Like, because, well, that's what I was looking up. I was like, when were the Latin American Wars of Independence? Because pretty much every South American country got independence within the span of, like, 50 years. My country was ruled by a dictator for 31 years. Fuck Trujillo. I'm unfamiliar with Trujillo. What country is that? Dominican Republic. Ah. I'm unfamiliar with the history of the Dominican Republic. 1917 was pretty bad too. That was the Spanish flu. Yeah. Somebody knows history. I know a lot of history. I just, that's the thing. I have gaps everywhere. There was a guy here who came in one time talking about, he was asking a bunch of questions about, now I can't remember the place, and now I feel even worse. It's those islands that are, like, south of China, but north of Australia. Starts with an M, I think. What was the name of your political channel? Just Hardleg. Fiji? Malaysia. I think it was Malaysia? Yeah. Like, I know almost nothing about Malaysia, and he was talking about all the cool, like, stuff that was happening in there. And I was just like, huh. Because they have, I think, like, what? Like, the like, 5th or 6th most populous country in the world or something like that? Or maybe it's, like, most populous per volume or something like that. Malaysia is an island. It's like 2 islands. I think, unless I'm still getting this confused. Let me look up real quick. Malaysia. Yeah. Let me go ahead. Then it's not Malaysia. Yeah, it's, here, let me show you. Oh, there we go. But yeah, Malaysia is the southern part of this island and the northwestern part of this island. Everything encircled by the red is Malaysia. Oh wait, this isn't an island. This is part of a gulf. But yeah, it's really interesting because it's like most places I think of like a country as being like a contiguous place of land. Like obviously America has Alaska and Hawaii. I get Malaysia mixed up with the Philippines. Yeah, and I get Indonesia was the other thing I was thinking of. Yeah, and there's the Philippines, which is a series of islands. But yeah, so you have this I'm curious what this landmass is called. Because like a lot of people don't know. Like this whole section right here. Oh, interesting. It's not moving around. There we go. Like, a lot of people know this is Spain and this is Portugal. But this, like, area here, this whole, peninsula that sticks out is called the Iberian Peninsula. I'm not sure if there was ever a place just called Iberia. But if it was, I guess, like, all of this is Iberia. Oh. So I'm not sure, like, what this, like, jutting out is, but it's made of Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, Myanmar. And then, I guess it looks like Thailand has this tiny little section that goes down here. And they own the top part of this peninsula, and then it just ends, and then Malaysia's here. And then Malaysia's also over here. I don't know what this island is. Kalimantan? Borneo. Oh, so the island, okay. The island of Borneo. So is that what this country is called? Or is this country part of Indonesia? Or is Indonesia just this island? Yeah, this whole area is like one of my biggest weak points. Because like I know the history of Japan and China, North and South Korea fairly well. I know a little bit about Russia. I know a lot about Europe and America, obviously. And then it's like everything around here. I don't know much about Indian history. I don't know about this whole like Indochina, Southern Chinese Sea. Borneo is Indonesia in the south and Malay at the top. Have you read the manga Kingdom, Hardleg? I have not. The history of these islands is very interesting. Yeah. New Zealand. Which, if you don't know, I think it's in the Netherlands. Nope, I'm in Belgium now. Where is it at? I know it's around here somewhere. I'm looking for the original Zealand. But yeah, because that's a lot of these places were colonized by the Netherlands. The Dutch in Amsterdam. And so that's why you have New Zealand. Kind of like New York. It's a southwestern province in the Netherlands. Doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo. Okay. 90% of my duels today are against Striker. I haven't faced a single Striker today. Striker, I barely even know her. Back to suffering. No, we're not suffering. We get to go first this time. I keep thinking it's not showing my mate because Kage to Kage just kind of blends in with everything. Great. Just what I always wanted. Okay, let's try this. Do you want to tribute a monster? Yes. Tribute that. Yeah, we're just adding because we can't summon anyway. Yep, so we add this. Activate this. And we just get Mitsurugi Mirror. Go Habakiri. Get Saji. Saji tribute Saji. Activate Saji, get Ritual. You've seen this combo a million times already. We're going to do one of these. Get a Habakiri using you. this side of the graveyard by using you. I think just in case we get hit with Nibiru, this is probably the best. Although if we get this, we can normal summon, get Wosu for next turn, and grab Nibiru. Yeah. We're gonna try that. Whoa, Sue! Go for Gallant Granite. Grab myself a Nibiru. One of them Nibiru's I've heard so much about. Use all three? No, I think I'm good. Alright. It doesn't seem like much, but it's pretty good. Yeah, we just do this now, right? Or do we wait? Yeah, we don't want to play into triple tack if we don't have to. Could be. I mean, they've got the field and the sleeves and the mate. But it doesn't look like to be Sky. I guess they're just fans of Sky Strikers. What can I say? Yeah, we hit this with this. Ah, I see. Yep, that's still fine. They get Makoto, Aramasa, shuffle back the mirror. Grab one of these. That's fine by me. Yeah, the problem is they can make whatchamacallit here, and we're just kind of screwed. I don't think there's anything we could do about it, though. Yeah, we'll just get back to Mitsurugi Ritual. Exciton? No, Duo Drive. Let's go for... Yeah, this guy. Yeah, and they have to be able to detach. They detach as effect. We learned this last time. So we wait for them to detach, and then we do a thing. Or we wait for them to activate. And then we make Underworld Goddess using you. 2, 3, 4, 5. Negated. And then we can use the trap to bring back Murakumo if they get 2 more 4s on board. Yeah, I'll do that. I think we just bring back our own Murakumo. The trap is only once per turn. Ah. I mean, I've made a little mistake then. Okay. Chain Link 1. Murakumo. Yeah, I mean, I have like a million cards to discard there. Chain Link 2, Nibiru. None of this will affect Underworld. Oh, it's the opponent. Oops. Discard, yeah. I don't need that. Oh, I mistimed that a lot. Well, I done goofed. Can they kill me from here? I thought I was being clever. Damn, I might just be dead. Fuck, I messed that up. I thought you could only use each effect once per turn. Oh, they're not using... Oh. It's a summoning condition. Might be okay. Yeah, I think I'm still alive. This was a triumph. Fey leg! My leg! Huge success? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we just get rid of the Fey leg. Make them be like, you what? And just blow up the field, and then we just win from there. Yeah. Didn't leave a card in hand, buddy. Oh. Oh yeah, this isn't once per chain. I forgot. It's fine. We're too big to fail. Yeah. Wosu, tribute this detonator, please. Ah, fuck. Okay, there we go. I locked in at the end there. Never punished. Like, am I ranking up yet? I've been here all day. Please. 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 Going first. Interesting. Interesting indeed. We're in a tricky pickle, chat. We got 2 normal summons. Each one more normal than the last. Yeah, I think we have to try this one. Yep, and that would have hit either one, unfortunately. And this is, it's like, every person's like, you gotta play all the 3 Mitsurugi rituals. Because if you get it with any ritual, any level 8 in hand, you're great. But what if you don't, chat? Yep, we're 50 cards. We've got 6 normal summons. We drew 2 of them, plus a 1 of, plus a 1 of. We lose, right? I mean, it depends if they brick. You always want to double check. Yeah, we lose. You're diluting the pool with all the there's 4 megalith cards in the deck. We just keep going. We want to draw one of them. We just want to draw them with other cards. Like, this is great. Now we've got, like, discount stuff warehouse. Unless they got droll. If they droll, we dead. Hello, droll. Nice to meet you. Okay, so we get this. Then we can summon this by using this. Then we can normal summon this guy. And we can end on IP plus Futsu. That's not too bad under Droll. It's fucking, Tempai, isn't it? Yep. No, it's Sky Striker. I'm still probably dead. Dead, but slower. I mean, they're gonna have like 12 cards, so I'm probably dead regardless. Well, at least they gave me 1,000 life points back. Okay. Saji. I'm getting all my normal summons that I do not want. Yeah, I think I have to go for this. Either way, if they have a negate, they just negate and I'm dead. But if they don't, then I'm not. Okay, hold on. Called by the grave. Goodbye, Murakumo. Both. So we add this back. And then we special summon this, actually. Use this effect. Get Wosu. Hello, Su. It's Wosu. Yeah, we're gonna activate this. We're gonna get the purple guy. Getting that back doesn't stop it. Yeah, I think we get the ritual. No, we just get back prayers, actually. We're gonna play a control game. And then we're going to do this, which does not trigger Ray, I'm pretty sure. Get tributed. And we're going to grab the trap because a level 5 or higher reptile, which means we can use it with Wosu. Hit for 2,000. We've got a negate. And we can make them say their prayers. We can't use both effects in one turn, so we just use this. We tribute off this. Both effects. We will add the other Murakumo to hand because it'll be unnegated next turn. We will special summon the Futsu. Yeah. And then this was tributed. So we get to deck thin again. Deck Thin, the movie, the game! Unfortunately, I don't think I have a properly summoned Habakiri in the graveyard, so I can't lower their attack. They're going to be able to plus Ultra, but every time they summon something, I get to summon something. Hayate. Thank you. We ladder climbing? I don't think so, friend. Boom, ba-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Then for everyone, no! I forgot about that one. But if this isn't on the field, I'll still get the summon, so I'll at least have somewhat of a defense wall. They shuffle back 6, so they get to bounce both of these. Lemon's Gate. Oh, I don't have to tribute. Yeah, we had this back. He should have done that in the end phase. Yeah. I don't think I could activate Ritual if I wanted to. I don't have any left in the deck. Well, that worked out better than expected. I thought we were still dead there. Couldn't you go into the thing and get back an engage and then add 2 more cards and then recycle the engage and then add 2 more cards? Well, it worked. Bro had lethal on turn 2 and threw. Turn 2 and then he threw. Turn 2 and then he threw. Turn 2, 2, 2. Bop, 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 bop. They haven't aced their cards. Yep. It's hard to be like, Joe, you need to get rid of the Megalith cards. I don't think I've opened like 1 Megalith card in like all day. There's like one time, it's like maybe if that Megalith was a hand trap instead, I might have been better, but... What other Mitsu variants? Just Fiendsmith Mitsu. Mythsmith. I also haven't opened with Maxi or Droll. They aren't really contributing to the deck. Yeah, but they're not hurting it either. Ryziel is still an option? No, it's not. I said at the beginning I wasn't going to play Ryziel. Even if I wanted to, I don't have the money to do it. The ladder climbs don't make that much money anymore. In fact, ad revenue across the channel has been down. I've mentioned this before, but I pretty much lose money on the Masochist. Like, I have to use funds from the Patreon to pay Mr. Metal for that. And that used to be compensated by the fact that the ladder climbs made like $1,000. But now they barely break like 400. So I do not have the money to spend like hundreds of dollars wailing on cards to get Ryziel to build that. Wave high, King Caesar. Caesar waving high. Have you seen Mitsu Ogdoadic? I have. How's Critter? Give him a pat for my part. A pat, a pat, a pat, a pat. Critter says thank you. If you don't speak Critterese. I've not spent any money on the actual like opening of packs on Masochist. What if we fund the gambling addiction? If it was a deck that I really wanted to play, like if I was really like, man, I would love to play Mitsurugi Ryziel, but I just don't have the money to do it, then maybe. But the thing is right now, it's I don't want to play it and I don't have the money. You could solve one of those problems, but it wouldn't solve the other problem. And it's not even that I don't want to play it because I don't think it'll win or I don't think it'll be fun. It's that I don't think people would be interested in watching it. Like you all might. But you all are the super fans. I've said this before. If you're here in this stream or watching it live on YouTube, then you are like the top 1% of fans. And when I say something like, you know, YouTube ad revenue is down or whatever, obviously that, or not obviously, but I should be clear, that doesn't apply to you. That's why I always feel bad about, like on the one hand, I want to be transparent and talk about like the finances and how the channel's going, but I also don't want to complain because there's nothing you all can do about it. You all are already the super fans. You're already watching, you're subscribing, you're liking. Most likely you're commenting. Most of you, or many of you, are on the Patreon already. We're the freaks who want to see the crazy shit. Not even the crazy shit, but like, you enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh! Enough that you're willing to tune in for the meta. I feel like I'm already going to have a tough time selling Mitsurugi to a general audience. I think the only way I'll be able to bring more people on is if the title of the thumbnail says, like, can I make it to the top of the ladder with pure Mitsurugi? Or Mitsurugi parentheses and no Raizio. Or I make like the SpongeBob meme of like, welcome to Master Duel, how tough are ya? I got to the top of the ladder with Mitsurugi, so, without any Raizio. Oh, go right ahead. I am the 1%. No rank 4s are allowed. We can make rank 4s. Ariane sent me a, what's it called? The Onomat. He sent me Onomat Mitsurugi, which seems like it might work, but again, it's a modern deck. Okay, I might be able to make this work. Oh no, I would have been able to make it work except for Mitsurugi Mirror. Okay. No. Yeah, because this alone stops both of the rituals. Okay. Oh, I guess they detached. Yep, let's try this. Okay, so that got out the other way of high. Okay. Sure. Try this. Yeah, you never let that resolve in a million years. Okay, so we've baited out all the stuff that's going to stop us instantly, unless they have Ash or Maxi. But they still have a Steal, they still have a Pop, they still have Bring Back Dingirsu. I'm probably still dead, but we'll see. Board wipes are board wipes. I've used almost every spell trap, so getting Saji actually doesn't do anything here. So we do that. We're going to grab Murakumo here. Then we're going to mirror. I'm looking at the Mitsu in the mirror. Summon this by attributing this. We're gonna chain link 1, blow up the field. Chain link 2, search. Discard a card, please. Santa Claus! They're really worried about Lunalights. Yeah, I think we just get purple guy. Everything blows up. Normal summon. Grab back. Prayers? Yeah, we've used both effects of ritual. Ooh, or... No, we wouldn't be able to. Yeah, we just get prayers. Orcust is crazy. The thing about Orcust is it's you know, you really just have to play the one Babel. And then you're fine. Send one card on the field to the graveyard. Okay. Yeah, but they can't do it on my turn. Yeah, and then they just... Yeah, I could bring something back, but nothing I bring back. Okay, my only hope. Maybe they miss. "50-50 shot." They have 2 removals? They already used the link 4. Pay attention. Yes! They fell for the bait, chat! I don't think that helps us, but they fell for the bait. Nightmare Phoenix, fuck, are they this far ahead? $3,800 is a really big number. Nibiru, last card. Ugh. They've already used the Fiendsmith effect, though, chat, so they can't bring it back again. Can all they do is attach and destroy? No, they got other stuff. Access code. Oh, and then symbol skeleton to come back. Or just attack with that. You should run Fossil Dyna. Is that the kind of games you like watching play? Do you like it when, like, the person just doesn't interact with their opponent at all? Because that feels like it'd be really boring to watch. I finally get unformed, and I draw a mere pre-prep Night Sword Serpent. Son of a bitch. I can't believe I have a 50 card deck with one mirror and I keep drawing it. Yeah, again, just since we haven't opened with Maxi, haven't opened with Fuelos, haven't opened with Droll. We've opened with Nibiru a few times. Keep opening with this. Like, if we had opened like this, we're like golden. Or this and like any ritual. Zeke, the plumber. Thank you. Three-card set. We might not be out of this. We're out of this. All the one-ofs in the world. Yeah, like I could summon Hardleg, but it don't do anything. Let me just look. Draw 5 card sample. Okay. So, like... Mirror plus pre-prep every other game feels like... This is a good go second card. I could have gotten a couple draws off of that. This plus Unformed is like a really good combo, especially with full. It gets full Mitsurugi and full, Megalith combo. Like, this is kind of a brick. Like, that would have stopped them from going forward. This is full Megalith combo. This is full Mitsurugi combo. And then this is the one brick. This is like double. This gets me both combos. This gets me both combos. It's Maxi plus opening. Yeah, this is everything. This is almost everything. Yeah, this still works, assuming we don't get it. And we have the stuff. Even that would have been better. Where were these hands? Like, it feels like every time we hop into a duel, we get the worst hand possible that our deck can generate. And, like, I know we're not playing the most optimal list, but I feel like it's more, like, again, we just did, like, 10 test hands, and there was never one where it's like, this test hand doesn't do anything. Like, 10 test hands in a row, where we're getting, like, a perfectly fine mix of starters and hand traps, and then the last 4 duels have been, like, almost bricks. Oh yeah, we gotta add one to our brick fest. Yeah, like, this is just, like... Megalith Unformed. Summon Ophiel. Send this. Chainlink 1. Chainlink 2. Like, do I even need to play this one out at this point? It's just like... Oh, well, I didn't even do the effect. It's fine, though. Yeah, like, let's assume that got ashed, or this got it. Like, there's so much we could do. I'll try one more, and we'll see what happens. Become level 8. Recover. Yeah, real quick, maybe I'm just misremembering things. We know that last one was a brick. What was the one before that? Play that replay. Yeah, that one we had good starters. This wasn't a brick by any means. We just didn't have any hand traps. We needed to slow them down because they make more negations than we can handle. Yeah, and then this is perfectly playable. Although we got ashed. Although that was like, why are we opening mirrors so much? Craft a foil mirror. Superstition is sometimes real. No, it's not. It's never real. Alright. This is pretty good. We've got the Megalith half of the deck. We've got the Mitsurugi half of the deck. And we got 2 things to stop stuff. Max C. Yeah. I think not, friend. I pointed he. Haha. So we get Saji. 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 So many Sajis. Let's do this. The same old story, same old song and dance, my friend. In this case, you and you. Ame no Habakiri no Mitsurugi. Chain block, even though if they had Ash, they would have used it by now, I imagine. Yeah, we get the Futsu here. Ritual summon, we're gonna get the Murakumo using this guy. Let's grab the mirror. Mirror time! Let's get the Futsu using this. We get to add the trap. Special summon. And then to play around Nibiru, we make Galaxy Eyes. Photon Lord. And then, behold, Megalith! We're going to get the Ophiel by tributing this. And they surrender. Yeah, then Futsu comes back, Ophiel gets Fool, Ophiel summons Fool, grabs back the thing. And then we have a lot of stuff. We just gotta get a good mix of the things, chat. The rocks are back in town. Pardon me. If you had to go in a one-on-one in a fight with any of the common hand traps, except for Maxi, who would it be? I wouldn't want to fight Maxi. Are you kidding me? Cockroaches? Who would want to fight any of those? I don't think any of that, like, all the hand traps are either too ferocious, or it's like, What are you gonna do? Fight Ash Blossom? Are you gonna beat up a girl? Like a little girl? No, you get arrested for that. That's rude. She's just dancing around or whatever. Same with Ghost Over, Ghost Bell. Skullmeister would probably kick. I don't know. Skullmeister feels like a dollar store goth. Perry Knights. That's the other thing. It's like, you know, I could probably beat up Droll, but I'm not sure if I could beat up Droll and Lockbird. 2-on-1 and one of them can fly. I mean, fighting type have a weakness against flying. You ever tried to punch a bird? It ain't easy. Valor? Yeah, I could probably beat up Valor. If I had to fight one of them, I think Valor would be like he would be like a challenge without being like a pushover. No material. What did I? Again, I'm not gonna fight a child. Yes, yeah, Saravis would eat me. Oh, you know who I could beat up? Herald of Orange Light. This fucker's had it too good for too long. Actually, he's pretty spiky. Now that I'm looking at it, that might hurt. Like, he might be able to, like, just fly into my chest and, like, kill me. It might be like punching a rock. Or it could be very brittle. You don't have no hands, true. There we go. Fucking wiffle ball. I'll show them who's who. They're gonna come. I'm gonna hit them with the batter up. Just bam! Home run. He does have a spike, so he has a chance. Purple Light has a spike on the bottom. Purple Light also has hands. Did Green Light have hands? Green Light had legs. Yeah, Green Light has legs. Purple Light has hands. They're all going to be a little tricky. I mean, this is technically a hand trap. I don't want to fight this guy, though. You don't look like you want to fight me, either. Battle Fader? Yeah, I could ring his bell, if you know what I mean. Fight Battle Fader. I'm a gnome. No material. Yeah, I don't know if she's a child, but she's child size, chat. I am not fighting a child. You could kick an look, okay. I could fight a gnome. I would not fight a gnome. Firecracker? He's on fire. Like, motherfucker has sprinklers and explosives and shit. Granted, they look like he's just got. I never noticed that he got like fucking snake. Sprinklers can still fuck you up if they're lit. Also, he's blue for an amazing reason, chat. Karibo? Yeah, I would punch Karibo. He's got dead, soulless eyes. Like a doll's eyes. Wing Karibo? Yeah. That's getting punched too. What's the Duel Links one that everyone played? I want to say Kari Ball, but that's not it. No, it's Sphere Karibo. Yeah, Sphere Karibo. I could beat up Sphere Karibo. Curry Photon is a fucking missile. All right, with that, chat, I think I'm done for tonight. I can't believe we're still hard stuck in Diamond 4. I don't know what to do. I thought this, I was like, oh, I'm playing the meta, and it's not been good. Maybe I need to play more Bestials. Mr. Fiend Smith. With Smith Mitsu. Yeah, maybe. Like, maybe do this, and then we take out these, and we take out this, and that, of course. And... go down to 2 of those. Take out that. And like... do one of those. Like, just go crazy on the hand traps. Oh, I also need a Lurry. Yeah, Moon is still legal in this format. I need an extra deck still. Okay, so that's the end of playing Master Duel tonight, chat, but it is not the end of the stream. I got something else. I wasn't going to do this year, but I keep getting people asking me stuff. Asking me to do this. I might as well put it out. Maybe it'll get some views or whatever. Ugh. Gem Knight Ladder Climb, not doing terrible, but it's doing worse than the Gladiator Beast one. Which is unfortunate. Hot tub stream? No. It's too cold for that. You ever gonna play Final Sentence? Mr. Stenographer? I feel like that would only be like... well, because I watched Yahtzee do a review of that, and it feels like that's a game that would like only be useful... not useful. It would only be novel for like 5 to 10 minutes. Like, it's just me typing. Would y'all really want to see me type? Yeah. There we go. But yeah, people keep asking me to do the 1 year review of the ladder climbs. Go back and check through everything. Final Sentence, is that not playing Destiny board? Let me see if I can find a picture of that real quick. By the way, this is what my This is what YouTube's front page looks like if you don't have any of the algorithm stuff turned on. Isn't it lovely, chat? This hurts my eyes. Can we get this in dark mode? Is there a trailer?
Congratulations, you have won this round. You may prepare for the next one.
How would your palms be, 100 players, 100 typewriters. Every mistake spins the barrel. Only one will survive. Yeah, so it is Battle Royale typing game. The Long Walk. Yeah, I guess that's one way to put it. Okay, is there a way to do dark mode for you babies? Customize toolbar. Typing of the Dead has trained me for this. You'd think it would just be like a really easy button. But I can't seem to find it. Tools. Settings, maybe? Appearance. Ah, there we go. There you go. Are your little eyes being hurt anymore, chat? Master 1 is the highest rank on Master Duel's competitive ladder, and achieving that rank ain't easy. These days, the best decks build unstoppable boards. It's too dark, I'm scared. Okay, so the last retrospective. Oh, well, hello there. Welcome back. Oh, we did a tier list. To a ladder climb retrospect. So, do we do a tier list again, chat? You look so full of joy. The last one we did was the Nouvelle. Okay, so I need to open Earth Machine, Snake Eyes, Gold Pride, Volcanic, Memento, Odd Eyes, Paleozoic, Goaty, Ancient Gears, Ritual Beasts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Shouldn't there be 12? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Where did I miss out? February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November. Oh, yeah. Gotcha. We go to the Sleepy Girl deck. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Oops. And let me go back again real quick and look at how I did this last year. Oh, well, hello there. Welcome back once more to a Ladder Climb retrospective. This is the second time we've done this. People may not remember the first time. It didn't get very many views, but I had enough people ask me about it, enough people who were interested in my thoughts, that I figured we'd do it again, especially since today's the Patreon Hangout. A lot of people don't know I do monthly hangouts with the patrons where we do like fun games and stuff like this and occasionally neat little activities. They're all up there in the chat, and they're going to help me rate these decks. If you missed the last time, we went through and we ranked all of the first year's worth of episodes from like best to worst, and that worked all right, but I figured this time, put them on a tier list, A through D, all of the episodes from 2023, one episode a month, so that's 12 whole episodes, and we're just going to be rating them. There's no S on this, because I don't think any of my ladder climbs are like that great that they're like a head above the rest, like better than perfect. It's like at best they're adequate, like they did what they set out to do. And likewise, I don't think we need an F tier. There's none of these that like failed, that were like just horrible videos. I think some are like maybe a little disappointing. They maybe belong in D tier, but yeah, that's the general gist of the channel. And we're going to be going by just sort of rating these on vibes, right? There's not like a super complex scale. It's just how entertaining it was, how fun of an episode what it was. Did it turn out well? And in addition to giving my own opinion, we're also going to be having polls for all the patrons in chat. They're going to be helping me decide where these belong. And if you missed the first episode, the way we rate these, we're going to start by looking at the beginning, kind of checking out the editing. If you don't know, even though most of the episodes are edited by outside editors that I hire, I do the intros myself, and by looking at them, it's kind of a good way to gauge like how well the channel is doing and how much I've evolved as a creator. Because I feel like every episode I learn just a little bit more, and the intros get more elaborate, more involved as I get more technical skill, and also more time to work on the intros. And then we're going to skip to the end, look at the results of how the deck did, just like how well it performed, how many variants it took, if there's any like interesting things I remember, because a lot of these episodes I don't even remember like a year down the road. We'll check out the number one comment, see what the top comment has to say, and then we'll have a little poll with chat. We'll figure out where we're going to place these. Alright, so we got a lot of episodes to go through, so let's just go ahead and jump into this, starting with the first episode, which was the Predaplant ones. Yeah, I guess we do a tier list again. This is Hardleg. This is Hardleg on speed. Yeah. My apologies if that was too fast for you, chat. I've gotten into the habit of, like, watching everything on 1.5 speed. And then if I'm impatient, I just go up to 2. Let's go... Oh, make a tier list. Single use. And yeah, we're just going to do this, and I should be able to get... We want to go into ladder climb, images. The ground is shaking, chat. So much stuff is happening outside. Can you hear that outside? They loud. Earthquake? It does kind of sound and feel like an earthquake. They got like big ol' equipment. Discount equipment warehouse. They beeping like crazy. Okay, I think that should be everything. If I control plus this, will that make everything bigger on every tab? No, it's still fine.
Master 1 is the high.
Nope, stat. Snake eyes. This one's still loading. They're trying to figure it out. Paleozoic. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11. And we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, we got all of them. I should probably organize them in the order that they came out. Was Memento... Memento was after the fire. Then that. Wait, where was Goaty? Goaty was after Paleo. Paleo Goat. Paleo was the deck. A tier at least. Earth Machine was this year? This is last year. That was the thing, is I used to do it halfway. I used to do these in like August, September, around my birthday. And I would do it for the previous year. So now we're like a whole year behind. So this is the third year of Ladder Climb. This would be 2024. Do we have any mods in the chat who might be able to help out with doing polls? So I don't have to do a poll every single time? Because I'm going to be asking you all, like, what tier do you think this would fall into? I can poll? Okay. Thank you, Frost Hollow. I too can poll, but Frosty has it. Alright, give me a moment. I'm just going to use the bathroom again one more time and grab a Tums, and then we'll begin. Oh, and a water. This will be like a minute. We could put on a music for a minute then. Great, now everything's in dark mode. I'm a polar. I'm a roller. I'm a midnight scholar. Don't ask me what a scholar is. Meme song? Sure. Here you go, chat. Man, someone asked me, they're like, what is that song where you go, how about no? How about no? And I was like, well, the original song is What About Me? But the song's not called that. It's called Television / So Far So Good. I have no idea why it's called that. Even the full version is like, doesn't mention television, I don't think. Also, that version, a lot of people are familiar with that song because it's been used in memes. Usually it's that version either slowed down or pitched down. So it's like, what about me? What about me? But that's just that's a cover that someone did of one verse. I was really surprised when I was like looking this up. I was like, what's that song that I keep hearing in the memes? Like, what's the original version? Really good song. Oops. No idea why it's called So Far So Good. Would recommend, though. There's like another 4 minutes of it. We won't be listening to all of it, though. Okay. Y'all about ready to do this? If you are, let's get some cats in the chat. Let's get some emotes. Let's get people excited. Do some dancing. I was born not ready, but now I am. Aye, aye, Captain. I can't hear you. Oh. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? Absorbent and yellow and porous is he. Who's the artist? I already closed it. Rex, Orange County. Okay. Oh, well, hello there. Welcome to... Oh, hell. Oh, hell. Oh, well, hello there. Welcome to Year 3 Ladder Climb. Oh, well, hello there. Welcome to a bit of nostalgia. Welcome to year... What do we even call this? What did I call the last one? Ladder Climb Retrospective Year 1. Ladder Climb Retrospective Year 2. Okay. Oh, well, hello there. Welcome to Nostalgia. Year 2 Retrospective of the Ladder... We're on Year 3. Fuck. Oh, well, hello there. Welcome to Nostalgia. Welcome to the Year 3 Ladder Climb Retrospective. The third in a series where I go back at my most popular series and look at the old episodes and see how good they were and rate them on a tier list. We got a tier list today. Remember when tier lists were really popular? Like 2 or 3 years ago when we did this the second time. It was... These were more popular. I've decided to do this again because it's more interactive. We're going to be having chat vote on how well these do. And if you haven't seen this before, I don't know what to say. I mean, this is... There's got to be a better intro. But, okay. Oh, well, hello there. Welcome to Year 3 of the Ladder Climb Retrospective. I'm a Hardleg Joe, if'n you didn't know. And like I've done 2 times before, we are sitting down and going back to look at old episodes of my most popular series, The Ladder Climb. The flagship series of this channel, at least it was for a while. Spoiler alert. It doesn't do as well this year. Damn it. I stand in judgment. You know what would help me? If I had a bat. Oh, well, hello there. Welcome to year number 3. Oh, well, hello there. Welcome to year 3 retrospective. Hey, what's up? How's it going? we're doing another ladder climb retrospective. It's year 3, the 3rd year of doing this. Going back, looking at my most popular series, as I've done 2 times before, if you couldn't tell by the 3. Also, this is improvised, if you couldn't tell. I'm not doing a whole lot of editing on this. We're just coming in on live stream, hanging out with chat, and being a little nostalgic, looking back at stuff that happened at this point 2 years ago. Specifically, we're going to be looking at the 2024 ladder climbs. Normally, I do this like halfway through the year, sometime around like August or July, so it isn't so far back. I wasn't actually going to do one this year, but I keep getting more and more comments of people asking me to go back to look at them again. I did it for the first 2 years, so I figured, what the hell, I have a little time, might as well do this for the real fans who really want to know my thoughts going over all these. So it's going to be the same format as last time, which if you missed, we had a tier list. Remember tier lists? They used to be very popular. I suppose some people still like tier lists. I feel like they've kind of fallen out of favor lately. Maybe we should do an iceberg, but I don't even know how that would work with something like this. But yeah, we've got 11 ladder climbs, all the episodes from 2024, and we're going to be rating them from A to D. There is no S tier because I don't feel like there was any ladder climb that was like way astoundingly better than the others. And there's no F tier, because I don't think there was any episode that was like an absolute failure. But there are certainly ones that did better than others. And not only will I be rating it, but chat here, Twitch chat will chime in as well and let me know what they think about it. As for what criteria we're rating these on, we'll be rating these on, mostly just vibes, whatever I feel like. To be honest, I make so many of these, so much content in general, that I don't remember a lot of them half the time. So what we'll be doing is sitting down, we'll be watching like the intro of the video to see how that looks, and then we'll be skipping ahead to the very end to see what the statistics look like, then maybe check some of the comments, see if there's any most played areas, and seeing what chat has to think about it. Again, just having a nice nostalgic time, just reminiscing on things past. What are we, some kind of nostalgia critic? Da-da-da-da-da-da. It's so weird that the Nostalgia Critic has this really, like, dramatic guitar song, considering how silly his show is. But that's neither here or there. Either way, we're going to go ahead and start. Either way, we're going to go ahead and start with the episode 1 year ago. Either way, we're going to start with the episode from February 2024. This was recorded in January, released in February, which is the Earth Machine ladder climb, which, if you don't know, is the most viewed video on my channel, and it's not even close. The Earth Machine ladder climb really did just do amazing numbers. 400,000, finally outpacing like all my crossovers, all my holiday specials. Up until then, that was my most popular stuff. Anything that I did with Rada, anything that I did for April Fools, or that had Simo's face on the thumbnails. I was really happy with how this turned out and how well this did. The fact that it got so many views. And I have no idea why it did as good as it did. I don't feel like there's a huge audience for Earth Machine. I don't feel like this really got outside of the Yu-Gi-Oh bubble. Based on the comments, there weren't a whole lot of people who were watching who like didn't know about Yu-Gi-Oh. So I haven't the slightest idea. I wish I knew, because I would obviously do more stuff like this. But it just really did seem like the algorithm just had my favor there for whatever reason. Let's go ahead and start with the intro. I said this last year, but the intros are a really good way to judge kind of the health of the channel and how well this is doing. Because even though I have other people edit the majority of the videos, I do the intros myself. And the more invested I am in the series and the episode, the more free time I have in general, the more I spend crafting these and making these as awesome as possible. And this one is certainly no slouch. Yeah, all right, back it up. No, okay, now drop it down real slow. No, not like that. No.
Master 1 is the highest rank on Master Duel's competitive ladder, and achieving that rank is not an easy task, only by utilizing...
Yeah, just, you know, it's not much, it's barely animated. It, like, shakes, it zooms in a little bit. I've got, like, a filter. But being able to have this, and then, like, have the little shadow as it gets closer, and obviously I had a button-up shirt and a hard hat. Like, all the theming just really worked together here. What's the Link 2 called again? I couldn't tell you.
Back it up. No, okay, drop it down real slow. No, not like that.
Master 1 is the highest rank on Master Duel's competitive ladder.
Anger Knuckle, thank you.
Only by utilizing the most optimized and streamlined archetypes can one hope to effectively scale the ladder.
Yeah, and then it
What if your
dies.
equipment isn't streamlined or optimized? What if you aren't even using a single archetype, but a cobbled together collection of vaguely similar scrap? How far could you get then? I'm Hardleg Joe, if you didn't know.
I always
That's
do
exactly
that.
what I aim to find out. You see, each month my patrons assign me a different deck, and I see how far I can push it up the Master
Boing.
Duel ladder. This month the Legos have tasked me with operating Earth Machine, a macro-type deck made of several distinct archetypes which all synergize together, mostly because of a shared type and attribute line. The strategy is a bit old at this point, the parts are getting kind of rusty, but with so many Earth machines to choose from, including some brand new ones, perhaps we'll be able to engineer our way to the top. There's only one way to find out, so grab a snack and lean back, because it's ladder climb time. And welcome.
Yeah, it's, again, just a very striking beginning, but then from there it just kind of like blazes out. I still haven't gotten to the point. One thing that I've learned in editing is the importance of sound. I think I've talked about this before. Just little things like whenever something comes on screen, having a little whoosh sound effect. When you hit something, having like a metallic or a wooden like clunk or a ting sound really helps sell a lot of the movement effects. Without having any kind of sound effects, everything seems really empty and weightless. And I had that at the beginning there, and then at the end, stuff just kind of slid in without any kind of effect or anything. As for how this episode actually did, I mean, it was 3 hours and 40 minutes long. And let's get to the end here.
Down in the comments. For now, though, it's the end of the month and the end of the episode, which means it's time to think like an engineer and look over our statistics for January of 2024. I ended up playing 158 duels with Earth Machine and made it to Master 5.
Yeah. 158 duels. Holy shit. I'm trying to remember if this was like normal. I guess we'll find out. These days I struggle to hit 100. And I don't know if that's just because I play less, like I cut the streams off early and don't play over the weekends, or if Yu-Gi-Oh! Has just become so much more complicated, if the combos have become so much longer, that it's more difficult to get those really long duels in there. Yeah, people in chat are saying, I think combos have just gotten longer. Also, I realize you cannot read chat at all. 1 second. Now you really can't read chat at all. Get you up there. Let's move this over here a little bit. There you go. Now chat has their own little box and they can be read and everything. But yeah, a lot of them are saying it's just a matter of duels getting longer. I guess we'll find out as we go into more of these. 55% win rate, and we only made it into Master 5. So this is one of those decks that, like, barely succeeded. The memories I have from this are just realizing that this deck is not good in the slightest. Again, this is one of those decks like the Galaxy Eyes, which is another episode that did really, really well, despite the deck performing really, really poorly. Where I thought what people wanted and what people liked was these really jank archetypes, and then the last year or so has shown me that isn't necessarily the case. But I guess we'll see as we get more along. Either way, if I had to rate this episode, I think it's hard to call it anything other than an A tier. Because it just performed so well. I don't have any, like, bad memories from it. I remember the intro being neat. I remember a couple, like, fun moments and everything. We'll go ahead, start the poll up in chat if you would, mods. We'll see what they have to think. And while they're voting on it, let's go ahead and look. There don't seem to be any big standout areas.
We can discard it to summon.
There's nothing. We don't have that little line or whatever it's called where it shows, like, most viewed moments. Now, let's check out the comments here, shall we? This deck is OSHA certified. This is my favorite intro from any of these. Negate and saw their bones in half. No amount of flex tape will fix that. I guess that's a funny line. I forgot I said, again, you know, so much of the comedy and everything I do is just improvised. I know, I heard some YouTubers and some streamers, they'll sit and, like, workshop bits with their friends. They'll think of funny little things that they can say later on. I occasionally, like, when I get up to go get a snack, I might think of something funny to say when I return. But everything else is just right off the top of the dome. Which probably explains why I only have a few funny moments. Oh yeah, this is when the proficiency exam, we still had questions. I love how the proficiency questions swing from lore questions to asking, what is the rank above diamond? Opening packs with Earth Machine is like digging for ore veins. Sometimes you hit dirt, sometimes you hit iron or diamonds. Mean machine. Mean machine. Apparently this is when Brandon was doing puppet lock. Yeah, so there's not, aside from that one moment, there's not a whole lot of, like, pointing out specific moments or specific duels that are really funny in this one. I was going to say B. It's quite good, but for some reason I keep forgetting it exists. How much time did you put on the list, Kale? I think we only need, like, 3 minutes for the future. Oh, Frost Hollow's doing this, sorry. Yeah, in the future I think 3 should be fine. It looks like 9 people have voted out of 98 viewers. Most are saying B tier. Yeah, again, I just assume, it's one of those, like, I assume because people watched it that it was good. But maybe it was, like, again, in my mind, I can't think of anything especially, like, awesome or interesting about it. So maybe it is B tier. Can I end the poll early? I mean, I could call it early. It's weird, there were a bunch of people saying B, and now they're doing A. I remember so little. I was never a Yu-Gi-Oh fan until I found your channel and you explained what the fuck is going on. It's my comfort deck. Sometimes I bring it out and choo-choo all over my friends. There's gotta be a better way to phrase that, man. Some of yours are all-timers, and I don't feel it's that tier. Alright, so looking at what chat says, we got 61% also rating it an A. We got 39% saying B. I guess I'll keep it an A. I was saying before, I feel like I have to put it an A just because of how many views it got. Like, it must have done something right. But again, I can't remember any great moments from this. To me, it's just sort of like, yeah, that was a decent time. I'm sure it had its moments. I'm like, maybe chat knows something else. But it seems like almost 40% of chat is like, yeah, it was pretty mediocre in general. So it's an A, but it's like the low end of A. You know, if we add another A in there, this will probably go down a little bit. Okay, so next up we have Snake Eyes, which I mean, S-tier thumbnail. This thumbnail certainly got people's attention. Much better than the tier limit episode. This was, if you recall, the tier limit episode was my worst performing ladder climb, because it was one of the first times I played meta and people really didn't like it. But this was a good example of people tuned in to watch the Snake Eyes episode. Maybe just because of the iconic thumbnail, who knows. Got 137,000 views, so did pretty well. Definitely not on the highest, like, top 10 ladder climbs, but definitely did. That was all of them from around this time ended up getting around 100,000 views. So just doing pretty good. I do not remember the intro in the slightest.
Master 1 is the highest rank on Master Duel's competitive ladder, and achieving that rank is not an easy task. Unless you use the most broken cards in the game, then it's a piece of cake, right?
Glowy eyes.
I'm Hardleg Joe, if you didn't know, and that's exactly what I aim to find out. You see, each month I climb the ladder with a different deck chosen by my patrons. Usually they pick lesser-known archetypes, hidden gems at best and complete jokes at worst. But every once in a while, they give me the best deck in the format to see just how broken it really is.
Yeah, and this, you can see just all, like, every time I hit something, there's like a little whack sound, there's a little vibrate. Just all the physics of, like, moving the objects so it seems like they're leaning against each other and giving them weight.
Last time they did this, it was Tier 0 Tier Limit, which ended up being one of the most difficult and skill-testing climbs of my entire career. Because even though this deck was crazy powerful, everyone was prepared for it. Every single duel was either a mirror match or an anti-meta deck designed specifically to beat that strategy.
Which is what it feels like playing Mitsurugi right now. I'm like, oh, this will be easy. Mitsurugi is a good deck, but everyone is prepared for it, and I'm not playing the best version.
Now we're in another Tier 0 format, but this time we're playing Snake Eye, a newer archetype that people are less prepared for, and one not so easily countered. Will this be the quick climb that everyone expects from an overpowered deck? Or will this be another knockdown, drag-out, no-holds-barred cage match to see which duelist has what it takes to roll the bones, brother? There's only one way to find out, so grab a snack and lean back, because it's ladder climb time, and DFL Star.
Yeah, pretty nice stuff. Nice, good edit. Unlike last time, I didn't front load everything. There's little bits and everything going through the whole intro. And to answer the question from the intro, yeah, it was actually pretty easy. If I recall, we ended up getting to Master 1 at the start of like the 5th day, and it has one of the highest win rates of any ladder climb. Because even though everything was a mirror match, this deck really just felt like, did you open the starter and 2 hand traps? Did your opponent open the starter and 2 hand traps? Who won the coin toss? And we won more coin tosses and we opened more hand traps. It was really not a hard deck to play. Even up until the end, I was making mistakes and still winning because it's such a forgiving deck.
But anyway, now that it's the end of the month and the end of the episode, let's take a moment to look back over our statistics for March of 2024. I ended up playing 127 duels with Snake Eyes and made it to Master 1.
Yeah, 127 duels. So still way more duels than I'm playing in the modern game. Because again, most episodes these days, like the last 5 or 6, have all been around 100 duels total. But 67% win rate is crazy high. Usually it's like high 50s at most. It's way more wins, 5 versions, cost 11,000 gems. I remember you played pretty close to the ground and most people tried to go higher ceiling. Yeah, maybe. And just look, oh yeah, I forgot this was Pearly format, so you gotta play the one... Oh wait, no, this isn't that. Yeah, overall, just a pretty basic list. Just playing 3 Thrust with the 1 IDP. So you can set it, and you got the 1 searchable Kurikara. A decent format, you know. Again, I don't have any super bad memories from this. The only thing I really remember is partway through, I had a thing where I was like, maybe free will doesn't exist. Because the games felt so deterministic, they were so based on the opening hand, I felt like I wasn't actually making any sort of meaningful plays. The games were just decided by whatever we happened to draw. And then we sat down to try to calculate it by looking at both players' hands, and realized I was actually making some smart plays. They weren't like the most they weren't the most complex plays or whatever. I wasn't being a brain genius, but a lot of my opponents just didn't understand the deck as well or didn't understand the matchups as well, and as a result, I just did better. Yeah, Snake Eyes, not a terrible deck, not a terrible format. It just went on for so fucking long, especially on Master Duel. Like holy shit. This is another one. Again, I can't think of anything bad for it. I think I might put it in A tier as well. Just because, like, we managed to play a meta deck and actually make it fun. Like, it wasn't super awesome exciting, but the fact that we made something that could have been really boring and uninteresting and made it interesting kind of elevates it in my mind. The fact that I still remember some of the, like, duels from this. But we'll go ahead and see what everyone else in chat thinks. Maybe this was less liked than I remembered. Let's see what the comments have to say. Oh yeah, for those of you who missed the pack openings, check out my new series, the Deck Devastation Challenge. This is where I believe I stopped showing the pack openings. Those used to be part of the videos, but the videos were getting way too long. I started reading this and I was like, oh, this is where I talk about Raw Hardleg. I don't think Raw Hardleg existed yet. Comment in the comments if you remember the Deck Devastation Challenge. That didn't last very long at all. This thumbnail is easily one of the most cursed images you ever made. That's the top comment. Understandable. The thumbnail is Hardleg's reaction when they finally ban Maxi. Thunder Dragon Fusion mentions cards on the field, but the fusion itself requires monsters, so in the back rooms you stay. I guess there must have been a point where I moved a monster into the back rooms using the subversion, and then was like, can they fuse with this? It says cards on the field. Raw Hardleg was around for the tier climb? Oh, okay, I guess Raw Hardleg was out by then. The fact that the tier pile player managed to hit you with 2 roaches and mill 100 cards getting into prime OTK position, only to lose because he didn't read Ancient Fairy Dragon's effects. I do not remember that, but I'm not surprised. Tier was still pretty brutal at this point. Joe's refusal to wear green screen friendly shirts is iconic. I'm glad some people enjoys it. I love the editing in this episode. I don't remember if there were any specific editing jokes. And yeah, once again, there's no highs or lows or anything that I can see. The backroom bit was... That's where it started, I believe. A lot of people know it from Masochist, but it started here. Looks like chat is much more divided on the tier list. We only got 4 people in A, 4 in B, 2 in C, 1 in D. So most people are below A. Purely based on vibes, I'd say C. I didn't dislike it, but the something's got to be a C. Yeah, a lot more people going B. Alright, it looks like chat disagrees with me. They're thinking more B. We've even got some people in C and D tier, so I'll absolutely move it down to B. Again, I don't have super strong reactions, and also, it's one of those weird things where, like, I don't watch my own videos back for the most part. Like, I've made content that I like to watch before, but the ladder climbs, ironically, are not something I think I would watch on my own time. So the audience, I feel like, would have a better understanding of what makes a good episode than I do. So if most people vote for not A, then yeah, this definitely could go down in B tier. Maybe even C or D. You know, comment in the comments your own tier list. Alright, next up we got Gold Pride, which is one of those episodes that I remember being really fun. I remember Gold Pride being a really exciting... Okay, so next up we've got Gold Pride, which is a deck I really enjoyed. It's something I thought was really fun and really interesting, and unfortunately it just suffers from the same curse that like Libromancer does, where every single card in the deck is like special summon this to do a thing, and Max C was still at 3 and everyone was playing it, so this deck just cannot survive Max C. It maybe could have been Rogue in TCG, but in Master Duel, absolutely not. And it's a pity that like, it just really never saw its chance to shine. Because even now that they have Genesis format, I was like, ooh, Gold Pride might work there. Except you're missing the links, and you really do kind of need some links with this. Maybe you could do other stuff, but just one of those big missed opportunities. The intro I remember putting a lot of time and effort into. I had to find a whole bunch of background footage and cars and stuff.
Master 1 is the highest rank on Master Duel's competitive ladder,
Yeah.
and achieving that rank is not an easy task. Only the fastest and most furious decks have what it takes to cross the finish line. Oh, snap! But what if you don't play the best deck? What if you're a bad driver, your car is kind of a junker, and you lack family? Could you still...
Vin Diesel jump scare. Yeah, as far as the opening, I have to do like S-tier opening skit. It actually involves the archetype, and it makes sense. I'm like talking to the camera and not keeping my eyes on the road. Getting all this footage to match up and everything worked really nice.
Gold trophy? I'm Hardleg Joe, if you didn't know, and that's exactly what I aim to find out.
And just keeping this here, because then I believe when I bring the cars or the thumbnails in to talk about the previous episodes, the idea was to have them like get in a car crash themselves.
You see, each month my patrons assign me a different deck, and I see how far I can push it up the Master Duel ladder. This time I'm piloting Gold Pride, a diverse archetype of wacky racers that each drive their own extra deck vehicle. This eclectic collection of cards has managed to top a few tournaments with the help of some punks. But that was in the TCG, before the release of Full Power Snake Eyes. Will these...
I forgot I made that. The angry Poplar with the realistic human mouth.
Will these daring drivers be able to hold their own in Master Duel's Tier 0 Fire format? Or will the nitro-charged meta leave them behind in the dust? There's only one way to find out, so grab a snack and lean back, because it's ladder climb time.
Nitro.
Oh, well, hello there.
Yeah, this is, I think, probably the pinnacle of my editing prowess. I think it peaked here, unfortunately. I mean, this one, to be fair, it is really easy to understand the theme of this. Once I got to Memento, I was like, what the fuck do I do for Memento? I don't fucking know. Memento's so weird. They don't really have a mechanical or visual, like, thing, except they're kind of zombies and they kind of have a crystal. I don't know. But here it's really easy. Like, everything's cars, everything's vehicles, there's rockets and stuff like that. As for the actual episode, again, I remember this deck being fun, but I remember it being frustrating. And yeah, just looking at what I can see already, end up in Diamond 4.
But anyway, now that it's both the end of the month and the end of the episode, let's take a moment to look back over our statistics for April 2024. I ended up playing 123 duels with Gold Pride and made it as far as Diamond 1.
Yep, I only made it to Diamond 1. I couldn't crack into Master with this deck. I played 123 duel and the win rate's under 50%. Just absolutely terrible. Yeah, C tier, you're saying. Painful to play despite being fun in concept. I don't know, I'm tempted to put it in at least B tier just for the intro, but I'm not sure how well the rest of the episode. 3 hours and 30 minutes, that is a long time to be there. Go ahead and get the poll started. But yeah, I'd put this in B. Maybe, yeah, probably around there. Maybe like a low B, maybe even a C. Because even though I remember the deck being fun, I couldn't tell you, like, anything exciting that happened. I do remember, like, absorbing several monsters with Rollerballer. And I remember hitting people with pep, putting a little pep in their step. But other than that, I can't recall a whole lot of interesting stuff going on. This is also at the height of Snake Eye format, before they were hit. 107,000 views, so pretty decent. Oh, and Mr. Nova edited this one. Top comment is Mr. Nova, just saying I'm glad it came together. Yeah, Mr. Nova, solid editor, very good, but then they got caught up in college. And they haven't been editing for, I think, a year now at this point. It's been a while. I always like to imagine Carrie and Leon are sitting there extremely enthusiastic about racing until either Pep or Amazing Dragon shows up. And then they're like, what the hell is that? A deck can make an 11. Joe, slap Pep. This thing can fit into so many decks. Sir, keep your eyes on the road. The host skits are getting more wacky and elaborate, yeah. The triumphant return of Verte.
Indeed? It's a Verte Anaconda. Oh.
Yeah, Mr. Nova put it in there. The old Yugi Poo powers. The fact that the number of games lost matches the number of coin flips lost for the entire first half is the Gold Pride experience in a nutshell. Yeah. Especially in Snake Eye format, because it felt like no amount of hand traps could really stop them. Yeah, it looks like I'm trying to remember the end
and with
thing
that,
here.
ladies and non-ladies, we reached the conclusion of this episode. In the end, we were only able to make it as far as Diamond 1, and we didn't stay there for very long. Part of that is almost certainly my fault. There's more than a few duels that got left on the cutting room floor because I made some horrible misplay that lost me the game. Of course, those misplays were only so devastating because a lot of them were against Snake Eyes, a deck that can come back from a single card if you fail to end them by turn 3. I think the fact that we're in a format that's still dominated by such an oppressive deck was at least partially to blame for Gold Pride's poor performance this time. That and all the hand traps. Most decks are maining like 9 or more of them to deal with Snake Eyes, and Gold Pride can't really play through that many hand traps. Especially Max C, which, once again, hurts my rogue deck far harder than it hurts anything meta.
Yeah. Yeah, just a combination of like Max C. Just a combination of Max C and being in a hand trap format in general, because the only way to stop Snake Eyes is hand traps. Board breakers didn't really work because they had such a diversity of things. A fun deck, but just unfortunately didn't work. Looks like 40% of people are saying B tier. And we got another 6 saying C. 3 saying A. Yeah, I guess we'll put it in B tier. B tier just for the intro, if nothing else. Intro and putting a little pep in their step. Maybe as we go on and we compare some of these, we'll have to go higher or lower, but we'll see. Alright, next up we have Volcanic, which was pretty fun. I remember liking this deck, being able to do a whole bunch of stuff. I mean, another top tier thumbnail, just full of like rage and fury, and this wig was probably one of the better props that I ended up getting for a deck. No cap. Easily. Especially I get to throw Snake Eyes in with this, so you actually have a chance of surviving. Let's see what the intro holds in store for us.
Master 1 is the highest rank on Master Duel's competitive ladder.
I don't think it's supposed to be this quality. I think I just have too many tabs open, so it's lowering it down.
And achieving that rank ain't easy. High-level Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a deadly dance of disruptions, where the only decks that have what it takes are the ones that make a million negates. And what if you don't use one of those decks?
Actually, let's reload this real quick. I thought it would, like, change up here.
Master 1 is the highest rank on Master Duel's competitive ladder. And achieving
Is this
that
the
rank
quality I
ain't
uploaded
easy.
it in? No, it can go to 1080. It just didn't want to be in 1080.
High-level
Weird.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a deadly dance of disruptions.
Yeah, and this is, you can just tell I'm keeping up the same energy from the previous one. I didn't have a whole lot, but at least, like, every time I move, there's a little edit or a little sound effect.
Where the only decks that have what it takes are the ones that make a million negates. And what if you don't use one of those decks? What if instead of disrupting your opponent, you play a full aggro deck with enough burn damage to set the world on fire? Could you still make it to the top then? I'm Hardleg Joe, if you didn't know, and that's exactly what I aim to find out. You see, each month my patrons assign me a different deck, and I see how far I can push it up the Master Duel ladder. This
Use the volcanic rocket as an actual rocket. I also, like, funny little thing there. I thought I was shooting into the air at the right angles to get these to appear where I wanted them to. But you can actually watch, I'm not sure how obvious this is, but in order to make it line up where I want it, I actually tilt myself backwards so that the fingers are pointing where I want them to be.
what I aim to find out. You see, each month my patrons assign me a different deck.
And then after the first shot, I, like, rotate it back so that it goes to, like, the right spot.
And I see how far I can push it up the Master Duel ladder. This time I'm...
Yeah, and if you're wondering why I'm all glowy, why I've got this, like, yellow aura around me, it was not a thematic choice. It was because the wig had so many stray hairs going everywhere that if I didn't have an aura, if I had a straight line around it, there was like a green wiggly line where you would be able to see the background. Unfortunately, if you have a whole lot of hair, if you don't have a lot of straight edges, it does that. It ended up looking pretty well in general.
ranks with Volcanic, a GX-era archetype of pyro monsters themed around burning the opponent with effect damage. And also guns. It's an interesting
And
varied
also
deck
guns.
with a lot of incidental synergies and a brand new wave of cards just released on Master Duel. Will the new pyro support allow us to bring the pain?
Pain, always asking for pyro support. Whatever happened to that guy? Yeah, and if you don't know, I guess it's interesting because it still makes sense even if you don't know the reference.
Support allow us to bring the...
Because you just see Squidward back there and you're like, ah, Krakatoa, you know, he's got the fiery thing just like us. But if you don't know, there was a guy whose name was Payne, it was like Payne, who had this logo both on, or for his avatar on Twitch and on Twitter. And every day on Twitter, he would ask Konami for pyro support or volcanic support. He's still around. He's top comment, I think. Oh, is he? Oh, we gotta go check this. Yeah, there we go, Pain. This is gonna be an incredible video to watch. Yeah, with the Squidward Krakatoa. He's still got it. Counting the days till volcanic support. Yeah, so if you know that, that's the reference. But even if you don't, you know, will we still be able to bring the pain?
Pain? Or is this deck all smoke and no fire? You'll have to watch to find out, so grab a snack and lean back, because it's ladder climb time.
Up in smoke. And yeah, someone was asking if I still have that wig. And... oh, it's up there. Yeah. It's still just, it's just hanging around. I haven't used it in forever. It's a little dusty. Crack. Oh, shit. It's fine. That part won't be put on the video. Yeah, overall a good video, or overall a good intro, and it looks like there's two parts that people are really looking at. Oh, one is just the deck profile.
To dueling. Alright, what are the chances that we open with it again? Ooh! A diamond. Alright, so despite what I just said...
Yeah, so we got the 60 card. This is the FTK version, I think. And... what was this one?
3 more summons. Well, never mind, and we might just be dead here, unfortunately. We got so far, we tried so hard, but they had Maxi, and that really sucks. Thank you, King Miner. Is this exact game? No, I have 500 left. Last chance to look at me, Hector. I think we may have this. Yeah, this'll bait out the negate. Yep, they'll do that. A normal summon shell. 1, 2, 3. Bang. Unless you got Valor. I don't think that helps you very much. I mean, you can forestall the inevitable, but that bullet's gonna reach you. It might be going in slow motion. 2,000. Like they just took the extra 500. We did it. That's what I love about this deck. Super heavy, super soul. Sword heavy, super soul.
Yeah, so I guess people just tuning back because it was a good, good duel. We won with burn damage right at the end there, when we might have lost otherwise. And then let's look at the end here.
Though, it's both the end of the month and the end of the episode, so let's take a moment to look back over our statistics for May 2024. I ended up playing 154 duels with Volcanic and made it to Master 5.
Geez, 154 duels. But we only made it to Master 5. Oh, yeah, but we did start in Platinum because we didn't do as well on the previous one. The Gold Pride didn't make it into Master, so we had to start in Platinum. Maybe if we had started higher, it might have worked. 60% win rate almost, which is pretty good. Very expensive deck. Holy shit. And yeah, I think this is pretty good. I'd call this like an A rank, I think. Definitely better than Earth Machines. I had a lot of fun, not only because we did pretty well, and not only because I like this deck, but because we did so many variants. This is one of the few decks where it's like, we got to play pure Volcanic and see what that did. We got to play a cheesy FTK version, which I think we FTK'd, I think like 4 times or something. It wasn't super consistent. A lot of hand traps stopped it, but it was one of those things where like, If they can't stop you, then you do it. And if they can stop you, you're still just playing volcanics and doing a lot of burn damage. It was fun to play on a different axis a lot of people weren't prepared for. And then we got to break out the meta version that played the Snake Eyes stuff. Extremely fun and varied episode. And it looks like chat agrees so far. A lot of people saying A tier. Let's look at the rest of these comments real quick. I like to imagine Snow arriving on the field after banishing Emperor to dodge targeted negation and screaming, "Sick 'em, Johnny," before the spirit of the Emperor engulfs the board in flames from the great banishment beyond. Oh yeah, that was one of the funny things. If you don't know, the Emperor, when it's summoned, deals 1,500 damage. Or I think it's like 500 for every pyro that's banished. So usually at least 1,500, sometimes more. And then what would happen is you would get Fairy Tale Snow in the graveyard. So Emperor would come out, they'd use Imperm or some other effect that tries to target it to negate it. And then Snow could banish it as cost, so that not only was it not on the field to be negated, but more pyros were banished. So you deal like a shit ton of burn damage and kill them out of nowhere. Very fun. One of the few times I like playing Fairy Tale Snow. I've gone beyond salty. Now I just kind of exist. I'm just kind of here in this limbo. Joe proving once again he's the most relatable Yugi tuber. You see, now I've gone beyond the limbo and I'm salty again. I've gone back to being angry at the Master Duel list. Ban Max C, damn you. Volcanic Emperor, such a cool boss monster. Agreed. It did so much. I wonder, maybe I should try to make this in Genesis. I wonder if this does anything, or if it's just too outdated. It's crazy how much better these have gotten since they started. Yeah, definitely went up there. This is a top tier ladder climb, says Munchry. The amount of deck variety and interesting duels stacked on top of a spicy new editing. Yeah, Mr. Metal did this. This was one of the early ones, I think. Mr. Metal did a great job. Oh yeah, this. Real quick, the poll, we got 69%, nice, saying A, and a few people saying B. So yeah, I think this is probably, if not the best one of 2024, at least high A tier. Let me look at this edit real quick. Someone actually put a time code. It's in but wait, it's Snow coming from the back rooms. She's got a folding chair. It'll take everything I've got, but if I banish the whole car, you can't negate me if I'm not on the field. Oh, 7,000. Yeah, watch out, it's Snow with the folding chair coming in from downtown. Did you get to know Mr. Metal from Duel Logs? Yeah. Again, just those great little, he comes down there with a chair. Great edit. Fantastic. Definitely putting this up in A tier. Bonk. A bonk on the head. Okay, next up we got Memento, which is... this is one of those decks like DDD that's like kind of fun, but it takes so much mental energy. The combos are so long. This is absolutely one of those decks where most of the time you lose to the timer. There were so many people trying to get me to play Memento again once they got the new support, and I was like, if you want, I guess. Like, I'm willing to play it, but oh boy, is that a slog. And if I recall, the only thing I could think of to do with the editing at the intro was just like, well, they all explode. They all pop each other. So I just exploded a whole lot.
Master 1 is the highest rank on Master Duel's competitive ladder, and achieving that rank ain't easy. With Max C appearing in 94% of decks, the only archetypes that can reach the top consistently are the ones with a backup plan. And what if you don't play one of those decks? What if instead you pilot an archetype that revolves around summoning monsters and then blowing them up. Could you still make it to the top then? Oh, hey. I'm Hardleg.
Yep, I think I've relied too much on that joke. I may need to save it up. I do this thing where I get really dramatic and then I just come in and be like, hey, I don't know. I guess we'll find out. But running into the text and knocking it down while there's like thump sound effects, just like top tier stuff.
No, if you didn't know, and that's just the kind of thing I do. You see, each month my patrons assign me a different deck, and I do my best to push it up the Master Duel ladder. This time I'm trying my hand at Memento, a brand new archetype made almost exclusively of old school meme monsters that have been brought back from the dead. These restored relics rapidly wreck themselves so that their bones can combine to create this monstrosity, a massively powerful boss monster that becomes nearly unstoppable with a little bit of backup. It's undoubtedly a very powerful
Bonk.
deck that would easily make it to Master 1 if it could avoid the bug. Which begs the question, will Memento provide an unforgettable Master Duel victory? Or will we leave this month remembering only that we died? Hard to say, hard to leg, so, grab a snack and lean back, because it's ladder climb time. Alright, one more explosion, just for kicks. Oh, well, hello there.
Oh, well, hello there. Yeah, I think that is the first time I used the Vine Boom sound effect at the start. I was already late getting to it on that trend, and I've only used it more since then. I just really like the Vine Boom sound effect. What can I say? I also got the hard to say, hard to leg, which predates this by a lot, but is something that I don't think I've used in a whole lot of intros. Not seeing any big major spikes. Let's see what we have at the end here.
I ended up playing 126 duels with Memento and made it as high as Master 3.
Yeah. Yeah, just a big old slog. Just a big, if you go first, then you have a good time. And if you don't go first, you don't have a good time. I'm surprised we won 55% of the time. 69 wins, nice. Yeah, and especially back then, this was just a deck that could not play into Max E, in the slightest. The last stream was also bricking in most games. Yeah, at least personally, I think this is the first one I would put down in, a C. I can't remember anything exciting from it. All the duels I remember being a slog. Maybe people like it more. We'll go ahead and see what maybe chat has better memories of it. You start the poll up. 102,000 views, 3.5 hours. That seems to be a lot of these. 3 hours, 3.5 hours around this time. Memento has to be one of the best designs in Yu-Gi-Oh! Ever. The deck has no locks in any of the cards, and you're encouraged to play a lot of the archetype cards. It's competent and doesn't rely on floodgates like other rogue decks. Yeah, it is interesting how Memento really could function as a deck with 0 locks whatsoever, that also somehow didn't have a whole bunch of extra stuff in it. Despite not locking you into things, the design of it was such a way that you just played a pure Memento deck. There was nothing really to splash it with. You have to play a whole bunch of names. The editing is always so high level. I don't think any other Yu-Gi tuber gets close to it. Yeah, at least at this point. The thing is, again, I've said before, I feel like I kind of peaked around this era. Mr. Metal still puts the same amount of work in, but I couldn't top a lot of these intros. And as the views started to decline, putting as much effort into them didn't feel like it was worth as much of my time, especially since I have to put out bonus videos on top of these. So I just didn't have as much time to edit the intros. But these were still pretty good. And at least the editing in the episodes themselves still pretty nice. Cranium burst battle forcing effect will never not be funny. Oh yeah, I remember that. Cranium burst, since says you have to attack the highest attack or the highest level memento. So sometimes you'd leave stuff on the field like a 2-material Appaloosa, and people would go to battle thinking they could run over it, and it's like, no, no, no. You can only attack the big memento man. I think that's probably another reason why this is kind of like a C. Like, especially now memento is good, but back then it really just was go first, make an unstoppable board. If you make the unstoppable board and your opponent doesn't have max C and no board breakers, you just win. This video has vastly increased the number of times dry bones reassembling sound effect is played in my head. Yeah, I think that was Mr. Metal used that for every time a duel started. Or maybe it was Mr. Nova. Yeah, Mr. Nova. At the start of every duel, the text was written in bones and it played the like dry bone sound effect. The instant I saw the intro, Hardleg's gonna tell us we got friends on the other side. 'Cause I've got friends on the other side. And yep, looking at it, we got 60% of people also saying this belongs in C. It feels like a shame because I don't hate Memento, but yeah, there's just nothing like amazingly fantastic. We had a couple laughs at people not reading Cranium Burst, but otherwise it was like big combo or surrender. Lose to Maxi. Not much exciting going on. Now, by contrast, Odd Eyes. Look at this thumbnail. I'm not excited. Look at this title. My patrons made me climb the ladder with Odd Eyes. I thought this was going to be another Galaxy Eyes situation. This would be another deck that like, well, it's from the anime. It has its fans. It didn't do well. It did even worse than we thought. Turns out having Electromite does not make a deck gold tier or like doesn't make a deck master tier. But I thought maybe people would tune in for the suffering. But this is one of those episodes that really proves right off the bat that, no. Sometimes you can play jank and suffer all you want, and that doesn't make for an entertaining or interesting episode that people want to watch. And you can see this is really one of the first episodes in a while that never got beyond 100K. 87,000 views, just miserable. Absolutely miserable. You know what? Before I even watch everything, D tier. What can I say that was good about this episode? Nothing. Let's watch the intro. I forget what I even did. I think it's just ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, Master 1 is the highest rank on Master Duel's competitive ladder, and achieving that rank ain't easy. Well, all the best decks have one-card starters, allowing them to build massive boards with little investment. And what if you don't play one of those?
Yep, did you get it, chat? I put out the 2 pendulum scales, and then I pendulum summoned myself from the top row to being in front of them. Joe wiggling his fingers is so creepy. I sat there doing like this for what felt like a minute, so I thought I had enough time. Same thing with the like doing this. I really tried to time this up, and then while I was editing it, just did not have anything synced up at all. So I had to slow down a lot of the footage, and that's why it looks even creepier, because it's like slow motion finger waggling, which kind of hits that uncanny valley. Having the hats with all the eyes doesn't hurt or doesn't help.
Decks. What if you pilot a pendulum archetype that requires at least 3 cards to do anything? Could you still make it to the top then? I'm Hardleg Joe, if you didn't know, and that's exactly what I'm gonna find out. You see, each month my patrons assign me a different deck, and I see just how far I can push it up the Master Duel ladder. This time, I'm trying my hand at Odd Eyes. which was famously used by the main character of Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5. So not only is this an anime deck, but it's one of the first pendulum archetypes ever made. And boy does it show. This janky mess has dozens of members and crosses over with several other archetypes, most notably Performapals and Zark for some odd reason. It hasn't gotten much direct support recently, but it does benefit from a suite of new Link monsters that help with almost any pendulum playstyle. Will those be enough to help us swing into Master 1? Or are we gonna run out of smiles real quick? There's only one way to find out, so grab a snack and lean back, cause it's ladder climb time. And welcome back.
And I swung off the screen like a pendulum. Yeah, I was definitely reaching, trying to find stuff. I made some puns and everything. And yeah, as you could tell, it's where'd all the eyes go. I started with 2 eyes, and every stream I added 2 to the hat. It was a neat little theme, but not nearly as iconic as the big fiery wig or anything. It's just hard to do theming for this unless I dressed up like a clown or something, maybe. Yeah, also, I think Bell was here. And we had, like, the Zark stuff had just come out, so it was like, oh, we could play Zark. And then Bell came out, and Bell would just run into the 4K body and kill us instantly.
Anyway, for now, it's both the end of the month and the end of the episode.
Also, some people really hate this shirt. I think it looks nice. I think it looks like it fits thematically, but some people just really don't like it. Oh, and it looks like they were voting. I didn't even notice that. The vote had already started, and yeah, everyone else says D tier too.
So let's take a moment to look back over our statistics for July of 2024. I ended up playing 113 duels with Odd Eyes and made it as high as Diamond 2. We won 56 of those duels.
113. So this was the first one where we really started to lower. Which makes me think, I don't think anything really big changed with the meta in terms of like combo lines or whatever. I think this was just like the first deck where it came to the weekends where I used to play and I just did not have the enthusiasm to play, to like sit down for an hour off camera and like grind duels. Because who would want to? It's fucking Odd Eyes. This had a better win rate. Yeah, I'm surprised it got up to Diamond 2. Win rate still didn't break 50%. We had a whole bunch of different builds, but almost all of them functioned about the same. This was also, I believe, edited by Audrey, who mostly worked on Let's Learns. They were an editor that I was like trying out, and I had them do this one to kind of practice and be like, hey, would you like to try a ladder climb? And they were like, yeah, sure. And I believe this one ended up, well, what was it? One, it's 4 hours long. They weren't nearly as good as Mr. Metal or Mr. Nova at cutting out the slack. 2, it ended up being really late, like it took them a lot longer, and then afterwards they're like, I do not want to edit a ladder climb again. I was like, understandable. It doesn't, some people aren't built for it. Let's see if there's any good comments or anything. Massive thanks for the shout out. Oh yeah, Entertainer. They're a Odd Eyes one trick. I learned as much as I could from them. One must imagine Sisyphus entertained. Are you not entertained? This episode seems much longer than the others. The opening being a huge Yu-Gi-Oh reference is pretty neat. Swing, pendulum of legs, kick the arc light across the sky. I'm not playing Performapals. You can expect that. I like that the title for this one says, they made me play, instead of my patrons, implying there's some sort of Illuminati-esque secret society that forced you to play an outdated pendulum deck. Yeah, I think originally it said, like, they made me climb the ladder with Odd Eyes, and I changed it to my patrons after seeing that. Like, I don't want to be creepy. But yeah, this deck was just, it was painful. It was not fun. It was not good in any way. We put it in D tier, and it belongs in D tier. And then we played Paleozoics. And I was like, oh, I think the volcanic one, that might be the best. No, Paleozoics. Paleozoics, obviously A tier. I don't think anything about the editing is especially good. I don't think I had any funny bits. Just, I put it in A tier based entirely on I had so much fun with this deck. I love this deck. It's my new favorite deck. I would play it all the time if I could. It's its own tier. It's the closest we got to S tier. If it had some like amazing edits or something else on top of this, I think it would be over the top. But again, unfortunately, I was kind of burnt out from this one. And even this one, even though it turned out well, it took a lot out of me. I believe I made myself a trap card for the beginning. Paleozoic Ladder Climb. Activate this at the start of a YouTube video. Special summon one Hardleg Joe from his house, and if you do, have him introduce the episode. At the end of the intro, flip all face-up Hardleg Joes face down, and gain +1 subscription for everyone who paused the video to read this effect. Now you've all been heard. You gotta subscribe if you're not subscribed. Yeah, so just doing this and
Master 1 is the highest rank on Master Duel's competitive
jumping out of the trap
and achieving
card.
that rank ain't easy. Not only do you have to play the newest, most broken cards, but with only a month
To think, Voiceless Voice was the most broken card at the top. A negate every turn?
to climb, you need to duel quickly as well. But I ain't doing any of that. Instead, I'm gonna take an ancient archetype that can only win in the grind game and see if I can push that to the top of the ladder. Because I'm Hardleg Joe, if you didn't know, and that's just what I do. You see, each month my patrons assign me a different Yu-Gi-Oh deck, and I see how far I can push it up the Master Duel ladder.
Yeah, there's the Elemental Burst, if you didn't know or notice. To be fair, it's really glowing and everything. It's very blurry. I had to sell it with the shaky effect, but there is an Elemental Burst in there.
I can push it up the Master Duel ladder. This time, I'm trying my hand at Paleozoic, an archetype made entirely of trap cards from 2016. Yeah, really, these prehistoric predators were all but extinct until recently, when the release of Transaction Rollback allowed them to re-emerge as a powerful anti-meta strategy. Will one new card and a favorable meta matchup be enough for this deck to swim into Master 1? Or are these Cambrian creatures simply going to explode under the pressure? There's only one way
It's
to
the
find
Cambrian
out, so grab a snack
explosion.
and lean back, because it's ladder climb time. And back face down.
At the end, put all hard legs face down. Oh yeah, and we got the little Opabinia. 3 hours, 15 minutes, 136,000 views. And this one, I believe, made it into Master 1. Oh, we got a couple, like, peaks and valleys. We'll have to see what the comments say. The biggest one is just seeing the final version of the deck.
And with that, ladies and non-ladies, we reached the conclusion of this episode. In the end, we made it to Master 1 with Paleozoic, and it only took me an extra 12 hours to get there. And to be fair, we didn't start all the way at Platinum 5 this month. It would have taken every deck some extra time to make that journey. But there's still no denying that I put extra effort into Paleozoic, more than I have with other decks I've played on this show in the past. And that's because Paleos are just so damn fun. Like, I've always been a fan of quirky toolbox decks that play on the opponent's turn, and nothing exemplifies that playstyle more than this bundle of random traps. And unlike a lot of other control decks, Paleo rarely feels overpowered or annoying to play. You're never sitting on a million negates, or a floodgate, or an infinite resource engine. Even if you go first and open with an optimal hand, it can be challenging to get a foothold and maintain control of the game. It makes every duel feel challenging and interactive, which is exactly what I want from Yu-Gi-Oh! Plus, we didn't have to worry about Maxi for this one. Paleo is one of the few decks that plays under it and without it, which is just so very refreshing. So, yeah, overall, 10 out of 10, one of my new favorite decks. I loved playing it, and I hope you enjoyed watching it. And I hope I get to play it again sometime in the future. For now, though, it's both the end of the month and the end of the episode, so let's take a moment to look back over our statistics for August of 2024. I ended up playing 165 duels with Paleozoic and made it all...
Yeah, just look at this mess. 60 card Paleo, big old huge pile. We made it to Master 1. I played 165 duels, which, considering how long a lot of these duels were, just goes to show how much I played extra on this. I think I just mentioned in the outro there that I played 12 extra hours, like essentially 2 extra streams. And I was like, on the one hand, I think a lot of decks, if I spent 12 more hours playing it, would have made it this high. On the other hand, very few decks are so fun that even after spending all week playing it, I want to sit down in my free time and play it again. Paleo, just a ton of fun, very exciting, very interactive. Hopefully we get some kind of build. Unfortunately, I think it's been power crept already. I'd be curious to try it out again at some point. Well, we got a 64% win rate. And it looks like chat agrees, because with 85% they also said A tier. So I think we absolutely put it up there. Also, welcome, Rorkalos and Raiders. How are you doing today? I'm a Hardleg Joe, if'n you didn't know. And this is my companion, Critter. Critter, you want to say hi to everyone new? Thank you, Critter. Excitable as always. Rourke wants to know if you like big or small packages. Big, of course. Everything bigger is better. I can handle it. I'm a big, strong man. Bring on the packages. I don't care what kind. I ain't gay, but $20 is $20. You know what I'm saying? We've all been there. But yeah, if you're unfamiliar with me, every month I climb the Master Duel ladder with a different deck that gets chosen by my patrons. So true, brother. We have all been there. It's late, yeah. But yeah, every month I climb the Master Duel ladder with a different deck. That's mostly what I do on stream. At the moment, I'm recording a video for YouTube that's like a retrospective. I'm looking back at all the episodes I recorded during 2024, and we're making a little tier list where we're rating them to see which ones were good and which ones were bad, talking about the editing, fun moments, decks, whether or not we would play it again. And you just got us on the Paleozoic ladder climb. Come to Texas. I've been to Texas. Austin is pretty good. But yeah, so that's what we're doing. If you're interested in someone who climbs the ladder, you know, you could follow me. I'll be doing that again on Thursday. And I think Friday we're playing Silk Song. But if you like generic stuff, especially from like a Top Hat guy, you know, consider following. Otherwise, you know, if you're not, this is one of the few streams I've done where I'm like, honestly, if you're not a fan and you aren't familiar with my stuff, I don't know how excited you're going to get over this, because it's all just like nostalgia. It's just looking back at me from a year ago and being like, I remember that. Do you have a rabbit in the hat? No, but I do have a rabbit hat. Would you like to see the rabbit hat? Yeah, not only do I play a different deck every month, but I usually get some kind of prop every month. So as a result, I have a hat rack full of all sorts of crazy shit and a whole bunch of different hats. Including this one. Chat, am I kawaii? Am I tsundere now? You can call me Hardleg-chan. Kawaii. Oh, senpai thinks I'm kawaii. Ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ooh, ah. Unfortunately, I brought this to Christmas one year to show I have a niece and nephew who at the time they were 3 and 4, and I thought they would just find this funny. And unfortunately, they squished the hell out of this. So they, like, don't work. This one in particular, like, barely works. I need your rabbit hat. I think you can find one online. They're not too hard if you just look up, like, rabbit hat. Yeah, you know, it's a pity that Malice was so hated. Because if they made me play Malice, this is the hat I would have won. And every time I won a duel with Malice, I'd be like, oh! Hi, Mom. How's it going? Someone clip that. Clip that. Oh, yeah. Fuck, do I have the other ones from this? Oh, yeah, I forgot. I haven't worn this yet. I bought this a while ago, thinking I'd need it at some point. The only D you'll get is a duel. With the silhouette of Kaiba and Yugi on there. Cheesy hats. I can't find it. I got too many hats. Hardleg butt crack. Oh, great. Did I show it again? I need to pull these pants up. Stop bending over. Save that for the OnlyFans. But yeah, I got the probably my favorite hats. I had the, what was it? The original one, which I can't find, which is the hat that's like, fish fear me, women want me. The classical dad fishing hat. And then I got the opposite. The fish want me, women fear me. Play that for Goaty. And then, chat. Oop, I gotta take this hat back off. I got the ultimate the ultimate hat. Women fear me. Fish fear me. Men turn their eyes away as I walk. No beast dare make a sound in my presence. I am alone on this barren earth. Truly, Squidbilly style, yeah. Words to live by. And yeah, that's it. The hat's green, so this is all duct tape on the front. Because if I took it off, you wouldn't be able to see it. The brim is the same color as this. More hats than Von Braun. But yeah. Anyway, let's, we were looking at the comments here. What did the comments have to say? 3 hours? Those 2 Paleo games will be legendary, yeah. I forget if it was Mr. Metal who did this one. No, Mr. Nova. Mr. Nova really went above and beyond editing these. Like, these duels were so fucking long, and he somehow got this whole episode down to 3 hours. It's just amazing. Just astounding work by Mr. Nova. Can't believe Hardleg harnessed 1% of Joshua Schmidt's power to play 2 Paleo games. How could I possibly unsubscribe? The showmanship alone is enough to make me stay. The deck feels like a breath of fresh air. Here are my rough calculations on the average duel length. Ah, Mr. Nova in chat. 8 duels were under 2 minutes in length. 9 duels were 2 to 5 minutes. The majority of duels were 6 to 10 minutes. 4 of them were 30 to 40 minutes, and 1 went over 40 minutes. The longest duel was 42 minutes long. The average was 13. For comparison, the Gold Pride episode only had 1 duel that went over 30 minutes. And the Memento duels only had 1 duel that went over 30. The longest Memento duel was 28 minutes. Whoever edited this together is really handsome. Stun was over 40 minutes. But yeah, long story short, top of A tier, closest we get to S tier. Absolutely do that if we have an S tier one. Of course, that brings us to the Goaty ladder climb. Oh, the Goaty. I mean, in terms of hat, it's an S tier hat. I love this hat. Great hat. Very, very iconic. I love that I actually found it. I had all the different hats on here. Unfortunately, Goaty, despite being one of my favorite archetypes, I almost feel like it's like C tier, maybe even like low B tier, but it got new support and I was so excited, and this episode just like it was so bad that it made me reconsider what kind of decks I even allow on this show. It was like, wow, I didn't think it would be that terrible. But Snake Eyes and Yubel were just on a level far above anything. The Penguin will save Goaty, inshallah, we can hope. Yeah, we'll go ahead. The Goaty returns. This one came back. This was, I think, the first episode I did This is the first archetype that I've done a second episode on. I did them the year earlier when they first came out, and then we had a return because they were really fun. Since then, I've done Crystron for a second time. But because of this, I think I really hammered in the nostalgia of the first one in this opening.
Whoa! Master 1 is the highest rank on Master Duel's competitive ladder, and getting there is not easy. Only the best duelists with the strongest decks can climb all the way to the top. But what if you don't use the strongest deck? What if you play a bunch of Space Fish instead? How far could you get? I'm Hardleg Joe, if you didn't know, and that's just the kind of thing I do. Each month my patrons pick a different archetype, and I do my best to push it up the Master Duel ladder. This month, we're playing Goaty, or Fish if you're a grammar nerd. This awesome little archetype combines two of my favorite things. Summoning big monsters on the opponent's turn, and banishing everything to another dimension. Will that... Oh, hey, didn't see you there.
Oh, hey.
Just watching an old video of mine. Climbing the ladder with...
Yeah, this one was really... I really should have cleaned up my desk. I was, like, considering it, and I was like, nah, I'll just leave all the messy shit on it. It looks more lived in. It looks more real. The intro still messes with me. The slow camera zoom out. To be fair, this is probably not a good intro as far as, like, getting people's attention. Also, it was really hard to fill. Joeception.
The Goaty. Good times, good times. You know, I wasn't able to make it to Master with them last time, but they just released a bunch of new support. 2 whole new Goaty cards, plus a whole bunch of general Fish support. Makes me wonder if I tried it again, if I'd be able to make it all the way to the top. There's only one way to find out, so grab a snack and lean back, 'cause it's ladder climb time. Again, with Goaty 2!
Yeah, definitely a fun, definitely an interesting intro, and something where, like, you know, it's not the most exciting, it wasn't the funniest bit, but I definitely learned a whole lot about editing and camera stuff just from trying to get this shot. Because one of the few times I had an idea for a shot, I'm like, I'm going to do this, and then actually recording it ended up being a nightmare. If I recall, the way I ended up having to do it was like green screening myself over my actual desk, and I think this might have been a
Well, howdy there.
I can't seem to stop on anything. Can I get like part way through it? No.
Master 1 is the highest. Well,
It feels like no matter where I click, I'm either like the whole minute in or I'm at the very beginning again. Do a callback to the first one where at the end of the intro you get banished. Yeah, is there a button to like go back like 12 seconds or something? I know how to go back frame by frame on YouTube. Ah, there we go. It's the arrow keys. But yeah, so I'm like green screened over this, and I believe this is actually just a picture, and the video playing had to be recorded separately and like overlaid in the window.
Make it all the way to the top. There's only one way.
So despite this being something where if I just had another camera person, if I had someone to hold the camera or I had more room behind me, because there's actually not enough room. I'm like touching a wall right here and my shoulder. Like, if I just had someone, I could have recorded myself doing that and then turned around and looked at it, but the lighting would have been weird. So I had to composite, like, 3 fucking things together. 3 things together to make it look trippy, but not necessarily good. And let's see at the end. I only made it to Diamond 2.
I ended up playing 120 duels with Goaty, and
120 duels. Okay, so we are back to like 120 being the average. Diamond 2, only a 47 win rate, and 9 different versions. We tried so hard to make this work. There were so many different designs, and it was just painful. Just losing so many. Let me look at the outro real quick. What was my explanation for this?
And with that, ladies and non-ladies, we reached the conclusion of this episode. In the end, we were only able to make it to Diamond 2 with Goaty, and I think it's pretty clear why. I've talked enough about power creep this episode, so I won't repeat myself. The one thing I will say is that it's always possible that I'm wrong. Maybe power creep isn't so bad. I was just getting supremely unlucky, or maybe I was just playing really poorly. It's hard to say for sure, but if you want to check yourself, it's worth mentioning that I do have a second channel called Raw Hardleg, where I post my unedited stream footage. So if you haven't had enough of me by now, and you want to see all the duels that didn't make the cut without all the edits, then consider checking that out. There's a link down in the description. I also tend to ramble about current events and answer questions from chat, so if you want to see a casual behind-the-scenes version of Hardleg, you'll get that there too. Advertising aside, I do also want to say I still like Goaty. It may not be the best deck, but those last few duels showed me just how fun they still are. And who knows, maybe some future support will eventually bring them up to par with everything else. For now, though, it's both the end of the month.
Yeah, so I guess it was just the sense of power creep. And yeah, I'm starting to remember what I was saying back then, because I talked previously about, what's it called? Voiceless voice. I was like, oh, that was the great new thing. And that was really an example of, like, is voiceless voice an amazing, like, unstoppable deck? No, not really. Especially with how much power creep has jumped in the last year. It's not unstoppable. But it's the fact that, like, even the rogue decks have 1-card starters with... even the rogue decks have 1-card starters that are searchable by other cards that are searchable by other cards. That deck has so much redundancy, and it doesn't matter how much you destroy, how much you devastate. It's not enough to merely break a board. You now have to break a board and establish more disruption for their follow-up, because they have so many ways to get to their 1-card starters. And it used to be like every deck had one, but if you stop them, you're like, okay. And now it feels like every deck has backups for their 1-cards. They have multiple 1-card starters, like even the bad decks do. So a deck like Goaty, where you only have one 1-card starter in the form of Lifeless Leaffish, and everything else is a 2-card combo at best, it's just like, it doesn't work. You don't have it. The closest thing you have to a backup is like, Batunaful Princess gets you to Lifeless Leaffish. But if you draw both, you can't summon both. If you draw one and it gets ashed, then they're both effectively gone. You can't do both. It just didn't work out very well. I missed the poll. Did we already do the poll? Can I view the previous poll? There's /results. What the heck? My computer is typing backwards. It was B by a bit. Yeah, I tried to type /results, and you could see that up there. That's results, but it's doing backwards. My keyboard, instead of typing right to left, is typing left to right now. So everything I type is just backwards for some reason. Alt left arrow key. Control Shift left. There we go. Interesting. Why would you want to do that? Why is that a command? Like, what's the use case for that? I'm very confused. Anyway. Yeah, I put this down as C, and it looks like most of the patrons, they're a little bit more willing to put it up into B. Just barely. I think I'm going to keep it in high C. It's just, as much as I like Goaty this episode, I just don't have any good memories from it. It was so bad that this started the trend that then continued into 2025, where I was like, from now on, I'm only playing rogue decks. I'm not playing jank anymore, except for Jankmas. And I think that might have been a mistake. I mean, we're not going to be getting really into the 2025 decks, but really this marks the beginning of the end for the ladder climbs getting to like 100,000 views. They used to all get significantly more views than I had subscribers. They were all bringing in new subscribers every time I released one. I was making enough money to like hire editors for other projects and work on other projects. And after this one, it just all kind of started going downhill. Unfortunately. And part of me thinks it might be because of that, and part of me might just think that Master Duel just shit the bed. Hard to say, hard to leg. Let's look at the comments real quick before we move on. Honey, wake up, the fish are synchro summoning again. Yep. Classic MBT bit. I'm teaching the fish to synchro summon. Let's pour one out for Mr. Metal, who watched Shark Tale for those sick edits. The intro and transition between old and new, chef's kiss. I'm glad someone liked that intro, or I guess a lot of people, because it has a whole bunch of views. I thought it was really messy. I thought it didn't work very well at all, but people seem to thought it came out. The energy Joe gives off the cap versus top hat is so different. Top 10 things I love more than fishing. Nothing! Synchro summoning. Crazy how much of a difference the top hat makes, yeah. Without the top hat, I'm like an entirely different character. Same thing if I take off my glasses. If I take off my glasses, I have a much more serious look. It's almost frightening. Disturbing, even. You wouldn't hire me to be an entertainer because I don't have a friendly face. And then I put these on and it's like, oh hey, there's Goofy Joe again. What the hell? Where did he come from? I am unnerved. Alright, next up, second to last, we have Ancient Gears. Which, despite the fact that we're getting closer, I don't remember a whole lot. I like OTKing. This is still one of my favorite, like, blind second decks up until Gem Knights. I'm willing to, just by default, put this up in B. Maybe I'll remember stuff as we watch the intro or whatever. We'll see what everyone else thinks.
Master 1 is the highest rank on Master Duel's competitive ladder, and achieving that rank ain't easy. Only Yu-Gi-Oh's newest and shiniest archetypes have what it takes to punch their way through the meta. And what if you don't play a new archetype? What if you play something ancient and rusty instead? Could you still advance to the top? I mean, maybe, but probably not while wearing a helmet like this. I cannot see a thing through this. Here, one second, let me get my glasses on, we'll get the hat. I'm Hardleg Joe, by the way, if you didn't know. Whip crack, I guess. And that's exactly what we're gonna find out today.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember, but I think so many of the comments were just like, bald! Bald! Every time I take off my hat and people see the bald head, they're like surprised. It's like, what, you think I could wear a hat like that and keep like cool hair? No, I had to choose hair on the chin or hair on the head, and I chose the chin hair. And yeah, this is one of the, I think originally I had a much more involved intro planned, but I am not good at memorizing lines. I have to read off of like a teleprompter, and I cannot read with my glasses off and I cannot wear the Ancient Gear helmet. So I had to do that like transition, and I thought this like meta, like fourth wall breaking thing would be fun. And again, I'm realizing the stuff I think is funny is maybe not as funny to other people.
Each month my patrons assign me a different deck, and I do my best to push it up the Master Duel ladder.
Give it the Ancient
This
Gear
month,
fist.
It's Ancient Gears, an old fusion archetype from the GX era of Yu-Gi-Oh! That just got a whole bunch of new support. Traditionally, this has been a go second OTK strategy, using huge monsters to push for game in a single devastating battle, which is usually an unexpected strategy in the meta that can steal games through surprise, but somehow I have a feeling that won't be the case this month. Will my antique machines be able to march on Master through a wave of Tenpai countermeasures, or will the meta grind our gears to dust? There's only one way to find out, so grab a snack and lean back, because it's ladder climb time. Coming at ya!
Day one. Yeah, I forgot about this. It was they released Ancient Gears and Tenpai within like a month of each other. And so everyone was prepared for like stopping the OTK. Anytime you chose to go second, people were like preparing for the OTK. And as a result, we had a much more difficult time. Ironically, I believe we had a pretty good matchup against Tenpai, mostly because people didn't read Ancient Gear Chaos Giant. He says your opponent can't activate any monster effects during the battle phase, and it's immune to spell traps. So, like, we make it, and they don't have any good spell traps to get rid of it, and then they go to the battle phase and find they can't do anything. So we had a winning record versus Tenpai, and not as good of a record against everything else. I'm trying to remember how it did. I remember having fun with this, but I don't remember how far we got.
For now, it's both the end of the month and
Just
the end
Master
of the episode,
5.
So let's take a moment to look back over our statistics for October 2024. I ended up playing 116 duels with Ancient Gear and made it to Master 5.
Yeah, we only made it to Master 5, but this was another one where we started down in Platinum. So I guess that makes a little bit more sense. I mean, 62% win rate is pretty good. It's weird that the win rate would be that high, but we only made it into Master 5. I guess we had a lot of, like, back and forth moving between them. Chaos Giant is immune to spell traps, yeah. Oh, that was the other thing. That was the big thing, is we also had to play... This was at the height of Yubel format, and unfortunately we just have a really bad matchup against Yubel, because they have that spell trap that says we take the battle damage, and being able to get rid of, like, their monster that can't be destroyed by battle and the spell trap was difficult. You really have to, like, clear the entire field. And 3 lightning storms certainly helps, but if you don't get the lightning storm or the heavy storm, was Feather Duster not legal? I think we only won, I don't know, win 20 games straight to get in the diamond, and then 55-45 in diamond. Oh yeah, that might be why our win rate is so high, is because when we went through platinum, it was absolutely crazy. And then diamond itself was a little bit more tricky. But yeah, I remember, what did I put this in? A tier? B tier? Yeah, B tier seems about good compared to everything else. What is chat saying? They're saying also B tier, some people A tier. No one thinks this is a lower tier episode. Let's look at the quite quiet Tenpai. A real OTK deck is talking. Keep the proficiency exams. Yeah, I wish they would add more of those. Those were a fun break from everything. That first duel is the epitome of your quote, sometimes you win and sometimes your opponent loses. It's wild that they scooped. I almost died laughing when Joe gave nothing but praise about Ancient Gear's 12-card package of pure consistency, only to brick on the very first hand. My favorite thing about Konami is how they introduced the Ancient Gear support and then immediately invalidated it by putting Tenpai in the next pack. I don't listen to bricks. And here comes a giant fist! Target an Ancient Gear in your golem.
It's destroyed, target an Ancient Gear in your golem, special summon it.
You know, sometimes when you improvise stuff, it don't do that. The Tenpai ain't shit episode. Yeah, I think I said every time we fought against Tenpai, it's like, Tenpai ain't shit. It just ain't very good. How many gears you got in that golem? Alright, we got 2 more left. Starting with Ritual Beast. Oh, Ritual Beast. You know, I said the goatee was the beginning of the end, but this was where it really kicked in. Let's, real quick, because we didn't look at this. This was 4 hours long for an OTK deck. 89,000 views. So still pretty decent. But this now has, I think, the record for the lowest numbers on any ladder climb. I was like, you know, just because I'm not playing jank doesn't mean I can't play, like, rogue decks. Ritual Beasts were never the best deck. They were always in the, like, top 10. They were decent. And this just did absolute shit numbers. Like, 63,000, that's less views than I have subscribers. Not only did this not break out of my audience, the people who were in my audience, a lot of them didn't watch it. Which is a pity, because I thought this was a really fun ladder climb. Especially, Mr. Metal put in so much work editing this. The start of every stream starts with a little bit where it shows the story of how Critter became a ritual beast. There's like a little lore thing, so much so that I released it in its own short, and that short did terribly well. Like, I would love to put this in A. And just like previously, where it was like, yeah, this is maybe like a B tier, but it did so well, I wanted to... Or no, this. This is maybe B tier, but it did so well, I want to put it in A. This is like A tier that did so poorly, I have to give it like B at the highest. It just, unfortunately, it did so bad. People did not want to watch this. I forget what the actual intro was, though.
Master 1 is the highest rank on Master Duel's competitive ladder, and achieving that rank ain't easy. These days, only powerful extra deck monsters are strong enough to make the cut. And what if you don't play an archetype based on the extra deck? What if you play a bunch of ritual monsters instead?
I forget who it was, maybe it's one of the comments, they're like, I had to stop and look, because I was like, wait, is this a ritual archetype? I thought these were fusions. Yeah, I just made the ritual beast into rituals.
Could you still make it to the top? I'm Hardleg Joe, if you didn't know, and that's exactly what I'm going to find out. You see, each month... Oh, hey, Critter, what's up? Oh? Ritual beasts don't use ritual monsters. They use links and fusions. Ah, I see. Well, I guess I should reevaluate this intro then. Yes, thank you for letting me know. You're a valued companion, Critter. Okay, how about something like this then? Master 1 is the highest rank, and achieving that rank ain't easy. These days, it seems like only decks based around fiends and dragons can make it to the top. And what if you don't play one of those powerful typings? What if you play a deck made entirely of beast-type monsters? Could you still make it to Master? I'm Hardleg Joe, and what do you mean only one of them is a beast-type? And it's the penguin? Shouldn't that be like a winged beast or something? Yeah, you're right. Good point. Konami has been known to make some pretty suspect choices in the past. This shouldn't be too surprising. Okay, I get. There's no reason to get political on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Channel.
This is such a dumb bit, and the editing's not great. It's just Critter, like, standing there. But I love goofy shit like this. Again, and it just fits with all the other, like, editing bits and everything. But it was probably too long. That might have been a reason this hurt.
Alright, so if ritual beasts aren't rituals, and they aren't beasts, then what are they? Ah, I see. So they're very long-winded and complicated. They're awesome, but they take a while to really get going. Kind of like this intro.
Oh, it was meta the whole time. It just zoom into Critter not saying anything.
Will I be able to learn one of Yu-Gi-Oh's most...
When I was editing this, that was actually an accident. Like, I accidentally kept a frame of Critter in there, where it just cut to him and I didn't have it shaking or anything. But I thought it was so funny to have me, like, say something and then it just cuts to Critter and he's just... That I decided to keep it in there. Honking. Yeah, looks like chat is saying B tier as well. We'll have to see how it actually turned out.
In a short amount of time? There's only one way to find out. So grab a snack and lean back, because it's ladder climb time. And tag out!
Now hiring Ritual Beast support.
And
Day 1, yeah, the Ritual Beast trainer. You know what, we're gonna go through these real quick. Fortunately, I have time codes. Dawn of Stream 2.
Good news, Unicorn Twins. Unless some freak accident happens in the next couple seconds, you both get the job.
Oh, that's great, brother. Let's both do our...
Oh, well, that's a shame. What can you do, little fellow?
and behold...
Critter goes through the sacred tree. The Kashtiras were gonna be Ritual Beasts, but then Critter crushed one of them. Also, that's Mr. Metal's voice, if you're curious. He not only animated these little things, he edited them as well. Or, I'm sorry, he not only edited these, he also voice acted in them.
You were taken from me too soon, brother. But I swear that from this day forward, I will avenge you.
I guess we have room for some pack filler.
I will avenge you. He's just being himself. He's having some time out in the day. What's his Ritual Beast steed? Just, a jet ski. He's just jet skiing around.
And here we are, the...
Oh yeah, I was like, I need more beasts, so at some point I broke out the Alestral's crocodile. Yeah.
Master. Alright, one more win.
I was like, we need even more beasts, so I brought out the crocodile. So it hatches there. It's the dawn of day 5.
Unicorn, you're supposed to help us fight the Infernoids, not join them.
Oh, Elder, my beasthood died when my brother did.
And here we are.
Kashtira joined the Infernoid. Fortunately, Critter dove in further away. He was very heroic.
Now that the world is destroyed and only us three survived, I see the pain I felt did not justify the actions I committed. Now here, take this time machine and make everything right again. I'll be seeing you soon, brother.
Make things right. Kill my brother and me. If we're both taken out, I'll never destroy the world. The time machine being time machine, yeah. Again, I just like cheesy, stupid shit. Ugh, pardon me. Okay, how did this deck actually do? It got to Master 1, right? Yeah. 130 duels, so I had to play a little bit extra. Master 1, 66%, only 3 versions. Again, a pity this didn't do well. I thought this was really fun. I thought there were a whole lot of neat, decent duels. Let's see what the comments have to say. The critter lore is my magnum opus in my entire editing career. The story told in 20-second bursts will be the peak of my legacy when I leave this earth, and I think that's pretty cool. Ritual beasts, no rituals. Those bastards lied to me. The editor deserves a raise. Agreed. The animations really helped watching this video. Sometimes just watching the duel after duel makes it a bit repetitive. Yeah, Mr. Metal does a great job. Trying to learn some of the most complicated decks in short intros. It's a pretty condensed climb. I look forward to listening to it while I sleep. Hello, // Yeah, we got this whole thing. It's 2.5 hours. It's much shorter than the other ones. Alright, and that just brings us to the last one. The Nemluria ladder climb. I don't think I could put it anything other than A tier. This is one of the few we did this and I was like, okay, maybe it'll be fine. Maybe things will turn around. This episode got 100,000 views as well. It did really well. People liked the jank. I was like, okay, it's still good. We've got some other stuff on the horizon. It'll be fine. And this was like the last gasp for ladder climb. Since then, we have not even come close to 100,000. I don't think we've even broken like the number of subscribers I have. This one did really well though. Even the other Jankmas episodes didn't do as well. We'll see. Maybe one day we can turn it around. Maybe in the future. But that's part of the reason why I wasn't looking forward to doing this, because it's like, the memories of how good I used to be. Let's see how the intro is on this one, though.
Master One is the highest.
Okay, it's all blurry.
Master One is the highest rank on Master Duel's competitive ladder.
Oh, real quick. I forget, did I actually do the... Yeah. I took the attention to detail to actually edit out the logo so I could throw it on there.
Master One is the highest rank
The last time I will take such effort.
on Master Duel's competitive ladder, and achieving that rank isn't easy.
Vine
These
boom
days it
sound
takes
effect.
a lot of energy to make it to the top, and what if you're too sleepy for that?
The music
Maybe 'cause
slowing
you're
down
tired
in the
from all
background.
holiday stuff, and you just want to take a nap. I'm Hardleg Joe, if you didn't know, and despite my exhaustion, I'm going to climb the Master Duel ladder with a weird, janky deck. Because Jankmas is upon us, that special time of year where I play whatever my patrons want, regardless of the power level. Last year, we cooked up a good time with the Burger deck, and before that, we struggled with ye old Galaxy Eyes. This year, it's Nemluria, an archetype based around a very sleepy girl and the Lovecraftian ice cream demons that haunt her dreams. It's a gimmicky deck to be sure and far behind the power curve, but it is very funny, and also, I've got just the hat for the occasion. Making it to Master 1 with Nemluria may be a pipe dream, but who knows, maybe we'll see a Jankmas miracle. So grab a snack and lean back, because it's ladder climb time. Right after this nap. Oh, well, hello there.
Yeah. And I bought a little candle too with a candlestick holder. It truly was the season of Jankmas. Wow, we got one big huge spike here. What the hell happened here?
Alright.
The fuck was that? Oh yeah, I made biscuits.
Slightly darkened
Just how I like it. Alright, chat. One more win, and we get up into Platinum 3. We're slowly making our climb. Nobody's gonna break my stride. Nobody's gonna slow me down. Whoa, I got to keep on moving. Fuck. Gosh damn. This might have a chance. We got one shot, one opportunity, mom's spaghetti, all that stuff. We're gonna summon this. We're gonna activate the effect. We're gonna put that into the deck. We're gonna get you. You. Then we're going to summon the cake boss. I use the cake boss to put Nemalaria back into the extra deck. Then we're gonna summon this. And because we got this, we could summon her next turn. We just gotta hope that being able to negate everything is enough of a disruption, because it's all we got. We are against a 60 card deck. That could bode well, or it could bode terribly. It bodes terribly. Discard your entire hand, draw the same number. I'm in danger. Once per turn, target one spell trap, destroy it. Alright, we're gonna use the rarely used second part of the effect, which is have any damage this turn. You cannot kill me this turn, hopefully. We take half the damage. Oh, they thinking. Oh, okay. I mean, I guess we take those. I don't know what they were doing. They must have made some kind of mistake, though. Either way, their mistake is our win. Let's go up into Platinum 3, boys. And gals. And non-binary pals. Why was this the most viewed segment? What happened there? Alright, so the most viewed segment is nothing. Let's look at the end here. How are our credits doing? This one, in addition to being the first true Jankmas episode, I ended up playing, was also the one where we started... Okay. This one is the first true Jankmas episode, where not only are we playing Jank, but we're playing on the Jankmas account, where we start with, like, no money, no gems, no good stuff in our library. Yeah, this is the first true Jankmas episode, where we start on the Jankmas account, all the way down in Bronze 5, with no gems, nothing in our collection, just trying to build a deck from scratch and seeing how far we can get from the very bottom. Just 96 duels with Nemalaria, and made it from Bronze 5 to Diamond 5. We made it all the way up into Diamond, which for this deck is pretty good. We only played 96 duels, though, which seems crazy, considering so many of them early on were, like, very easy wins. And yeah, this has, I believe, the highest win rate of any deck I've ever played, but only because Bronze and Silver were, like, a 20-game win streak where we never lost a single duel. This is just, like, surprisingly powerful. I'd be curious, I guess we won't find out this time, we'd have to go on to the other episodes, but I wonder if this is where it turned to the duels only being closer to 100 instead of 120, because of how long everything got. The pools must have been bad. They were not great. But yeah, I'm putting this one up in A. Did we already do the poll for the people watching on Twitch? Ah, no, here it goes. Okay. So we'll see if everyone else agrees. Do you think this is a top-tier ladder climb? To be fair, I don't remember a whole lot about this, except winning like 10 games in a row or 20 games, however much it was, just absolutely coasting through bronze and silver and even through a lot of gold, despite facing off against some really strong meta decks. Like, I seem to remember playing against, like, a U-Bell and being like, okay, we have to lose eventually. And because they were, like, a silver U-Bell deck, they were just so terrible that they couldn't get anything going. Sleepy Girl was my top beside Paleo. Yeah, I think Paleo's still probably better, at least in my personal opinion. But this was still fun. I liked playing this. We had other stuff we could do. We made some weird builds. I mean, we got up to 6 of them. I always knew that Hardleg was woke. I knew it the moment his alarm went off in the morning. Oh, yeah. This was the height of like anti-woke stuff. And so like we made a ton of jokes about like the girl has woken up, she's woke, watch out, she's banishing everyone. Starting from the lowest rank and having a budget build really is fun to watch. A whole other view on the game with this entertainment. She sleeps, she wakes, her ice cream takes the cake. A nice little poem. Thank you, Rio Kitty. I just adore that they chose to give Dreaming Nemluria a summon animation. Just think about it. We have the most powerful magicians, the strongest dragons, the bravest warriors, omnipotent god, creatures beyond comprehension, and a sleepy girl. The Labyrinth player around the 2-hour mark shows perfectly how you can give someone the strongest cards possible and they find a way to screw themselves over. We're making it out of Sleepy Time Junction with this one. Yeah, and this is, it really is a double-edged sword where I've considered, I remember around this time, I was thinking maybe making every deck like this, that maybe the show would be a lot more fun if instead of starting up in the high levels, we started every episode down in like Bronze 5. And that would be possible because I have like 3 accounts and I could rotate them. And unless any of them made it into Master, they would always degrade by like 3 ranks. So we'd always be starting in like Silver or Bronze, depending on how far we made. And then we could play the absolute worst dog water decks instead of trying to do anything competitive. And as tempting as that is, every time I do a Jankmas deck, while I do get some people who enjoy it, I also get a lot of people who are like, this feels mean. It feels like smurfing. It feels like all you're doing is fighting against kids. Like, yeah, you're winning a lot, but only because you're going against people who are not as good at the game as you are. And that seems like a really strong argument to me for why we shouldn't do something like that. Also, 73% of people say A tier, so yeah, definitely go up into the A tier. Yeah, but those people are wrong. Maybe, we'll see. I've definitely opened it up the last couple months. It'll be interesting to see if we can turn it around, especially with Jankmas this year and the decks that come afterwards. Maybe we can go a little bit better. But the big thing, and I mean this is I guess spoilers for if I do a year 4 of this, we had Jankmas in July, which was Argo Stars, where we had the same Jankmas thing of playing a very rogue, a very off-meta deck starting in Bronze, and that episode did as poorly as any other episode. Basically, from this point on, every single ladder climb does, like, diminishing numbers. And again, I'm not exactly sure why. Maybe it's something to do with me, maybe it's the content, or maybe, you know, after 3 or 4 years, a show just isn't as exciting as it used to be. The fact of the matter is, everything has to end eventually. I can't keep going forever. So maybe I should come up with some other kind of show. I keep hoping that Master Duel will change something up. Maybe they'll add TCG or Genesis format. I think that could really revitalize things. Maybe I could have a show like that, but I'd be playing on like YGO Pro. And unfortunately, though, it just doesn't look as good. Yeah, Master Duel in general is just kind of slowing down. Yu-Gi-Oh! Might be slowing down. And so I've been trying to go to other games, and that's not as popular either. It really is one of those things, just that slow spiraling. Maybe people experience that in other jobs, but it's one of those things you get as a creative, unfortunately, where like you make a really good album or you release a really good movie, and you feel like you're at top of the world, and then it's just, what's the next thing? And if the next thing isn't better than or as good as the previous thing, it feels like you're a failure, even if you've still got like a decent audience or whatever. And trying to decide if you really need to break out of your comfort zone and do something risky or something really crazy in the hopes of trying to beat your past self, or if you should just stay the course and do what your core fans enjoy doing. It's like the eternal struggle as like a creative person. And I have no idea what the answer is, and I have no idea why I'm even going on this ramble, but I mean, you're here, you stuck through like an hour and a half of listening to me talk about my old videos. I presume you want some like behind the scenes insight, some idea of what's going through my head. So that's, what I've been thinking about, why I've been a little reluctant to do one of these. Because I do just feel like this show is unfortunately maybe on the decline, maybe on its way out. I'm going to still try to do it, at least through 2026. But there's definitely some other ideas brewing in my mind, both with non-Yu-Gi-Oh! Content and Yu-Gi-Oh! Content. We'll have to see what the future holds. Either way, I don't plan on giving up anytime soon. So thank you all for watching. Thank you especially to those of you supported, those of you who have donated on Patreon or donated on the streams, those of you who come out to the streams and make me company. I appreciate you hanging out. Hopefully we will get another year or 2 or 3 or 10 of Ladder Climb. That would be exciting. But whatever the future holds, I think we'll be able to have some fun. Good luck and have fun. That holds true for just about anything you want to do in life. So, once again, good luck and have fun. Surely you're an entertaining chap. It's not the game we come for. Debatable. You should do more collabs. It helps Farfa's channel a lot. Yeah, I'm not like a people person. I'm not good at hanging out with other people. If I knew how to artistic, yeah. But yeah, the people like, Joe, you're an entertaining person. We don't come for the game, we come for you. Like, but when I put out a video on Silk Song, not very many people come. When I put out my original, novel or whatever, that gets, less than 1,000 views. When I make Yu-Gi-Oh! Content that is not me climbing the ladder, stuff like the Let's Learns, stuff like, when I did crossovers, like the Master Cube, if you remember that series. Even as much people as the, what's it called? Chaos Draft. I keep getting people who ask when Chaos Draft is coming back, and the reason Chaos Draft ended was because near the end, there were only 5,000 people watching. You gotta be equally entertaining in those other ventures. Yeah, I certainly try. And as I said earlier, a lot of people here are like, hey, I watched all that stuff. I know you did. Again, you 92 people that are here and the people watching on YouTube, you're the top one. Oh, pardon me. Those breadsticks were good, but they are giving me a lot of heartburn. You just might be natural at Yu-Gi-Oh! Commentary. Yeah. You all are the 1% of the 1%. You all will enjoy everything I do. It's just yeah, you're the ride or dies. It's just the real struggle is how do I, if I could make a career off of just you all, if you all donated enough money that the Patreon was kept live, or the Patreon was kept at pre-levels, or if you could watch enough videos, but the fact of the matter is you can't. I got the same scratcher, yeah, it's pretty good. If you need your back scratched, you got it. It's one of those everything comes back to politics, where it's yeah, maybe if we didn't live in such a brutal capitalist system with no safety nets, where I need to make a certain threshold or I'm out on the street and homeless because there is nothing for people otherwise, then it would be nice to focus on doing what I want to do and just being able to do the ladder climb to my small audience of 5 to 10,000, while also putting out the books for the thousands of the 1,000 people who like them. Oh, hello, Raiders. Eldius raiding me. Yeah, we've been here for like 8 hours. I didn't think this would take nearly as long. I am up very late. Oh, and Eros is here. We were at the end of the stream, though. I was just about to get going. It seemed like a rare opportunity. Yeah, I'm gonna have to just pass your audience on to someone else. Yeah, we were at the very end just talking about like the future of the channel. The channel, it's holding well, but it's not doing as well as it would. And we're just talking, it's the eternal thing whenever you're in the entertainment industry, where like you had a success, and now it feels like you're on the decline, and you got two options. You can stay the course and hope that like your die-hard fans will stick with you, and maybe you'll get more fans as you go on, or you can try to reinvent yourself by doing something completely new and different and risk, like if you succeed, you get new diehard fans, and if you fail, you lose the diehard fans you already had while also not gaining any new ones. We have become a raid volleyball. And so it's like, what do? There's always a gamble, yeah. It's just a pity I must gamble with my life. With my livelihood. I didn't graduate college, Chad. I don't got anything else to go back on. If this doesn't work, I gotta go back to working at McDonald's. I don't want to work at McDonald's. Plus, I'm too old now. Maybe try other TCG-related games. Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories. I wanted Master Duel. Yeah, the problem with other TCGs, right, is that, like, I like Alestrals. I could have gotten into Alestrals, but there's not a big audience for Alestrals. And also, they kind of fucked up the online client. Where it's like they could have released it in a really full thing, but they had to meet the deadline, and it's just not as complete as it could be. And I can't play it in the way that's enjoyable. Clash is really, yeah, like a year out, Clash is still really rough. I do not think I could make my career as someone who plays Clash. Other TCGs don't have as much digital support. I mean, Magic the Gathering and Pokemon do. But Magic the Gathering, like, getting into Magic the Gathering is such a daunting task on two levels. One, getting into the game itself is difficult because there's so many fucking cards. And also, the rate at which they're releasing new cards is so difficult that even, like, professional Magic players are having trouble keeping up with all the shit. Even the developers are having trouble remembering what cards they've released. As a Pokemon player, our TCG sim is held together by Spaghetti Code. Yeah, I know nothing about Pokemon, but I don't think I would be fulfilled playing Pokemon professionally. Both because, one, I don't like Pokemon, like, thematically. Like, none of the Pokemon designs ever really appealed to me. I don't like the anime. I don't like the other games. Like, I liked it as a kid, but I really just grew out of it and don't find it appealing as an adult whatsoever. And then, like, the actual card game is like... And I'm sorry to anyone who likes to play Pokemon, but it's like a baby game for babies, right? Like, as far as the strategy, as far as what you actually have to do to succeed in it, it is so stripped down and so simplified compared to Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Magic or Alestrals, or even what's the Disney game? I forget what that's called. Or even Duel Links. It's so overly simplified. I look at the strategy of that game, and it's just like, that's it? That's all? Like, there's not really any interaction. It's just you have a game plan, do the game plan. Lorcana, Marvel Snap, yeah. Like, I would be so bored. I feel like the only reason that Pokemon exists is because people like the art of Pokemon. People like have emotional attachments to like Lucario and Mewtwo or whatever, so they'll buy cards that have its name on it. But I would never be satisfied as like an entertainer or creative if I had to play something like that. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has staying power. People will chill for Master Duel and Duel Links. Yeah. Magic is in a weird state right now. Everything's selling well, but the core players are disenfranchised. And I don't think there's any other game. Like I know Cardfight Vanguard does have an online client, and from what I understand, it's actually pretty good. But I don't think that it has the audience that Yu-Gi-Oh! Magic or Pokemon do. The Hardleg tournament series hosted in commentary. I've experimented with commentating tournaments, and I'm not like, I don't feel like I'm good at it. I have the right energy to commentate my own duels, to like talk through what I'm doing, but I feel like you need a different energy to commentate duels. And oftentimes I'm just sitting there like, yeah, looks like they're in a pickle here. Who knows what they can do? Maybe I need the right I feel like you need, like, there's a reason why almost everything that has commentators has two of them. Don't let Joe go back to fast food. I should stress, I am nowhere near going back to fast food at the moment. I still make enough money on the Patreon alone to pay my rent. I just worry because things are on a downwards trend, and if I can't get it to stabilize or get it to reverse, then eventually we'll reach a point where I am not making enough money. If you get a commentator partner, it would be glorious, yeah. That, and every time I've tried to run a tournament, the logistics of like hosting a tournament, I don't know how other people do it. It drives me mad. Trying to get people like to organize together and do things at the same time, and like just like all the rulings nightmares and the questions and is this is PC? He said his computer froze and you have to make a decision. And especially with the way I've organized my fandom so that a lot of the people are patrons who are giving me money. And so it's like, if I rule against someone and I'm like, hey, I'm going to have to give you the game loss, they might be like, oh, well, the fuck you, I'm leaving the Patreon. That's so rude. MBT makes Rebby do it. Find a Rebby. Yeah. Yeah, MBT makes enough to make... And that's the thing, I was really hoping that I would eventually make enough that I could hire an assistant like MBT does. And that's the other unfortunate thing, where it's like, when Ladder Climb was really taking off, I was making enough that I could pay people to make like art assets. I like had someone redesign the logo so I could make better merch. I was really getting into the habit of like finding other artists and other editors and people to work with that I could pay to come on board. And now that I'm making, that's like the first thing that goes out, so I'm having to edit a lot of stuff myself. And then that leaves me like burnt out on Yu-Gi-Oh! More and more tired. Because not only do I spend a lot of time like watching Yu-Gi-Oh!, but then I have to go and edit Yu-Gi-Oh! Videos on top of that. When you don't have to edit stuff, it's much easier to put out a whole bunch of content. And yeah, that being said, I have been thinking of branching out into crossovers more. I really want to play Genesis. I think having a Genesis show, I have a couple ideas for it. The big thing is I'm just not sure who to get to come along with it. Because the unfortunate fact of the matter is, like, I haven't kept up relationships with, like, Farfa or Dzif or Simo or any of the big, huge names in Yugi tubing. The only one I still keep in connection with is MBT, but MBT is already on, like, 4 different channels doing all these different shows. Plus he puts out 5 videos a week on his own channel, and he just had, like, a kid. So he's going to have even less time. He's literally raising, like, a baby. And so I would feel bad even, like, asking, like, hey, do you want to be on another weekly show with me that I'm not going to be able to pay you for? You got to hit the dual logs back up. Yeah. Invite the kid on the it's literally a baby. And yeah, so that leaves me like, okay, who's the other people I know who are less busy? And it's like, well, we got the dual logs, we got Golden Nova, we got RJ, we've got there's a whole bunch of VTubers I know. Like, I'm sure Eros or Eldius would be willing to be on a show if I asked. I'm sure that, who's the other one? Maple would probably be up for being on a show. The problem I found out, though, is that, like, and the whole surprise round team, I had them on Mirror Masters, but the unfortunate fact of the matter is, like, unless I can bring on someone who has more subscribers than me, then doing a crossover doesn't, like, generate any views. I would, Yeah, and I would love, like, that's if you missed it, I had a show called not Mirror Masters, I had a show called Master Cube, and the whole idea was to bring on, like, lesser-known VTubers and lesser-known Yugi-tubers and have them on. And I had, like, 3 or 4 on, and those episodes did, like, so poorly that I couldn't justify, like, having the show. Like, it wasn't worth it to even have me edit it. Yeah, and you joke that people hate VTubers. There are a strange amount of YouTube commentators where if I put, like, an anime person on the video or they see that there's a VTuber, they just duck out. C-Rax might be down for something. Yeah, I'll have to look. And maybe I should at least, like, ask MBT. I mean, it doesn't hurt to ask. People don't care for VTubers. They hate the anime for... That's, like, all of them. You're overthinking. I do inherently swerve VTubers. I'm sorry. Yeah. And I mean, I'm not here... If you do avoid the VTubers, again, I'm not here... Nothing here should be meant to be seen as, like, an attack on you or, like, you guys aren't doing enough. You guys do plenty. You are perfectly fine. I'm not saying this because I'm not complaining because I want you to solve the problem necessarily. It's because I'm talking about the frustrations of there's this big, huge, amorphous audience I have, and I don't know what they like. I just know the trends of, like, if I invite Golden Nova or RJ on, they don't watch as much. They'll tune up for Dzif or MBT or Simo or any big name person. And again, it's one of those things where, like, I would love to have a series where I could just bring on, like, Eros and Eldius and Pan the Cat. That was another one. Pan the Cat, Rorkelos. It would be fun to have Rorkelos on. I wonder if, maybe I should ask Joshua Schmidt He's like around my... The only problem with Josh is that like he's in Germany. And so the time frame might be a nightmare. Maybe Gage? Does Gage play Yu-Gi-Oh? Like he's on the wonky quartet stuff. I don't know if he does anything else. Yeah, to be fair, I've only talked to Gage once at MBT's wedding, but we do have like similar goofy man energy. Doesn't Gage stream Master Duel? I know he used to. Time to hit up the Europeans. You'd have to stream pretty early in the morning. Nim Nim. Have Gage teach you Hearthstone. I don't like Hearthstone. The secret sauce is passion, so whatever you do, yeah. And I'm passionate about, I guess I can throw this idea out, because, you know, ideas aren't copyrightable or whatever. But I've been thinking of doing like a limited Genesis series. I'm not sure exactly what I'd call it. Maybe like Countdown Genesis, or like Genesis... I was going to say Time Bomb, but I don't think you want to put Time Bomb in the title of a YouTube video. But I want to play Genesis because I really like that format. And I think it might be fun to do something where it's like, okay, 10 duel series, we start with 100 points, and every episode we reduce 10 points. So every time we duel, we try like a 90, and then an 80, and a 70, and whatever. And go down. And it's just a good excuse to play around with the format and its ever-shrinking costs. Start with 1,000. 0-point Genesis is pretty funny. Yeah, it's one of those things where I just have to go... Like, it would be a thing where we would keep track of the wins and losses and everything. You gotta put a wheel. I don't know how we do a wheel. With Genesis. Starting with 1,000 and working down to 0 would be... I like the lower power format. I would rather start with 100 and work down. Because that also... It would have to be with whoever I play with, you'd have to have the understanding, right? That, like, yeah, you're obviously trying to win. You're always trying to win. But, like, the first episode, we can have 100 points. And that's going to be the only episode where we can have 100 points. So if you want to play a 100-point card, now is your chance. This would be the episode where both of us would just try to make, like, the 100-point card deck with a whole bunch of shit trying to go around it. Yeah, I mean, we could do a wheel where, like, we spin a wheel and we have, like, 0 to 100. And we have, like, you know, 0, 10, 20, 30... And every episode we do something different, then we have to build it on the fly. I think it would be more fun if you knew like a week ahead of time, so you could craft something that was interesting. You gotta build for content, exactly. Where every card used is banned for the rest of the series. That was my other idea, was not every card used is banned, but play a series where you like it's Genesis, but if your deck wins, then every card in your deck goes up by 10 points. And so we just add points on. But I don't know what the end point of that would be. After like best of 10 or something. So it doesn't mean you're necessarily banned, but like playing that exact deck becomes impossible. That would be harder to track, but it would be very good. Yeah. A team format. That would be interesting. again, I would need a lot of people to do that, but that would be like, so we have 4 people, and every episode we do like, let's just say for the sake of the argument, it wouldn't be this, but it'd be like me, MBT, Farfa, DZeef. If me and MBT are on a team, then like I'll face Farfa, I'll face Doug, then MBT will face Farfa, MBT will face Doug. So there'll be 4 duels every episode. And it would be like, you have 150 points between the 2 of you. Or 200 points between the 2 of you. You can each run 100-point decks. Or I could give MBT a 200-point deck, and he could play like 2 last turn, and I could play like a 0-point deck. That might be interesting. So there's a lot of ideas. I just need to figure out how I'm going to do it and whether or not, again, if I'm going to try to like invite smaller names out there and hope that I can build up a rapport and people will tune in, or if I need to try to find like a higher level. Again, a lot of people are saying like I'm neurotic or I'm overthinking it. And yeah, probably, but I mean that's the thing is like I don't like asking people for stuff. In general, I don't like collaborating with people. Like if I could just do everything on my own, I would. That would be preferable. I'm a loner by heart. But anyway, we've been here rambling enough. You're the guy who pulled Rada from Montenegro? Yeah. And kind of made a fool of myself, I feel like. Footcam paid stream. We're not that desperate. Who do we raid, chat?